Today, we have a very special bonus video for you guys. It's a collection of 5 fan favorite stories that show adventure often comes with a price. Now, these 5 fan favorites have all been completely re-edited, so even if you have previously maybe seen or heard them before, I promise you, this is going to be like a whole new viewing experience. But before we get into today's 5 stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 2, 3, even 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the Like Button's house and pull out their very best button-up shirt and go ahead and remove all the buttons. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. In 2017, 27-year-old Lydia Makarchuk left her home country of Ukraine and moved to Bracknell, which is a town just outside of London. Shortly after moving into her new apartment, Lydia went out and got a job as an accountant at a local hotel, and then after that, Lydia pretty much swore off her social life and instead just focused exclusively on working hard and saving money. The one reprieve she got from work was going to church on Sundays. 2 years later, Lydia was at her church enjoying the coffee hour that always followed the Sunday sermon when another member of her church, who she didn't really speak to, this 41-year-old man named Norbert Varga, approached her and kind of awkwardly complimented her shoes. And she was so flattered by this that it opened up a friendly conversation between the two of them. And during this conversation, Lydia was pleasantly surprised to find out that Norbert was an expat too. An expat is someone who lives outside of their native country. Norbert had moved to the UK in 2018, so that's 1 year after Lydia had moved to the UK, and he came from Hungary, which shares a border with Ukraine. And just like Lydia, when he got to the UK, he kind of put all his energy into his work and trying to save money. He was a radio technician and a photographer. And so the two spend the rest of this coffee hour chatting and enjoying each other's company. And then afterwards, when they left the church and they both got home, they both found themselves thinking about the other. There was clearly an attraction there. And so the following Sunday, they both very eagerly rushed back to church in order to spend more time together. And sure enough, during that coffee hour, they spent the whole time together just chatting it up, and then afterwards they exchanged phone numbers and made plans to get together outside of church. They were going to go on a date. And so the rest, as they say, is history. 2 years after Norbert complimented Lydia's shoes, they got married in Bracknell. And while the wedding was great, unfortunately none of Lydia's family members, who were all in Ukraine, none of them could attend the actual wedding. And so the newlywed couple decided the way they would handle that is their honeymoon would be spent in Ukraine. That way Lydia's family could celebrate their wedding as well. For a variety of reasons, this honeymoon trip to Ukraine kept getting pushed back, but finally in September of 2021, everything lined up, everyone was available, and so Norbert and Lydia rushed to the airport and they hopped on a flight. And during this flight to Ukraine, Lydia remembers being so excited specifically about her husband finally getting a chance to spend some time with her 29-year-old younger brother Miroslav. Lydia was very close with her brother, and so it mattered to her greatly that he and her husband had a good relationship. But to that point, because of the great physical distance between the UK and Ukraine, the two had really not had that much interaction, and so they really didn't know each other very well. And so this trip was really important to Lydia, and Miroslav, he really picked up on that because he put together this camping trip for the end of their stay in Ukraine, where he knew he'd be able to step aside with Norbert and chat with him and get to know him a little bit. And so that was kind of like the fail-safe, where if he and Norbert did not get a chance to speak all week because they were visiting with so many people, they would have a chance to at the end of the week on this camping trip. So after a few hours of flying, Lydia and Norbert touch down in Ukraine, and they make their way to Lydia's family's house where they're going to be staying for the week. And that night, and for the next several days, the couple was swamped with several family reunions and meetups with old friends that hadn't seen Lydia in years. And so Norbert and Miroslav were not getting any time to themselves. And and Lydia really knew that. And so she and Norbert began looking forward to this camping trip, because that not only represented a kind of peaceful break from the chaos of all these reunions, but it also did represent the one chance they knew Miroslav and Norbert would get to interact with each other. And so finally, September 15th, the end of the week, it came, and it was time to go on this camping trip. And so Lydia and Norbert and Miroslav and 9 other family members, they all packed up their tents and their camping belongings, and they loaded up a couple of cars, and they drove over to the base of the Carpathian mountain range. This mountain range, which stretches for nearly 1,000 miles across Eastern and Central Europe, are very popular amongst tourists because it's stunningly beautiful. Everything is green and lush, and there are these crystal clear lakes and breathtaking waterfalls and all these amazing animals running around, and there's no mosquitoes, and they have these really cool hikes that bring you up to these very impressive overlooks. And so that night, Miroslav had made reservations for this one campsite, this very popular campsite that was up in this clearing not too far up the mountain, and it had this great view down to the forest below, and because it was in a clearing, it had this unobstructed view up to the sky, where in this area you could look up and just see stars in every direction. And so when Lydia and the rest of this group arrived in the parking lot of this mountain range, they were all really excited to get up to this campsite and just enjoy being there. And so they park their cars, they get their gear out, they find the trailhead, and then they begin hiking up the mountain. And about 2 hours later, they arrive at this clearing. They find their campsite, which was marked by this small fire pit underneath a couple of trees. And so they go over and they set their tents up, and some people go out and get some firewood. And then before long, a fire was made, and this group of 12 people that had not seen each other in so long, they just sat down and began enjoying each other's company. They put tea on, they were swapping stories. It was really just this wonderful time. And then around 8 p.m., the sun started to set, at which point this huge group just stopped and enjoyed this beautiful sunset. And then once the sun had gone down, there were 2 kids that were there on this trip, and so they were put to bed in their tent, and then the remaining 10 adults just kind of hung out by the fire and enjoyed each other's company. And it was actually during this second half of the night that Norbert and Miroslav finally really got a chance to just chat with each other. So for about an hour, they were talking to each other, and Lydia is just watching this happen, and she couldn't be happier. This is like the perfect ending to this trip. And then around 9 p.m., Norbert stands up. Lydia sees him stand up, and he tells the group he's going to run back to his tent, which was a ways away from the campfire, and he was going to get his camera. And so Lydia said, okay, no problem. And she remembers watching him walk off into the distance, because when you're at the campfire, if you're looking away from the campfire, everything is pitch black in that direction. And so she watches him disappear into the darkness, and then she and her brother and everyone else just kind of turn back towards the campfire. And then all she remembers about what happens next is she heard a whistling sound. And at first it was very faint, but it started to get very, very loud. And when it got loud, she tried to kind of figure out where it was. But before she could, suddenly something hit her in the face, predominantly hit her in the nose. And as soon as it did, she went blind, she went deaf, and then she felt herself on the ground, and she has no idea what's going on. And all she can remember thinking is, oh my God, something horrible has happened to me. I might die. I don't know what's happening, but I might die. And so she started praying for herself to survive whatever was happening to her. And then her hearing started to come back just a little bit. Her vision was still totally blurred. She could only kind of tell where the fire was because it was bright, but her hearing, it started to come back. And that's when she heard moaning coming from somewhere near her. And so she's thinking, okay, whatever horrible thing has happened to me has happened to other people too. And so instead of just praying for herself, she began praying for everyone who was at this campsite. And so as her hearing is getting louder and louder, and she's hearing more and more moaning and crying happening all around her, she suddenly hears her husband screaming her name. Her vision is still gone, but she knows it's him, and he lands right behind her, and he grabs her, and he's just repeating her name over and over and over again. And then Lydia manages to kind of choke out to her husband, what happened? And there's a pause, and then Norbert says to her, it's bad. It's really bad. It would turn out their campsite was on a battlefield from World War I, and buried underneath the soil right under their fire pit was an unexploded bomb from World War I. Meaning, for over 100 years, countless campers have arrived at this campsite and lit fires on top of this bomb that they couldn't see. And each fire gradually eroded the outer metal casing of this explosive until finally that night in September, with Lydia and and 11 of her loved ones nearby, their little fire finally was it. It pushed through that last little bit of the casing, and it ignited the bomb, and it detonated. That whistling that she heard was the sound of the fire finally cutting through that casing and being exposed to the fire. And then that thing that struck her in the face, that hit her right on the nose, that was almost certainly a piece of the bomb itself, so shrapnel that was cutting through her face. And then the moaning she heard was primarily her brother, who was right next to her. Lydia would be gravely wounded, but she would survive. As for her brother and another man who was not named, they would not survive. Here is a picture that was taken of the group literally minutes before this bomb detonated. At 11:40 a.m. on December 21st, 2003, three young men who were longtime childhood friends hopped in a truck and began traveling south. They were 22-year-old Brett Mann and 19-year-olds Sean Blowers and Ashley McGuff. They lived in a coastal city called Darwin, which is actually the capital of the Northern Territory in Australia. The Northern Territory, also known as the Top End, is located in the central north of the continent. It is 6 times larger than the UK, but has 280 times less people living in it. Specifically, the UK is home to roughly 70 million people, whereas the Top End is home to only 250,000 people, and half of them live in Darwin. There are many reasons why the Top End is so underpopulated, ranging from politics to poor infrastructure, but the most obvious reason that so few people choose to live in this part of Australia is because it is wildly rugged and dangerous. It is scorchingly hot year-round, and the weather in general is just unbelievably unpredictable and violent. And as the old saying goes, all the animals there are trying to kill you and each other. But Brett, Sean, and Ashley had grown up in Darwin, and so they were accustomed to the hazards of living in the Top End, and so they weren't really concerned about them. What they were concerned with was finding things to do and not getting bored in the city. That particular day, in order to ward off boredom, the trio had decided they would head out to a salt flat that was located about 50 miles to the southwest of Darwin. It was this wide open plain that they could just race around on their quad bikes on. And so they loaded these quad bikes into their trailer, attached it to their truck, they hopped in their truck, and at 11:40 a.m., they started heading south out of Darwin. The first road they were on was this fairly desolate dirt road that wound around through the wilderness, and it passed by the iconic eucalyptus trees that are very well known in Australia. It passed by palm trees and giant termite mounds. And after driving on this dirt road for about 30 minutes, the trio passed by the Tumbling Waters Holiday Park, which is a vacation resort for adventurous families. And then beyond this park, there really was no more civilization. They were headed right into the outback of Australia. And so this was kind of like the last mark of civilization. And so the trio, they drive for another 30 minutes past the park. And at some point, all of the trees on either side of the road start getting more and more dense until they begin kind of encroaching over the road, as if it looks like you're driving directly through the heart of a jungle. And they would have recognized this change in scenery as meaning they were nearing the Finnis River, which was off to the right beyond all of the trees. So they couldn't see it, but they knew they were close. And the Finnis River was not a huge waterway. It was a 30-mile stretch that ran east to west through the Top End. And what it was known for was being very brackish and dark. You could not see into this water more than maybe an inch or two. So it almost appeared black. And so the trio continued driving along through this kind of jungle atmosphere until the left side of the road began to thin out again, and then it eventually revealed the salt flats up to their left. And so at that point, the trio pulled off on the right side of the road where the vegetation was still very thick. And then the trio hopped out of the truck, they went around to their trailer, they dropped the gate, and one by one they pulled their quad bikes off, and then each of them hopped on and drove out onto the flats. That day, the flats were actually very muddy because it had recently rained really, really heavy in that area. And so the trio spent just as much time racing each other on the flats as they did trying to drive close to each other and spray mud on each other. And so for hours they were out there having a great time, and then at 4:30 p.m. p.m., they decided it was time to call it a day. And so they drove back over to the truck. They drove their quad bikes up onto the trailer. They locked it. And then they were about to get into the truck to head back home when one of them suggested, hey, let's head down to the water and rinse our clothes off and get all this mud off of us. Now, you need to understand, in the top end, the place you want to spend the least amount of time in is the water. People in the top end assume that in any natural water body that is not clearly designated as a swimming area has at least one animal lurking in it that will kill you. This is a literal precaution people in the top end take. And so this section of the Finnis River that these three friends were thinking about going and jumping into and washing off inside of, this was not a clearly designated swimming area, and so it should be avoided. But you need to remember, these three guys, they grew up in the top end. They were used to living in this kind of wild area, and they'd also come to the salt flats so many times over the years, and they had jumped into the Finnis River before to wash off and go swimming, and nothing had ever happened. And so really, the idea that the Finnis River could be dangerous to them, it didn't really cross their mind. They felt like, you know what, we've been there, done that, nothing's gonna happen to us. And so they left the truck and walked away from the salt flats into this mangrove forest that's only a couple of feet off the road and began walking towards this river. Normally, the trip from the road through the forest to the river bank, basically where the forest ended and you reach the river, it would take about 10 minutes. But after walking in this mangrove for maybe a minute, they were already standing in river water. It was only a couple of inches of this water, but it signaled to the guys that clearly the river is very swollen from all of the recent rains, enough so that it overflowed beyond its natural boundaries and it's flooded the mangrove forest. But the three guys, they look at each other and think, meh, what's the big deal? I'm sure we'll be fine. And so the guys continued moving on, but as the mangroves began to thin out, they began to slow down dramatically because the riverbanks on the edges of the Finnis River were very, very steep. If you were standing on dry land, if there was no flooding, and you were right on the edge of the Finnis River, if you took even 1 or 2 steps into the river, you would slip down under the water and the water would be over your head. Now, as these guys are walking, because the ground is flooded with this black, brackish water, they couldn't see the ground, and so they couldn't tell where the drop-off into the river was. And so they began to slow down, and then when all the trees were practically gone, they knew they were close, and then one of them actually slipped and kind of tumbled down the edge for a second, but he turned and he grabbed one of the roots of the mangrove tree and pulled himself back up. And then the other two, after seeing this, they walked over and stood next to him, and the trio just stood there looking out at this pitch black looking river that was very clearly moving faster than normal because of all this excess rain. But they kind of looked at each other and thought, you know what, it's not that big of a deal. You know, we'll hold on to the roots of these mangroves and lower ourselves over the embankment. We'll wash ourselves off, pull ourselves back up. No big deal. And so they each turned around and grabbed a root of one of the many mangrove trees that marked the edge of this forest. And while holding on, they would lower their lower half down past the embankment until they were submerged. They rubbed all the mud off of themselves, being very careful not to let go of the mangrove at any point. And then as they were about to finish up and pull themselves back up and get back to their truck, Brett loses his balance and somehow lets go of the mangrove root and slips down the steep embankment, and suddenly the current takes him away from his friends and out to the middle of this river, and before long he's getting pulled downstream. And so he yells out to Ashley and Sean, who had their backs turned to him. They turn around, they see their friend, and they instinctively leap into the river to try to go get him and help swim him back to the side. Now, all three of them were very competent swimmers, and so this was not a high panic situation. This was more like a inconvenience and maybe a little bit funny, and so that's why they leapt in no problem. They figured, you know, worst case scenario is we'll drift somewhere down there and we'll get out and we'll walk our way back to our car. But as soon as Sean and Ashley were free floating in this river, they felt how strong this current was, and it was way stronger than they were anticipating. And so they actually started to get a little bit worried, and they looked up ahead of them, and Brett, who had been in the water for, 10 or 15 seconds before they leapt in, he had already moved way farther downstream than them. And so they decided, you know what, we have to get out, but we need to get to Brett first. We all need to to get out at the same place. And so they decide they're going to swim downstream, meet up with Brett, and then get the heck out of that river as fast as they possibly can. And so they yell out to Brett, hey, we're coming to get you. And they start swimming as fast as they possibly can. And with the help of the current, they manage to get all the way up to Brett relatively quickly, maybe a couple of minutes. And when they reach him, Sean and Ashley go in front of Brett. And then the three of them, they stop actively swimming and they allow the current to just kind of carry them downstream. And as they're drifting, they begin scouting the left side of the river for a solid clump of mangrove trees they can swim into. Because unless there's something to grab onto on the edge of this river, they can't pull themselves out. And so at this point, the trio is definitely uncomfortable being in the water because of how strong that current is, but they're confident they're going to find a viable landing spot and they're going to get out of here and it will be a great story. And so Sean is in the front, Ashley is right behind him, and then Brett is behind Ashley. And they're all about an arm's length away from each other. And they're drifting down this river for a couple of minutes. They're looking on the left side for a viable landing spot. And then all of a sudden, Ashley just yells out, hey, I see something in the water. We need to get out. Find the nearest tree. Get out, get out, get out. And so Sean, he starts panicking. He doesn't even turn around to see what's going on behind him. Adrenaline kicks in and he swims as fast as he possibly can to a tree that's popped out of the river. It's literally growing in the middle of the river. And so he swims up to this tree. He manages to climb up to the first fork of the tree, which is maybe 6 or 8 feet above the water. And as soon as he's up there, he turns around and looks down and he sees Ashley. He reaches down and he hoists Ashley up to the first fork with him. And then the pair turn around again to grab Brett, but Brett's not there. And so they look around, they're thinking, okay, did Brett not make it to the tree? Did the current pull him around? Is he at some other tree? You know, they're yelling out for him, they're looking for him, but there's no Brett. And so they're talking to each other, Ashley and Sean. They're saying, hey, did he call out? Did you hear something? Did he give some indication about where he was going? And they're saying, no, I don't know where he is. And so they start climbing up the tree a little bit and trying to look down and up the river to see if maybe they can see him. And then all of a sudden, Sean notices something yellow flash beneath them in the water. And so he looks straight down and he sees this yellow thing down there. And so he nudges Ashley and he says, look. And so Ashley looks down, and as they're looking, they're about 10 feet off the water at this point. They see this yellow thing start rising up to the surface. Now, the water is so dark, they really can't tell what anything is unless it is at the surface. And so they're watching this yellow thing, and suddenly it comes out of the water, and they see it's Brett. He's got his yellow jacket on. That's what they saw. And Brett is in the mouth of a 13-foot-long saltwater crocodile. He is face down, and his left side is being held in this animal's mouth, and he's not moving. And so Sean and Ashley are so scared, they're just frozen. They're just staring at this monster that's in the water, that's holding their friend underwater, and they can't do anything about it. And for 2 minutes, they just stand there looking at this animal, wondering what's going to happen. And for those entire 2 minutes, the crocodile stared right back up at Ashley and Sean as if it was showing them what it was going to do to them once they got in the water. That I've done this to your friend, I'm getting you to as well. And so they're staring at this animal when suddenly it just kind of goes underneath the water, back down into the black abyss, and it, along with Brett, just disappear. Ashley and Sean are so terrified that they can't even grieve for their friend. They can't feel sad for him. It's like they just go into survival mode. And without saying anything to each other, they just start climbing up this tree as fast and as far as they possibly can. And they only manage to get up maybe a couple more feet to 2 more branches. One's at about 10 or 12 feet off the water, and the other is at about 15 feet off the water. And so Sean makes it onto the lower branch, and then Ashley makes it onto the slightly higher branch. And then once they're situated on their branch and one arm is firmly wrapped around the trunk of the tree, they're able to kind of breathe for a second and take stock of their situation. And even though, of course, the elephant in the room here is that their friend was just eaten by a crocodile, but it's like they can't process that yet. Instead, they start talking about, okay, well, our families, they're going to recognize our absence and they're going to tell the police, and the police are going to launch a search and they're going to come find us. Both of them were confident, or they acted confident, that that was going to happen, but they also knew that there was no timeline for this. It could be hours or days until this actually happened. And so as these two teens are sitting on their branches, the reality of their situation really started to come crashing down on them, because yeah, they're safe in this tree, But how long can they possibly stay in this tree for? I mean, eventually they're going to need to fall asleep. And if they fall asleep, are they going to fall out of the tree and land in the water with this crocodile? I mean, they just didn't know how this was going to turn out. And so as the two began comforting each other, reassuring each other that, oh no, it's going to be just fine. Someone's going to find us tonight or tomorrow, we'll be just fine. As they're doing that, Ashley suddenly stops talking to Sean and just looks straight down. And so Sean realizes what Ashley's doing, and he matches his gaze and he looks straight down, and at the base of their tree in that black water is the 13-foot long saltwater crocodile. It's back, and it no longer has Brett in its mouth. They have no idea where Brett is. He's just gone. Saltwater crocodiles are considered the most aggressive and dangerous crocodiles in the world. And they are one of only 2 crocodile species that will actively hunt humans when given a chance. And so these 2 teens are helpless in this tree. All they have is some separation from the black water and this animal down below. And so they just find themselves staring straight down at this crocodile. And in turn, this crocodile just stares right back up at them. It's very clearly waiting for them. It wants them to come out of the tree so it can eat them. And so the crocodile just continuously repositions itself all around the tree. It's just keeping the top of its head out of the water so its eyes can look up at them. And so the teens are just praying that at some point it will grow tired of them and will leave. And after several hours, right as the sun is about to set, this crocodile does seem to give up on them, and it drifts under the water and disappears. After a couple of minutes, Sean, who was on the slightly lower branch, decides he doesn't want to be any closer to the water than he needs to be, and he's going to climb up to Ashley's branch. And so he very carefully stands up on his branch. He makes sure he's got solid footing, and then he reaches up and he grabs a branch with his right hand, and he kind of tests it, and he feels like it's pretty sturdy. And then he puts all his weight on it and tries to reach for another branch when this one breaks. And as soon as that branch broke, Sean tumbled 10 feet into the water. And so he hits the water, he goes all the way under, he sinks a few feet under, and immediately he's turned around and he's trying to swim as fast as he can to the surface, and he's just expecting at any moment this crocodile is going to bite him. He gets to the surface and he looks around. It's a little bit dark, but he can immediately see his tree, and he realizes the current has pulled him away from his tree. And so in a panic, he starts swimming and kicking his legs as hard as he possibly can to get back to this tree. And he knows the whole time he's kicking his legs, he's just attracting the attention of this crocodile, but he's got nothing else he can do. He's got no other tree he can reasonably get to that will provide safety from this animal. And so with every ounce of energy he's got, he kicks and swims, and finally he manages to grab a root of this tree that his friend is still inside of, and he begins pulling himself with his lower half still submerged in the water. And so as he's dragging himself towards the trunk of this tree, he's just waiting for this crocodile to bite down on his legs, and finally he gets to the trunk of the tree and he's able to pull his body out of the water, and he clambers up to that original branch he was on. And then he and Ashley work to get him up to Ashley's branch. And as soon as he sits down next to Ashley and he's secure, they both look down, and just a little ways away from the tree, basically in the area where Sean had just landed in the water, they see with the little light that is left, this crocodile swimming right back over to the tree, and it camps out right underneath. Sean had gotten out just in time. When the sun finally did set about 10 or 15 minutes later, it became pitch black. There's no ambient light in this part of the world. There aren't any buildings or cities close enough to this area, and so it is truly pitch black. And so they could no longer see the crocodile down below. But they knew it was there because periodically they would hear it repositioning itself right underneath them. Also, because it was so dark, the 2 teens could not actually see each other. And so they began holding on to each other, and then anytime either of them moved, they would announce their movement to the other, just so they knew they had not fallen asleep and were not falling out of the tree to a horrible death. And so a few hours went by like this, where it was silence with the exception of the sounds of this crocodile repositioning itself periodically. A little after midnight, a huge storm rolled into this area, and it began absolutely downpouring, and the raindrops that were hitting the river were so loud that the teens could no longer hear the sound of this crocodile. And so they had no idea if it was still down below them or not. But every time lightning would strike, it would illuminate the sky for that flash of a second, and in that flash, they would look down, and there would be the crocodile. After several hours of this super intense downpour, downpour, the two teens also started to become concerned that all this additional rain could raise the water level of the river all the way up high enough that this crocodile might be able to jump out and reach their legs. But because it was so dark, they couldn't actually see the top of the water, and so they had no way of knowing if the water levels were actually rising or not. And so they both kind of sucked their legs up onto this branch and tried to make themselves as small as they could while still remaining anchored to each other and also to the branch. And that's how they sat for the next several hours, just hoping they would survive the night. Finally, when the sun came up that following morning, the teens immediately noticed that the crocodile was still right below them, just lurking at the base of the tree, waiting for them. And they also noticed the water level of the river had clearly come up quite a bit. And so if they weren't rescued soon, there was a good chance that another heavy rainstorm, that crocodile would be in range of them, and there was nowhere they could go. They were as high up as they could get. Not to mention the fact they were hypothermic, they were weak, they were tired, and if you fall asleep, you're gonna fall in the water. And so the two teens, they knew they did not have much time left. Luckily, at 10 a.m. that morning, they heard the sound of a police officer who was out in the mangrove forest. It turned out their families had recognized their absence. They had called the police, and that morning a search had been launched. They had found their truck and then had been walking down the river yelling out to them, and then they finally did find them. Initially, when they located these two teens stuck in the tree, they called in a helicopter to hover over them and lower down a ladder they could climb back up. But when the helicopter got close to this tree, the rotor wash from the spinning blades, it practically blew the boys out of the tree, and this crocodile was still in the water. The rescuers could see it, the boys could still see it, and so there was this fear that the helicopter would literally send them into the water to their death. And so they had to abandon the helicopter approach. However, the blades of that helicopter did ultimately scare this crocodile, and the crocodile swam away. And so as soon as the helicopter was off station, they had a boat come in, and the boat got right underneath the two boys. They jumped down into it and they were brought to safety. The two boys were brought to a hospital where doctors determined they were physically okay, but both of them were severely traumatized from what they had just been through. As for Brett, despite an exhaustive search of that river, they never found his body or any of his clothing or any belongings he had on him, and they never found the crocodile that killed him. In 2019, a 32-year-old United States Army soldier was stationed in Hawaii for training. This was his first time ever being in Hawaii, and so on his first day off, he planned to do some sightseeing. After doing some research, he settled on the Hawaii Volcano National Park as the first place he would go check out. This is one of the top tourist attractions in Hawaii that sees over 2 million yearly visitors. One of the main draws of this particular park is that it's home to one of the world's most active volcanoes, the Kilauea, that has been erupting consistently almost every year since 1983. On the evening of Wednesday, May 1st, John finally was given some time off, and so he hopped in his rental car and he made his way out to the park. When he got there, he was pleasantly surprised to see that it was not crowded in the least, most likely because he was there midweek. And so he paid his entrance fee, and then he started walking up a trail that would bring him up to this overlook that overlooked the caldera. The caldera of a volcano is the actual crater, the inside of the volcano where the actual lava comes out of. At the time John was at the park, the volcano was not actively erupting, and so there was no pool of lava inside of the caldera. However, the surface of the caldera, which was 300 feet below this overlook where John is, the surface was still 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, causing these massive steam clouds to billow up from it pretty much constantly. And so when John actually reached this overlook point and was looking out into the caldera, he was immediately disappointed because he couldn't see anything. And so as much as John craned his neck to try to get a better look down into the caldera, he was just totally obscured by the steam. Now, he was up against a safety railing that prevented people from getting closer, but he figured if he could just get right to the edge of this crater and he could actually look down inside, he might be able to see all the way to the base of the caldera. And so he looked around and noticed there were no other tourists up there with him. So he thought about it for a second and then decided, yep, I'm gonna do this. And he stepped over the safety railing and walked right to the edge of this crater overlooking this caldera. And as soon as he got there, he suddenly had this unencumbered view of the space directly at the bottom of the edge of the cliff. He could actually see down into the caldera now. And so he got his phone out and he started taking some pictures, and then all of a sudden the ground underneath him began to shift, and it shifted so quickly and so suddenly that threw him onto his back. And as he's laying on his back, scrambling to get back up again, the ground underneath him just completely collapses, sending him careening down 300 feet into the scalding hot caldera. When John fell, another tourist did happen to walk up another nearby trail, and they actually saw him as he fell. And so they called 911, and immediately first responders were on scene, but they were facing the same issue that John was, which is the steam was so intense inside of this volcano that you can't really see down into it. And so they had rescuers walking along the rim of the volcano, and they had helicopters in the air, but it really wasn't doing any good. And in the back of all rescuers' minds, they knew that realistically, there's just no way John could have survived this. I mean, you can't survive a 300-foot fall, but even if you did, you couldn't survive being at the surface of the caldera that's over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. You'd die within a couple of minutes. But the rescuers pushed that thought out of their mind, and they focused on being positive and just continuing to look for John. And 2 hours into their search, when it was totally dark outside and hope was just about gone at this point, somebody spotted John on a little ledge jutting out 70 feet down from that cliff he was standing on. When he fell, when the ground dissolved underneath him, he managed to land on this tiny little ledge. Had he fallen an inch left, an inch right, an inch forward, he would have tumbled to his death. There's no two ways about it. But he landed perfectly on the one ledge that could have saved his life. But he was so badly injured, he couldn't climb back up again. However, rescuers were able to rappel down to him, put him in a harness, get him back up, and he was able to make a full recovery. In December of 1961, James McCormick Sr. was on vacation from his job as a fire inspector for the city of Portland, Oregon. And he was feeling bored, he was feeling kind of restless, and he decided he wanted to go do something fun with his 16-year-old son named James McCormick Jr. They settled on going hunting together as they were both avid outdoorsmen, and so they, along with their hunting dog, headed out to Larch Mountain on December 4th. Even though Larch Mountain was only 30 miles from the city, it was known as one of the most rugged and wild areas in the northwestern United States. And so the men arrive at Larch Mountain, they're excited, they hop out of the car, they put their gear on, and they begin hiking into the wilderness. Now, the weather forecasters had said it was probably going to be pretty cold. There might be some light snow in the area, but the weather should hold for their day trip out into the woods. And so they hadn't brought any equipment to stay out for multiple days. This was just going to be a full day event, but back at night. But after walking for several hours into the mountains, they started to notice the temperature was dropping rapidly. And then it started to rain, and then it started to snow, all in a very short period of time. And initially they decided they were going to gut it out and keep walking a little ways, but they decided, you know what, this is awful and our stuff's getting wet and it's going to get dark soon, so let's just turn around and go back. We can go hunting another day. But it had started snowing so quickly that when they turned around to start making their way back to their vehicle, the snow had covered over everything enough that it looked a little bit different. And they didn't have a GPS, they were using a map and compass, and they were not on a marked trail. They were just kind of walking around the mountains looking for a place to set up. And so they're walking back and they're making turns and they're starting to question where they are. And when they had walked for several hours in the direction they believed was back to the truck, well, they weren't anywhere near a road and they felt like they were in an area they didn't recognize, and they realized they were lost. At this point, it was snowing really hard and it was starting to get dark outside. And so the pair decided, you know what? We got to stay out for the night. We're not going to find our vehicle tonight. It's too dark and we don't know where we are. So let's camp out for the night, and tomorrow we will find our vehicle. But remember, they didn't have any equipment to stay out for the night. All they had was their warm clothes, but they didn't have a structure to protect them from the elements. And so they decided their best bet was to climb up into a tree, because at least that way they're off the ground, they'd protect themselves from predators potentially, and the branches of the tree would kind of protect them a little bit from the snow and from the freezing rain. So that night, James Sr., James Jr., and their dog, they huddle in this tree. It's a totally sleepless, miserable night as they're just destroyed by snow and freezing rain and wind. And then finally the sun comes up the next morning and there's a glimmer of hope, although it's still absolutely dumping snow on them. But they're thinking to themselves, this is going to make a heck of a story when we get back. And so they climb out of the tree, they stretch, they kind of, readjust themselves, and then they begin walking in a direction that they think is the direction towards their vehicle. And for several hours, they're just kind of walking, hoping they're going to run into this road, and they don't. And at some point they realize once again that they are in the same position they were in the day before. They don't know where they are. And now they've walked even farther, potentially in the wrong direction. And so they stop for a second, and James Sr. pulls out his map and he's trying to make sense of where they might be. He's looking around, he's trying to terrain associate to see if he can figure out if there's a specific way he should be going, when his son, who was a really tough kid, didn't complain about anything. He said to his dad, I'm feeling delirious. I feel like I can't think straight, and it's hard for me to stand even. I'm going to sit down. And his dad's looking at him, not concerned about this, because it was a pretty miserable night the night before, and so it makes sense he might be tired. But, they had slept a full night's sleep the days leading up to this trip. They've only been out in the elements for one day. They do have warm clothes on. They do have food. They do have water. And so he figures his son will just sit down for a minute, and then he'll get back up and be rejuvenated, and they'll keep moving out. And so James Sr. continues looking at his map. He's looking around, kind of waiting for his son to say, okay, I'm ready to start moving again. But his son just continues to deteriorate. He's speaking in nonsense, and he can't stand up. And this was the first time that James Sr. really started to feel concerned for their actual safety. Because even the night before, when they were up in the tree, even then, it just felt like it was this crazy thing that was happening to them and that everything would be fine. And even that morning when they got up and it was still snowing and they're still lost, he had that optimism, and so did his son. But now thinking, okay, we are potentially staring down another night out here, and we're going to eventually run out of food and water. Our clothes are starting to get wet. The temperatures are dropping below freezing. We don't have a tent. We don't have a shelter. And now something's wrong with my son, which is concerning in and of itself. But if he can't move, then we can't make progress towards getting out of this situation. And so James Sr., who was this really fit fireman, he said, okay, I'm going to pick you up and I'm going to carry you. And he picked his son up, fireman's carry, put him over his shoulders. And for 3 hours, James Sr. just continues to march around looking for the way out. And after 3 hours, when they had not gotten anywhere closer to a road or any civilization, and now it was dark out again, he collapses with his son, and he puts his son down by a tree, and he sits down next to him, and he's totally defeated. And he's like, we got to get ready for another night. We got to get back up in a tree, and we got to do this again. And so as they're sitting there kind of talking about how they're going to get James Jr. up into a tree for the night, because, he's too weak to climb up himself, they both notice these very bright lights about 100 feet in front of them that look like headlights. And James Sr. is like, oh my goodness, what luck. There is a road that we just didn't see, and there's a car that's parked right there. I'm going to go up and communicate with them and tell them that we are stuck out here and see if they can give us a ride. Stay right here. I'll be right back. And so James Sr. gets up and starts running towards these lights, because these lights are their lifeline, and he wants to get to them before they potentially pull away without realizing, there's some people that really could use some help here. And so as he's moving, 50, 60, 70 feet away from where his son and his hunting dog were, the lights just continue to go farther and farther away from him, to the point where James Sr. stops. And he's looking at these lights thinking, are those headlights? Like, what are those lights? And at some point, the lights just kind of disappear into the forest, and then they're gone. James Sr. looks around and he realizes, there's no road over here. I'm in the middle of the woods. Like, what were those lights? And so he stands there for a minute thinking to himself, am I losing my grip on reality? Like, what's going on here? And he turns around and he starts running back to where his son and his dog were. And when he gets there, only his dog is there. His son is now gone. And what's going through James Sr.'s mind is, how? Because he couldn't walk until now. And my son certainly wouldn't have lied to me and made me carry him all the way here. And there's enough light out that he could actually still see the footprints on the ground. And so he grabs his son's backpack that was left by the tree, he picks it up, he grabs his dog, and he starts yelling for his son and starts walking along the footprints that were left by presumably his son. And so he's walking along these footprints, he's yelling out for his son, he's not hearing anything, and this whole time he's thinking to himself, like, why would he even leave? Even if he could move, why would he leave? You know, we're obviously in this together. Like, what's going on with my son? And so he's walking, and after about 30 minutes of walking along these footprints, because the snow was coming down so heavy, the prints were getting harder and harder and harder to track because they were filling in with snow. And finally it got dark out, and then he really couldn't see the prints anymore. And now James Sr. is absolutely panicked. You know, this is a nightmare. Where's my son? What were those lights? Oh my gosh, it's going to be another night out here. And he just picks a random direction, and holding onto his son's stuff with his dog, he just starts running. The next day, James Sr. and his dog would stumble into this lodge that was about 6 miles away from where they had parked their car over at Larch Mountain. Now, that doesn't mean they moved 6 miles to get there. They probably zigged and zagged all over the mountain, and they covered much more than 6 miles, but it was a 6-mile shot to this lodge. They stumble inside, and it was just a miracle that he had found it. He basically had ran all night until he found a road, and he traced it up to this lodge, and he told the staff inside, my son is missing. We've been gone for 2 days now. He's out in the middle of the woods. He's hurt. Someone needs to go out there. And so very quickly, the police were called, and word spread to the firefighters in Portland, Oregon that, you know, the fire inspector's son is missing. And so 200 off-duty firefighters made their way up to the mountain as well to assist in this search. The paramedics wanted James Sr. to just go to the hospital and let the searchers do their job. But James Sr. was not about to leave his son, and he refused medical attention, and he went out with the first group of searchers. And somehow he was able to get them to the rough area that he was able to recognize as, you know, roughly where his son had been sitting when he went missing. They searched that area and very quickly found James Jr.'s glasses case, as well as his boots and his socks, but no James Jr. Later in the day, though, they would find James Jr. He was about 1,000 feet away from where his boots and his glasses case were found, at the bottom of this cliff, and he was deceased. Now, initially the thought was, well, you know, he must have gotten confused and walked away from where he had been told to sit and fell off this cliff. But they determined he did not die from the fall off this cliff. He had made his way down to that cliff and then died of exposure. So how was James Jr. able to suddenly be able to walk again? And once he had that skill back, why didn't he go to his dad? Why did he walk away from him? And why did he take his shoes and socks off to do that as well? And what were those lights that James Sr. saw in the middle of the woods? Because they weren't headlights. And it was only when he went to investigate them that suddenly James Jr. up and walks away. When most people picture Russia in their minds, they picture European Russia, which is literally the part of Russia on the western side that sits in Europe and is by far the most populated part of the country. But European Russia only accounts for 23% of the total territory that is Russia. The other 77% is to the east of European Russia. It starts at the Ural mountain range, and it extends all the way over 5 million square miles to the Pacific Ocean. And this vast, mostly forested expanse, which is 50 times bigger than the entire United Kingdom, is called Siberia. And Siberia is absolutely brutal. In Siberia, it is almost always freezing cold. Literally, the average annual temperature across all of Siberia is 32.9 degrees Fahrenheit, so it is 0.9 degrees above freezing on average every single day. In addition to the extremely deadly weather that exists basically year-round in Siberia, Siberia is also home to a bunch of huge deadly animals, such as the brown bear, which is the same as the infamous grizzly bear in North America, the gray wolf, which by size alone makes virtually all other wolves look like little puppies. Gray wolves can grow to be nearly 200 pounds. And of course, there is the highly intelligent Siberian tiger, who is perhaps one of the only predators on Earth that is known to seek out and kill people for revenge. For example, in 1997, a hunter named Vladimir Markov was walking through a Siberian forest when he came face to face with one of these Siberian tigers, and he ended up shooting the tiger before fleeing, except the tiger didn't die. Instead, it got up and secretly followed Vladimir all the way back to his cabin, and then this tiger camped out outside of the cabin until Vladimir came out again, and the tiger pounced, killed him, and ate him. And so, unsurprisingly, Siberia has an absolutely minuscule population relative to its massive size. However, there are some adventurous people out there who are drawn to Siberia for the same reasons that most other people avoid it. These adventurous people see Siberia as one of the last truly wild places on our planet, and they want to experience it for themselves. And one of these highly adventurous people was a young man named Colin Madsen. Colin, who came from a very successful American family, was a big outdoors enthusiast who at some point in his youth began researching Siberia because he fell in love with its rugged natural beauty. He quickly began researching not only Siberia, but Siberian culture and Russian culture, and also at some point he became fluent in the Russian language. Then, in 2013, when Colin was 22 years old, he left his home in Missouri and moved to Siberia. He settled in one of Siberia's few population centers, a city called Irkutsk, which is located in the southeast of Siberia and right along the edge of Lake Baikal, which is the world's deepest freshwater lake. Colin's Siberia plan was twofold. He would go to school while he was there, and he would go out and explore. And at first, his plan went perfectly. He was accepted into Moscow State Linguistic University in Irkutsk, and very quickly he made friends who were eager to accompany him on his adventures out into the Siberian wilderness. From his arrival in Siberia in 2013 to 2016, Colin did well in his studies, and he spent countless hours exploring the forests and mountainous areas all around Lake Baikal and right outside of Irkutsk. In fact, Colin became so familiar with this region that he began volunteering with a nonprofit in the area that went around marking new trails, which meant Colin was literally venturing into the wilds of Siberia and just marking the trail as he went. So when Colin's family heard about what happened to him in 2016, they could not believe it. In March of 2016, Colin and 3 of his good hiking friends, one was American and 2 were Russian, decided they wanted to go on a hike together. They settled on hiking to the summit of Love Peak, which was a mountain located a few hours away from Irkutsk in a small village called Arshan. This hike was nothing compared to the gnarly Siberian wilderness hikes all 4 of these guys had been on before. The trail that led up to Love Peak, it was fairly steep, but it was incredibly well marked, and all 4 of these guys had hiked it several times before. However, because Colin and his friends were so experienced at hiking in Siberia, they knew that even the easiest hikes needed to be respected because Siberia was still Siberia. There were dangers that lurked everywhere. And so the men called ahead to the village of Arshan, and they rented one of these small rustic cabins that's in the village that sits right at the base of Love Peak, and it's kind of tucked away in this forest. And so this cabin would serve as their sort of base camp and would allow them to arrive in Arshan, get their gear together, and then when they were ready, they could begin this hike to the summit. And so a few days later, on March 27th, Colin and his 3 friends loaded up their car and they drove west to Arshan. And when they got there, they stopped at a local store and got some supplies and then made their way to their cabin. Their cabin was just a single room with a few beds inside of it. It was enough to protect them from the elements, but really nothing more. As for a toilet, the cabin didn't have one, but there was an outhouse outhouse outside that they could use. So after the friends moved into the cabin and claimed their beds and put their things down, they all sat down and began prepping their gear and eating some food and chatting. And then finally, at 2 a.m., they decided they needed to go to sleep because their plan was to get on the path up to Love Peak by 7 a.m., which meant they needed to get up at 5 a.m. to make their final preparations. So at 2 a.m., the lights in the cabin turned off and the friends all fell asleep. And then 3 hours later, at 5 a.m., when the lights came back on again, it was immediately clear something was wrong. Colin was not in his bed. His friends assumed, when they looked over at his bed and saw his personal belongings were all still there, that Colin must have gotten up and headed outside, maybe to use the outhouse or go for a quick walk, and they just hadn't heard him leaving. And so the three friends initially just kind of shrugged off Colin's absence and said, he'll be back any minute, most likely, and if for some reason he's not back soon, he'll certainly be back by 7 a.m., because that was the agreed upon time they would leave for this hike. But as the minutes ticked closer and closer to 7 a.m., and Colin still had not shown up or tried to call them or do anything, the friends started to worry. It just didn't make any sense that Colin would just get up and leave without telling them where he was going. Finally, at 7 a.m., when Colin still had not shown up, and the friends' cursory search of the outside area near the cabin had yielded no results, they decided they had to tell someone. And so they wrote a note addressed to Colin, and they put it on the front of their cabin door. And this note basically just told Colin, if you come back here and you see this note, know that we're looking for you. So stay put or tell someone you're here. And so after putting up this note, the friends left the cabin and they headed to the nearest police station where they reported Colin missing. The police would eventually launch this huge search in and around Arshan, both in the forested area right around the village and then also up into the mountains near Love Peak. But despite this huge effort, no one could find Colin, at least not at first. On Monday, April 4th, so 8 days into Colin's disappearance, a group of searchers were looking in the forest about 1 mile away from the cabin where Colin and his friends had been staying. And they look up ahead and they see there is this clearing and there's something in the middle of it. And so the searchers begin moving their way towards this clearing, ducking under branches and stepping over brush. And when they get close enough, they can see Colin is in the clearing, and Colin is deceased. He was laying flat on his back with his left arm extended out to the side and his right arm extended but closer to his body, and both of his hands were clenched in tight fists. And on his hands and his wrists were visible abrasions and cuts, which later would be determined to have most likely been caused from someone or something holding onto him, trying to restrain Colin. Colin also had visible abrasions and cuts on the front of his neck. Colin's clothing, which consisted of a long-sleeve thermal shirt, heavy pants, and hiking boots, were ripped and torn in several places. And interestingly, Colin was not wearing socks under his boots. Now that seems inconsequential, but Colin had had surgery on both of his ankles and had scar tissue on his ankles that if he didn't have socks on, those scars would rub against the inside of his boot, and he said it was very painful. So he always wore socks. Also, Colin's body showed virtually no signs of decomposition, and all of his wounds and abrasions looked, quote, fresh, according to medical personnel. In short, Colin looked like he had recently been in some sort of physical altercation, and whoever or whatever he was grappling with had eventually overpowered him and killed him, although it was not clear how he actually died. Russian authorities were very quick to suspect Colin's three friends who had been with him, but they were brought into the station and they denied having anything to do with Colin's death, and they all passed their lie detector tests. After that, Russian authorities quickly closed this case by concluding that, well, if his friends didn't do it, then that means Colin must have been high on drugs or drinking alcohol or both, and he just wandered out of his cabin and he got lost in the woods and he died of hypothermia. He froze to death. The end. However, Colin's parents just could not accept that as being what happened to their son. There were a lot of reasons for skepticism, but the main one was that Colin was an absolute expert at navigating this particular region of Siberia. And so the idea that he would leave his cabin for a quick walk or something and get so completely lost that he would die 8 days later seemed way too far-fetched. And so Colin's parents hired a US-based private lab to do a review of Russia's autopsy of Colin to give their opinion if the autopsy was accurate or not. And this US-based lab pretty much immediately found that the Russian autopsy was not remotely accurate. Number one, Colin was not under the influence of alcohol or drugs. He was sober. Although technically he did have very small amounts of THC in his urine. THC is the chemical that is found in marijuana, but the amount was so little, it basically meant he had consumed the THC days before he went missing. And so he would not have been remotely affected by that small amount of THC in his system. Number two, the lab determined that Colin almost certainly did not die from hypothermia. Instead, all signs pointed to Colin dying from being suffocated, meaning he was murdered. Someone crushed his airway or in some way restricted him from breathing, and that's what killed him. And three, based on the lack of decomposition, the freshness of the injuries on Colin's body, and the lack of animal predation on his body when they found him, indicated that Colin did not just wander out of his cabin and immediately die somewhere in the forest. Instead, he was alive for most of the time people were looking for him, meaning when they found him, he likely had died within hours of being found. And so these findings by this US-based lab kind of create a general theory about what must have happened to Colin. After Colin left the cabin in the early morning hours of March 28th, maybe to go to the outhouse or to go for a quick walk, when he went outside, someone or something was nearby, and they either lured Colin to them or they straight up ambushed Colin and took him away. Now, we have no idea what happened to Colin after he was abducted, but we can safely assume that after being abducted and taken somewhere, he was alive, and he stayed alive for several days until on the 8th day of his disappearance, Colin was killed, likely by his captor, either at the spot where he was found, or he was killed somewhere else, maybe in the forest, and then moved to the spot where he was found. Many people believe it was the Russian government who targeted Colin, they kidnapped him, and they killed him. And their botched investigation into his death was actually a calculated cover-up. Colin had participated in at least one peaceful environmentalist-led protest in Siberia, and after the protest, Colin apparently got a written warning by the Russian police not to attend another protest. But why would Colin, who was just one of many people involved in these protests, be singled out by the Russian government and killed for his participation? And why would the government elect to kill Colin when he was with 3 of his closest friends who would immediately notice his absence? It just doesn't add up. Today, Colin's parents are still trying to figure out what happened to their son, but unfortunately, their son's case is closed in Russia, and so no one on the Russian side is talking to the parents or giving them any new information. And so as a result, they and the rest of us are left to wonder who or what was lurking in the shadows when Colin stepped out of the cabin that morning. And then where did they take him? And what did they do to him for nearly a week before they killed him deep inside of that Siberian forest? Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have hundreds of videos for you to binge right now. But if you're looking for a recommendation from me of that one video that's worth your time, well, it's this one right here. So give it a watch. All right, until next time, see ya.
The world's highest slopes remember every mistake. From a drone operator who stayed in the death zone, frost crusting over his camera as he fought to capture one last shot for his film, to a team that lingered too long on the summit ridge, laughing through thin air as storm fronts built unseen. But first, the climber who refused goggles, convinced the mountain should be felt, not filtered. It was May 14, 2016, on the southeast ridge of Mount Everest, at roughly 27,600 feet. Morning sun reflected off the upper slopes with a sharpness that burned exposed skin within minutes. The air was perfectly clear, no wind, no drifting spindrift, just the kind of deceptive calm that lures climbers into thinking the mountain has relented. Two figures advanced toward the south summit, moving on fixed rope across an icy traverse that had already claimed its share of frostbite cases that season. The man at the front, 33-year-old Ethan Larson from Colorado, had built an identity around natural mountaineering. He climbed with minimal synthetic layers, lightweight boots, and goggles that he usually left hanging from his chest strap. To him, the glass barrier dulled the experience, believing the mountain was meant to be felt, not filtered. His Sherpa partner, Dorje, had warned him repeatedly about the light at this altitude. UV radiation above 26,000 feet is magnified by snow reflection and thin air, often burning eyes in less than an hour. Ethan waved the concern away. The sky was spotless. Visibility, he said, was the best he'd ever seen. By mid-morning, that clarity turned against him. As the sun climbed, light refracted off the ice fields below the balcony and pierced the corneal tissue unprotected by his bare eyes. At first, the pain came as irritation, tearing and squinting, but within an hour, the freezing wind deepened the injury. Each blink felt like sand scraping across glass. Dorje urged him to descend, but Ethan insisted it would ease up once they reached Camp 4. He slowed, pausing every few steps to rub his face with gloved fingers, unaware that the friction was worsening the frost damage around his eyelids. Not long after, he began missing footholds. The surface around 27,800 feet was firm but uneven, and his limited vision turned each step into guesswork. Dorje took over the lead, calling directions for him to follow, but Ethan's responses grew disoriented. He drifted toward the outer slope, still unclipping and reclipping his Jumar at the wrong anchor points. At one point, he turned completely around, convinced the descent was upward. Dorje tried to secure him with the short rope they shared, but the distance between anchors forced him to move ahead and reset. For nearly 40 minutes, he shouted over the thin wind until the answers stopped coming. When other climbers reached that section later in the afternoon, they found a single ice axe planted upright beside the fixed line. 30 feet downslope lay Ethan's body, partially draped in his tether. His goggles were still clipped to his harness, the lenses coated in frost. Frostbite had clouded both eyes white. His pupils were unresponsive. Medical teams later estimated he'd collapsed from a combination of snow blindness and hypothermic exhaustion. The following morning, Dorje returned with a recovery team, but shifting weather forced them to leave him secured to the rope at 27,600 feet, a common practice for unrecoverable remains in the death zone. His position was later confirmed through reports from other expeditions passing the same route that season, who noted the body anchored near the fixed line. For all his talk about connecting with the mountain, Ethan never realized that exposure isn't purity. It's risk multiplied by arrogance. On Everest, even something as simple as refusing a pair of goggles can strip a climber's vision, direction, and life within the same clear morning. He believed clarity meant connection. That sight itself made him closer to the mountain, yet blindness took him before he even began his descent. 3 years later, another climber would also trust his vision too much, not to see with his eyes, but through the lens of a machine that failed him in the same thin air. It was May 21st, 2018, on the upper southeast ridge of Mount Everest, just above 28,000 feet. The morning started deceptively calm, with faint wind ripples across the fixed lines and a streak of pale blue sky over the south summit. Visibility stretched for miles across the Tibetan Plateau. To the climbers preparing for their final ascent, it looked like the perfect summit day, clear, still, and bright. Yet weather readings from Camp 4 had already begun, showing signs of the jet stream shifting east. The barometric pressure had begun to drop sharply, and oxygen levels were falling faster than expected for that time of morning, an early sign that the jet stream was moving closer. Within hours, gusts of over 60 miles per hour were expected to roll over the ridge. Among those climbing that morning was 29-year-old Jason Kearney, a tech vlogger from Seattle known for blending adventure travel with camera gear reviews. He had built a modest following online by documenting extreme environments with drones and action cameras. His expedition wasn't commercial. He had joined a smaller independent team that hired Sherpas only for logistical support. Jason's goal was to capture summit-level footage, not from the very top, but from the upper slopes near the South Col. Earlier in the climb, he had managed a brief test flight around 23,000 feet, where the drone lifted but fought to stay stable in the thin air and cold. That small success convinced him he could handle one more attempt higher up. His Sherpa guides warned him that the upper ridge often turned without warning once the jet stream began shifting. One of them reminded him that the mountain punished anyone who lingered too long, but Jason brushed it off. He trusted the readings on his controller more than the mountain's silence, convinced that data and preparation outweighed instinct. The conditions that morning looked deceptively stable. He waited for a lull, unfolded the drone beside a rock ledge, and powered it on. The thin air and cold immediately affected the motors. Propellers spun unevenly, and the feed flickered. Within seconds of takeoff, a cross gust from the jet stream hit the ridge. The drone veered sideways, lost lift, and vanished into the cloud forming below. Jason stared at the controller, watching the battery indicator plunge to zero as the signal dropped out. The others began their descent as the wind rose sharply. White mist thickened into a low cloud, blurring the fixed ropes. Jason stayed where he was, crouched on the ridge, insisting he could still retrieve the footage. The small beacon light on his drone's controller blinked weakly. Connection lost. Instead of following the ropes back down, he unclipped and moved toward where he believed it had fallen, about 65 feet off the main path. His Sherpa shouted for him to return, but the words dissolved in the wind. For nearly an hour, Jason drifted between outcrops, sweeping his gloved hand across the snow in short arcs. Visibility shrank to just a few feet. The horizon vanished entirely. The ridge and sky merged into a single gray blur, and the air filled with fine ice crystals that stung his skin and clung to his gloves. The wind flattened sound until even his own breathing seemed distant, muffled by the storm. Oxygen levels fell dangerously low, and his regulator began to hiss unevenly as ice built inside the valve. When the others reached the South Col, they realized he hadn't followed. A second team ascending later that afternoon reported seeing a lone figure kneeling near a narrow crevasse, still holding a controller, his movements slow and disoriented. By the time rescuers reached that section the next morning, the weather had sealed the ridge in cloud and high wind. His body was found a day later near the balcony, half buried in wind-blown snow, his right hand still gripping the drone controller. His mask hose was detached, and his oxygen cylinder had run empty. The drone itself was never located, likely swept into one of the lower gullies. His team logged the coordinates and marked the spot with an ice axe before descending to Camp 2. For a climber who trusted machines to conquer altitude, Jason Kearney vanished not in darkness or storm, but within the clarity he tried to capture. Everest took him in full daylight, his final image frozen mid-frame. And if some vanish chasing the perfect view, what becomes of those who are taken while standing still, with no motion, no warning, and nowhere to fall but through silence itself? It was April 3rd, 2017, on the upper Kangshung face of Mount Everest, at roughly 25,000 feet. The night air was unnaturally still, a thin, brittle calm that carried every sound, the faint ticking of cooling metal, the soft creak of ice beneath the tent floor. The sky had cleared after 2 days of low cloud, revealing a waning moon that reflected off the slope's glassy surface. To most climbers, the conditions looked unstable. The snowfield below Camp 3 was heavily corniced, and the wind had carved hollow cavities beneath the ridgeline. For one man camped near the edge, it was the perfect opportunity for a photograph. The climber was 37-year-old Thomas Wainwright, a British alpinist and documentary photographer who preferred working alone. Known among peers for his precision and patience, he had spent years documenting Himalayan peaks from less traveled faces, avoiding commercial routes and summit crowds. His current expedition was a small, mixed-nationality team attempting the Kangshung Face, Everest's eastern wall, notorious for its ice fluting and unstable snowpack. While the others camped farther inland along the slope, Wainwright had moved his tent closer to the cornice lip, explaining that he wanted a clear, unobstructed view of the sunrise for a time. Lapse Project he had been filming throughout the climb. The team's Sherpa coordinator had quietly objected. The overhanging ridge had shown new fracture lines after the last windstorm. Crevasses beneath the surface had widened, and several ice screws near the lip had begun to shift. Wainwright acknowledged the warning, but argued that his tent anchors were secure. He had installed 2 additional screws and tethered the shelter to a fixed picket driven into the ice. From a technical standpoint, his setup looked clean and deliberate, typical of his careful style. What he could not see was the weakness forming beneath the cornice shelf, a cavity where meltwater from the previous week had refrozen into a brittle layer. As darkness deepened, the temperature dropped below -13 degrees Fahrenheit. The snowpack contracted, tightening around the tent's anchors with audible pops. Inside, Wainwright reviewed his footage by headlamp, adjusting the intervalometer on his camera for a dawn sequence. He secured it on a small tripod at the tent's entrance, lens aimed toward the eastern horizon where the first light would spill over Makalu. The rhythmic flutter of the fabric against the wind faded as the ridge fell silent. Sometime after 2 a.m., a minor tremor passed through the slope, possibly a distant Sirac release from above. The vibration propagated through the frozen layers, unsettling the delicate balance of the overhanging cornice. A faint cracking sound followed, muffled at first, then sharper. The rightmost ice screw twisted slightly as the ice beneath it sheared. Wainwright stirred, unzipping his bag to check the line tension, unaware that the snow layer directly under his vestibule had fractured into a void. When dawn light began to appear, the temperature shift triggered expansion in the upper crust, forcing the fracture to propagate. At approximately 5:42 a.m., the cornice segment gave way. The tent, still tethered to its anchors, slid as a single unit over the edge, dragging its occupant and camera with it. The initial fall was short, about 15 feet, before the ropes tightened and swung the tent outward into space. The entire assembly then dropped again when the second anchor failed, bouncing down the slope and catching on a protruding Sirac roughly 200 feet below. The time-lapse camera, still recording, captured the sudden jolt and tumble. For several minutes, the lens pointed upward at a skewed angle, showing fragments of flapping fabric and the dim glow of morning light breaking through thin cloud. The footage ran for 47 minutes before the battery exhausted. The final frame froze on a blurred image of snow particles drifting past the lens. When the main team woke at Camp 3, they noticed his absence but assumed he had begun an early photography session. Only when daylight strengthened did they see the torn outline of the cornice where his tent had been. A faint trail of disturbed snow led to the edge, ending in a gap that opened into shadow. The Sherpa coordinator immediately descended with 2 others, probing the slope with poles until they spotted orange nylon far below. Ropes were fixed from an anchor point above the break, but reaching the tent proved impossible. The serac it rested on was cracked and overhanging open air. Aerial reconnaissance from a helicopter later confirmed the tent's position and partial burial. The risk of collapse prevented retrieval. The footage card was recovered weeks later, when a section of debris slid lower onto a more stable ledge, discovered by a later expedition. Thomas Wainwright's footage was examined posthumously. It showed the pale band of first light over the Himalaya, the faint silhouette of Makalu rising in the distance, and then the abrupt drop that ended both the sequence and the man behind it. Not every death on Everest comes in darkness or from exposure at altitude. Some are claimed far lower, where the air is thick and the danger looks ordinary, where a single step off the marked route can turn a shortcut into a trap, and experience itself becomes the reason no one turns back. It was April 18th, 2015, on the lower Khumbu icefall of Mount Everest, around 18,000 feet above sea level. The morning light filtered through hanging spires of ice, scattering soft blue reflections across the frozen maze. Climbers from multiple expeditions were already lined along the main route, waiting their turn to cross a series of aluminum ladders stretched over yawning crevasses. The icefall was alive with sound, groaning ice, distant pops from shifting seracs, and the occasional clatter of metal against rock. Beneath the stillness, the glacier itself was moving, sliding slowly but relentlessly toward the valley below. Among the climbers was 46-year-old expedition leader Robert Hensley, a veteran American mountaineer known for his efficiency and impatience with bureaucracy. He had summited Everest twice before, both times as part of guided commercial teams. This year, he had brought his own small group of clients under a private permit. His plan was to reach Camp 1 ahead of the bottleneck, forming at the icefall ladders, a familiar choke point that often delayed climbers for hours. Hensley believed the main route, fixed and maintained by the icefall doctors, had become too crowded and inefficient. He argued that the glacier shifted so rapidly that approved paths were only marginally safer than any other well-scouted corridor. At dawn, while most climbers queued at the first ladder crossing, Hensley directed his team to veer left, toward a section of the glacier marked as closed by faded red flags. The decision saved them time. Within minutes, they were alone, threading between towering seracs that glowed faintly in the sunlight. The walls of ice rose more than 40 feet high on either side, narrowing into a corridor littered with small chunks that crackled underfoot. It was a route rarely used for good reason. The area was beneath an unstable ice bulge known to shift after warm spells. But the night had been cold, and the early morning seemed calm. Hensley's Sherpa liaison, Pa Song, hesitated before following. He had crossed this glacier more than 100 times and knew the patterns, the low thuds, the subtle shifts in sound that signaled tension within the ice. But Hensley pressed forward, setting ropes along the edge of a shallow crevasse and hammering in snow pickets as temporary anchors. The others followed, moving carefully across the uneven floor. Around 6:40 a.m., Pasong noticed a fine mist rising from the corridor ahead, a faint plume of snow dust, barely visible against the sunlit air. It was the first sign of trouble. Seconds later came the sound, a sharp crack from above, followed by a low, rolling boom that reverberated through the canyon of ice. Hensley turned in time to see a shadow sweep across the path. A serac, larger than a house, had detached from the wall above, breaking into sections as it fell. The first impact struck the glacier floor about 50 feet ahead of them, releasing a blast of powder and fragments that filled the corridor. Another section broke loose seconds later, cascading directly into their path. The air pressure alone knocked climbers off balance, shattering one of the ladders and tearing loose the fixed ropes. The collapse continued for nearly 30 seconds, an eternity inside the icefall, before the echoes faded into silence. When the snow settled, the corridor was gone. Where the narrow passage had been was now a mound of shattered ice blocks, some as large as trucks. The debris was unstable, and occasional slabs continued to slide and grind. The main route, less than a quarter mile away, remained intact. Climbers there felt the tremor, but couldn't see what had happened. From Camp 1, radio operators picked up fragments of a distress call before static consumed the signal. Pasong's transmitter was damaged, and his voice cut out mid-sentence. Rescue teams from multiple expeditions began preparing to descend, but the icefall was still shifting. It took more than 4 hours for the first responders to reach the area, moving slowly across new cracks and collapsing snow bridges. By then, there were no survivors. Hensley's group had been buried beneath more than 20 feet of compacted ice. One climber was found partially exposed, helmet crushed, harness still clipped to a snapped rope. A red pack was recovered near a fissure where the ice had split apart, a marker that guided rescuers to the rest of the debris field. Days later, as the glacier continued to move, search teams found a broken series of route markers staked into the ice. GPS readings confirmed that the team had deviated only about 650 feet from the approved path. Had they followed the main route, they would have been on the opposite side of a natural ridge that absorbed most of the collapse. Robert once described Everest as a place that rewarded initiative, but on the Khumbu Icefall, initiative can't outthink movement. The glacier shifts on its own schedule, erasing shortcuts as quickly as they appear. He did not vanish in a blizzard or from exhaustion near the summit. He died in seconds beneath collapsing ice, buried before he could even call for help. But if the mountain can kill without warning in a single strike, what happens to those it spares for a while longer? Letting triumph turn slowly into tragedy, one delayed decision at a time. It was May 29th, 2021, on the south summit ridge of Mount Everest, roughly 28,700 feet above sea level. Afternoon light stretched long over the Tibetan Plateau, gilding the upper slopes with a shallow glow. The summit winds, calm through most of the morning, were beginning to rise. Light plumes of snow drifted from the cornices, curling away like smoke. Forecast bulletins from base camp had warned of a jet stream surge moving in from the west, with gusts exceeding 40 miles per hour after 4 p.m. But on the ridge, celebration outweighed caution. The 4 climbers, Sanjay Gurung, Ritesh Bandari, Kiran Lama, and Nirmal Thapa, had reached the summit later than planned at 3:40 p.m. For Sanjay, a 32-year-old software engineer from Pokhara, the climb marked years of quiet preparation and savings. Ritesh, 34, a freelance videographer, had secured small sponsorships from outdoor brands in exchange for footage. Kiran, 30, was a former trekking guide making his first attempt above 26,000 feet. Nirmal, 33, managed logistics for the group and had organized their permits under a limited support arrangement. Few Sherpas, lighter loads, and minimal backup oxygen. The late hour meant the margin for error was gone. The summit, normally cleared by midday, was already emptying as clouds thickened below. Yet, Ritesh insisted on filming short clips for their followers. He unpacked his phone, set it to record, and asked the others to stand together for a final summit moment. Each took turns filming panoramas and voice messages through their masks, tagging sponsors and friends. Their oxygen cylinders hissed softly in the background, gauges showing less than 1/3 capacity. Ritesh suggested a short live stream before descent, just one more minute for the audience back home. The others hesitated, but Sanjay nodded. They lingered nearly 90 minutes above 28,900 feet, alternating between filming and posing, while the weather line crept closer. Gusts intensified, driving snow sideways and freezing around their mask valves. The bright light dulled to gray, and the summit ridge dissolved into fog. By 5:15 p.m., visibility had dropped to almost nothing. The fixed line leading back toward the south summit vanished into white haze, and their headlamps reflected off swirling snow. Nirmal went first, trying to locate the anchor, but the rope was already buried. Kiran followed, clipping by touch, while Sanjay and Ritesh stayed behind to check the second line near the cornice. A sudden gust hit, strong enough to stagger them. Ritesh shouted for Sanjay, but his voice vanished in the wind. When the storm subsided hours later, only Kiran and Nirmal were alive, sheltering behind an ice bulge near the balcony. Their oxygen was nearly gone, masks frozen with condensation. A Sherpa team from Camp 4 reached them at dawn, escorting them down through broken fixed lines and waist-deep drift. Days later, rescuers found Sanjay and Ritesh still roped together beneath the ridge. Their phones held the final clips, snow sweeping over the lens, muffled voices, and the hiss of wind smothering their words. The timestamps read 5:19 p.m., minutes before the whiteout engulfed the route. Their footage spread widely online, circulated across climbing forums and regional news sites. For climbers, it became a cautionary echo. On Everest, triumph ends the moment celebration begins. Every minute above safety is borrowed time. Thanks for watching. Enjoy this video? Click more.
You remember when that actor on Drake and Josh committed murder? No, not this actor. Actually, this actor. Now, the guy's name is Johnny, and Johnny is 28 when all this starts, and he's living in Los Angeles. And Johnny, he's been acting for a long time. You've probably seen him in stuff. Like I said, he was in an episode of Drake and Josh. He was on Malcolm in the Middle. He was in an episode of Criminal Minds. He was on The OC. But he's probably best known for playing Half-Sack on the show Sons of Anarchy. And in my opinion, he's really good in that role. So yeah, you get it. He's been acting for a long time with a lot of success. But one night in 2011, all that is thrown into jeopardy. Because Johnny is out riding his motorcycle on the highway, but in a remote desert area, when suddenly, skirt, he loses control and kaboom, he crashes. And poor Johnny, he gets taken to the hospital and he has a major head injury. Luckily, he doesn't seem to have a concussion. So eventually, they clear him to leave and he leaves the hospital. But here's the thing. From that point on, Johnny's dad starts noticing that Johnny, he's acting kind of weird. Like he's acting erratic and unpredictable. He also becomes super sensitive to light for some reason. And his friends have also been noticing that he's acting weird. Like sometimes he randomly starts speaking in a British accent and he doesn't realize he's doing it. So dad gets worried and he schedules him to get an MRI. But Johnny doesn't want to get an MRI. He swears nothing is wrong with him. So because he's not listening to the people around him, things keep getting worse. Like one day in 2012, he's visiting his parents' condo and he decides to go for a walk outside. And while he's walking, he thinks he hears cries of distress coming from inside a neighboring condo. Now, we don't know if he actually heard someone crying out or if he was just hearing things in his head. Either way, he breaks into the unit to check it out. But no one is there. Then, instead of leaving, Johnny just stays. And eventually, 2 men show up because, they live there. And they're like, what the fuck, bro? You need to leave. But Johnny's like, nah, and pow, pow, he hits the both of them with a broken bottle and a fight breaks out. And after they punch him in the head 17 times, they eventually are able to pin him down and call the police. And so, bam, Johnny gets arrested. Here's a mugshot. And while he's in jail for this incident, he starts acting even crazier. Like he's smashing his own head against a concrete wall, he tries to jump off a second-story part of the jail, and I guess he also tries to unalive himself. So they transfer him to a psychiatric hospital. Later, he gets out of that hospital, and unfortunately, things don't get better. He tries to unalive himself again. He also tampers with his parents' circuit breaker because the lights, I guess they're bothering him, because remember, he's now sensitive to lights. And he doesn't stop there. Around a month later, Johnny walks up to some random guy outside a yogurt shop and kapow, he sucker punches the dude without even being provoked, like for no reason. And so, bam, he gets arrested again. And I guess he gets out after that because a few days later, he walks into the ocean fully clothed and he has to be hospitalized for hypothermia. Then he tries to break into some random woman's apartment in Santa Monica, and so bam, he gets arrested yet again. Here's another mugshot. And so you can see the dude is having a full-on meltdown, like he needs help. In fact, he pretty much has to step away from acting because of all the legal trouble he keeps getting into. Now, eventually, he gets a jail sentence over one of his past incidents, so he has to go and serve out this sentence in the county jail. However, he's not there long before he gets transferred to a mental health facility again, where he can get, proper treatment. And at the facility, the doctors finally diagnose him and they prescribe him medications for bipolar disorder and psychosis, but unfortunately, he refuses to take those medications. Like when they give them to him, he just hides them in his cheeks and then he will spit them out later. So ultimately, he doesn't get better. And several months go by. And he's now back in court again, defending himself, because I guess he decided he doesn't need a lawyer and he's just going to defend himself in court. And so he gets sentenced to another 144 days in county jail, because he had already served some of his time. So he goes to jail, but it turns out that the county jail is actually overcrowded, and Johnny only ends up serving about 44 days total before they let him out. And that's crazy that they let him out, but to be fair, after he's out, it seems like Johnny finally wants to make a change. Like he finally realizes that he needs to work on turning things around for himself, or he's just gonna keep going back to jail over and over again. But instead of getting mental health treatment and going on some kind of medication like I would hope someone in his position would do, he decides to jump back into his career and back into being creative. So he goes to his dad and he asks him to arrange a stay with this woman, Catherine. And Catherine, she is a nice older woman who's known around Hollywood for running what's called the Writers' Villa, which is sort of a bed and breakfast where artists and writers will rent a room and they'll live there with other artists and they can all, be creative. So Johnny goes to live there. And I guess he's lived there before, and Catherine is actually happy to have him back. And Johnny, he's glad to be back there. I mean, this is going to be good for him and his recovery. And maybe now this will be the end of his turbulent behavior and he can finally start getting his life back together. Until it all falls apart. Remember how Johnny feels like he's sensitive to lights and he has this habit of tampering with the circuit breakers? Well, one night, I guess he feels like the lights at the Writers' Villa are just too much for him, and allegedly he takes the liberty of messing with the circuit breaker and cutting off the lights for the whole villa. And according to Catherine's friends, she finds out it was him, and she gets all pissed off, and she allegedly lets him know that that wasn't cool. And so now Johnny's all pissed off too. The next day, I guess he suddenly just snaps. And he goes to Catherine's room, and he confronts her. And at some point during that confrontation, pow, he starts punching her. Then he grabs her, and he starts strangling her, and this, unfortunately, kills her. And if that isn't bad enough, Then he goes and he unalives her poor cat. Oh, and he's still not done. Then he goes outside and he picks a fight with a house painter who's doing some work on a neighbor's deck. And I guess Johnny starts arguing with that guy, and then he starts beating him. Then a neighbor tries to step in, and Johnny starts beating that neighbor. But that neighbor, even though he's in his 70s, he ain't no punk. He fights back, and he punches Johnny, and he somehow ends up hitting him with a chair. And while Johnny's stunned, that neighbor and the painter both run away and into his house, where they shut the door behind them. And pretty quickly, Johnny is there trying to force his way through that door, but he can't get through. Meanwhile, one of them calls the police while Johnny tries to flee and get away. And he runs and he jumps a couple of fences and he ends up back at the writer's villa. And from there, he climbs up to the upper patio or roof part. And here, it isn't actually clear what happened. He either jumped off the roof or he fell. Either way, he landed on the ground and he hit his head and he died instantly.
On the evening of June the 14th, 2016, what began as a peaceful family holiday at Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida, turned into a heartbreaking national tragedy. At Disney's Grand Floridian Resort and Spa, 2-year-old Lane Thomas Graves was playing near the edge of a man-made lagoon when, in a matter of seconds, an alligator emerged from the water and pulled him under. Despite the desperate attempts of his parents to save him, Lane disappeared beneath the surface, never to be seen alive again. This incident shocked the country and raised serious questions about the unpredictable dangers that can lurk even in the most carefully curated environments. But what happened that day? Let's talk about it. This is the story of the death of Lane Thomas Graves. Lane Thomas Graves was just 2 years old at the time of his death. Described by his parents Matt and Melissa Graves as a bright, joyful and loving little boy, Lane was from Elkhorn, Nebraska. He was a healthy, happy toddler who had just started showing his personality, curious, sweet-natured and full of life. The Graves family had travelled to Florida for a vacation, like so many other families, to experience the magic of Walt Disney World. They were staying at Disney's Grand Floridian Resort and Spa, one of the most luxurious hotels on Disney property. Positioned on the edge of the Seven Seas Lagoon, the Grand Floridian is known for its Victorian-style architecture, fine dining in close proximity to the Magic Kingdom. The resort features white sandy beaches along the edge of the lagoon, inviting areas where guests often relax, take photos, or enjoy the evening's fireworks. At the time, signs near the lagoon read no swimming, but there were no warnings specifically about alligators or wildlife in the area. The beach areas were not fenced off, and the calm appearance of the water gave no indication of hidden danger. For the Graves family, and many others, it seemed like a safe, peaceful environment. It was around 8:30 p.m. on June the 14th, 2016. The Graves had been at an outdoor movie night on the lawn of the hotel. They made their way down to the beach area that bordered the Seven Seas Lagoon, a man-made lake that sits between the resort and Magic Kingdom. It was warm and calm, and children were playing in the sand. Lane, just 2 years old, was walking near the shoreline, splashing his feet in the shallow water. His mother and father were nearby, keeping a close eye on their 2 children. Suddenly and without warning, an alligator estimated to be between 6 and 7 feet long lunged from the lagoon and grabbed Lane. His father, Matt Graves, immediately rushed into the water and tried to wrestle the animal off his son. Despite the desperate efforts, he was unable to free Lane from the gator's grip. The animal disappeared back into the lagoon, dragging the toddler under the surface. Chaos erupted on the beach. Resort security and emergency responders were called immediately, and search efforts began almost instantly. The lake was quickly cordoned off, and specialized teams, including divers and wildlife officers, worked through the night using sonar and search equipment. Nearby beaches and marinas were cleared, and guests were asked to remain indoors. For 16 hours, crews combed the lagoon. Tragically, the following afternoon, Lane's body was found intact, submerged in the water not far from where he had been taken. Authorities confirmed that he had died from drowning and traumatic injuries, consistent with an alligator attack. In the days that followed, wildlife officers captured and euthanized several alligators from the Seven Seas Lagoon for forensic examination. Although officials were unable to definitively identify which alligator had taken Lane, suggested it was likely one of 2 female alligators found near the scene. No remains were found inside any of the bodies, but bite marks and proximity were consistent with the attack. A further 250 alligators would later be removed. Attention quickly turned to Disney and whether enough had been done to protect guests. At the time of the incident, there were no signs specifically warning about alligators, despite the lagoon being a known habitat for them. Florida, with its warm climate and abundant waterways, is home to more than 1 million alligators. It is not uncommon for them to enter man-made bodies of water like golf course pools or resort lagoons. Some guests later came forward claiming they had seen gators in the area earlier in the day and believed warnings should have been posted. In a public statement shortly after the incident, the Walt Disney World president said, "There are no words to convey the profound sorrow we feel for the family and their unimaginable loss. We are devastated, and our hearts go out to them during this time of grief." The Graves family released a statement saying, "Melissa and I are broken. We will solely focus on the future of our family and the healing of our hearts." Following the tragedy, Disney installed barriers and ropes along the beaches of all its resorts bordering the water. They also added clear signage warnings of the presence of wildlife, including alligators and snakes. In addition, the company implemented more aggressive wildlife monitoring and removal programs in collaboration with the FWC. The investigation ultimately concluded that this was a rare and unprovoked predatory attack. Lane had not been feeding the animals, and there was no indication of negligence on the park or the parents. Instead, it was a devastating convergence of circumstance. Natural wildlife intersecting with human-designed spaces in a moment that forever altered a family and led to a permanent policy change across Disney properties. In the wake of the Lane Thomas Graves death, there was no public lawsuit filed against Disney by his parents Matt and Melissa. Many people, including legal experts and journalists, noted the absence of litigation and wondered if a private settlement had been reached behind closed doors. While official details remain sealed, certain court records and actions suggest a financial agreement may have been made. Florida wrongful death attorneys have speculated that Disney may have privately settled with the Graves family for a significant amount, possibly in the range of $10 million or more. Rather than seek retribution, Matt and Melissa Graves turned their grief into a force for good by establishing the Lane Thomas Foundation. The organization, based in Omaha, Nebraska, provides financial and emotional support to families of children in need of life-saving organ transplants. Since being founded, the foundation has helped dozens of families in crisis and continues to be a beacon of hope for those navigating the darkest of times. Lane Graves was laid to rest during a private funeral in Elkhorn, his hometown. The service was intimate, surrounded by family and close friends who gathered to honour the short but meaningful life of a little boy who left a lasting impact on so many. A year later, on what would have been his 3rd birthday, hundreds came together again for a public memorial held at Elkhorn South High School. Blue balloons were released into the sky, and attendees wore shirts printed with messages of love and remembrance. The Graves family handed out M&M cookies, which were Lane's favourite, and silver crosses with blue ribbons, attached to cards with prayers and memories. Speaking to the crowd, Melissa said, "You'll always be Mummy's loving, sweet baby boy. We miss you, buddy, and we miss those hugs and kisses." Matt echoed her words, recalling the joy Lane brought into their lives and expressing gratitude for the overwhelming support they had received from the community. In September 2018, Matt and Melissa Graves shared a deeply personal and hopeful announcement: the birth of their son, Christian Lane Graves. In a public statement, they said, "Although we know the pain of losing Lane will never go away, we feel God has blessed our family with a precious miracle of life. May Lane Graves rest in peace." As always, this is not an AI channel, I do everything myself, and if you appreciate my work, subscribe, and if you want to go the extra step to support the channel, maybe consider becoming a member. I have left a link to the foundation below, so make sure to go and check that out. Let me know what you thought about this case in the comments below, and as always, thank you for watching.
Suzanne Eaton was a 59-year-old American scientist who was working as a professor of molecular biology in Dresden, Germany. A big part of her job at this institute was to travel around the world and hold conferences on the latest developments in her field. In July of 2019, she traveled to the scenic Greek island of Crete for one of these conferences, not knowing that this was going to be her last, and that the person responsible for her end would be caught because of his videos on YouTube. The incident happened on July 2nd, when, after a conference, Suzanne spent time with her peers and played the public piano in the venue's lobby before saying her goodbyes and heading out to her hotel in the afternoon. Sadly, this was the last time anyone saw Suzanne alive. Her coworkers noticed her absence when she didn't show up for the second conference scheduled for 6 p.m. that evening. It wasn't like her to skip events out of the blue. Something wasn't right. A fact that became increasingly clear when over 24 hours passed without anyone hearing from her. So, on July 3rd, her colleagues called the police to check on her, hoping she was simply sick or something similar. However, when officers arrived at her hotel room, no one answered the door. They acquired a spare key from the hotel management and went inside, only to find the room completely empty and undisturbed. All of Suzanne's belongings were also still in the room. The only things missing were her running shoes and a set of exercise clothes. Those who knew her immediately understood what this meant. You see, in addition to her academic prowess and piano expertise, Suzanne was also an athlete at heart. She was a double black belt in Taekwondo, and despite her age, loved going on a run every day. Knowing this helped investigators narrow down what might have happened to her. Put simply, she likely went on a run soon after returning to her hotel on July 2nd, and something went wrong after that. She wasn't super familiar with the area, and to make matters worse, the weather was uncomfortably hot that afternoon. There was a strong possibility she collapsed from the heat or something else along those lines. After putting this together, the Crete police immediately dispatched a search and rescue team in the area surrounding her hotel and around popular running trails. Her family even traveled to Crete and put a €50,000 reward for anyone who could help find Suzanne. Unfortunately, Suzanne was nowhere to be found. That is until 5 days later, on July 8th, when two young men were exploring one of the abandoned World War II Nazi bunkers scattered across Crete. Around 200 meters in, one of them noticed a piece of burlap covering something on the ground. They picked it up from one end to see what was underneath, and what they found was the aftermath of one of the most horrific crimes in Crete's recent history. The burlap was covering the bloody remains of Suzanne Eaton. A later autopsy report discovered that Suzanne had several broken ribs, multiple fractures throughout her body, a missing ear, and much, much more. Whatever happened to her certainly was not an accident. The investigators began searching for clues, and fortunately it didn't take long for them to make their first major breakthrough: a set of car tire tracks leading up to the entrance of the bunker. Analyzing these tracks allowed investigators to find the car responsible for transporting Suzanne's remains to that bunker. It belonged to 27-year-old Yanis Paraskakis, a local sheep farmer. But when questioned, Yanis feigned ignorance and claimed that him driving through that area on that day was nothing more than a coincidence. He went as far as to say that he didn't even know about the existence of that bunker, a lie that would eventually lead to his arrest. You see, Yanis had a dream to become a successful YouTuber. He started a channel with his own name in 2012 and began posting videos. However, if you go to his channel today, all you'll find are 3 videos of him performing an ancient Chinese martial art and meditation technique called Qigong. That's because a couple days before Suzanne's body was discovered, Yanis deleted every other video on his channel. And once authorities recovered some of these deleted videos, it became clear why. You see, most of these deleted videos involved Yanis exploring abandoned World War II bunkers, including the one where Suzanne's remains were discovered. This contradiction gave the authorities the go-ahead to formally arrest him on July 15. It also allowed them to investigate him further, and the evidence they discovered was overwhelming. As it turned out, the land where this bunker was located was owned by Yanis's family. Investigators also found traces of Suzanne's blood in his car's trunk. When confronted with this evidence, Yanis cracked and told the whole story. According to him, he saw Suzanne running down the road and something came over him. He hit her with his car twice before putting her in his car, driving to the bunker, and ending her life there. He later changed his story to where he was compelled to commit this crime by a demon. Unfortunately for him, the jury didn't buy this one bit and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole in 2020. Now, this should have been the end of Yanis' story, but from what I've seen, there's more to his actions than just this one crime he was convicted of. The thing is, Yanis presented his vile act as a crime of opportunity, something he did completely out of nowhere. However, there's evidence to suggest that Yanis might be a full-blown serial killer. For instance, he was apparently detained by the police twice before, once for arson and once for animal cruelty, both of which are well-known early behaviors of serial killers. After his arrest, several other women also came forward, testifying that he had tried to run them over with his car as well in the past. So, Suzanne was more than likely not his first victim. However, the most solid evidence against Yanis is in one of the deleted videos he uploaded to YouTube. In it, we can see him showing some very human-looking bones scattered throughout the same bunker Suzanne was discovered in. These bones were never discovered by the authorities, suggesting they might have been removed by Yanis to hide evidence. But what makes this truly disturbing is what his friend says at one point in the same video. This roughly translates into, "Is this where you left that old guy?" Insinuating that Yanis had disposed of one of his previous victims in the same bunker before. And if that is the case, one can only wonder how many other people Yanis has killed over the years. Simply Manic 6075 was a YouTube channel owned and operated by 24-year-old Samantha Wolford. She lived in the small community of Monticello, Texas with her husband Ernest Lee Ibarra, aka Ernie, and their 5 children. She usually made videos about her day-to-day life and other random topics. Her story began in 2008 when she was at the lowest point of her life. She'd recently become the single mother of a pair of twins and had no love interest in her life. That's when she met Ernie at a local tattoo shop, and the two hit it off right from the get-go, eventually getting in a relationship and starting a family together. In one of her videos, Samantha described the day she met Ernie as the happiest day of her life. Together, they were blessed with 3 more children, including 1 more pair of twins. Raising 5 kids was a challenge, but Ernie made it work by taking a second job in pizza delivery. So, while they had endured tough times together, Samantha, Ernie, and their 5 children appeared to be the perfect loving family. However, while being a stay-at-home mother was all she could do at the time, Samantha still had a dream of becoming a famous actress one day.
I've always wanted to be an actress. I think it is so much fun. I've been extras in movies. I've had small parts in like short films. It is so much fun and it is so beautiful. It is one of the most amazing forms of art ever to be able to express yourself that way. I think it's amazing.
So, in October 2010, she created her YouTube channel and started posting videos, hoping to become a popular YouTuber and fulfill her dream on the internet instead. And things were going surprisingly okay in the beginning. Samantha would post new videos whenever she had something new to say. And while most of her videos struggled to get past 100 views at the time, the few viewers she had were enough to keep her going. But as time passed on, her passion for making videos turned into an obsession. She started spending more of her time on making videos than her family, putting even more pressure on an already stressed out Ernie. Around 2014, she also started accusing Ernie of hurting her in her videos, hinting at just how bad their relationship was going. But then, after posting a seemingly random video in March of 2014, Samantha mysteriously vanished from the internet. Maybe she lost interest in YouTube or just wanted to focus on her family again. No one knew exactly why she quit so abruptly. Then, on the 20th of February 2015, viewers finally received the update they were waiting for. Unfortunately, it was far more tragic than anyone could have imagined. It started with the Texas police receiving a call from one of Samantha's aunts asking them to save her niece's life.
Taos County 911, what's your emergency? I have a home invasion. My niece is tied up. I am at the verge of untying my niece at this particular moment.
Okay, she's tied up.
She is tied up and gagged.
And gagged? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anybody else there?
Where are the kids? We have 5 small infants asleep.
Apparently, 3 masked men broke into their home in the middle of the night and attacked the couple while they were asleep. The intruders then tied Samantha in her bedroom and after hitting him with a gun a few times, kidnapped Ernie. Samantha somehow managed to get her ties loose enough to call her aunt, who then contacted the police after arriving at Samantha's home herself. By the time officers arrived, Samantha's aunt had set her free from the restraints. The kids were fortunately safe as well. However, what made this whole situation strange was that the intruders didn't take anything else from their home besides Ernie. And from the people who knew him personally, Ernie wasn't the type of guy to make enemies with dangerous people. Put simply, investigators sensed something fishy with the whole situation. But all that paled in comparison to the main objective, which was to save Ernie as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Samantha didn't know anything that could give investigators their first clue. With no other option, the officers took Samantha to the station for further questioning, hoping to extract any useful information they could from her. But what none of them expected was that Samantha would change up her story completely after entering the interrogation room. Where before she didn't know anything about the assailants, now she had the name of a potential suspect, John Rebel. As Samantha's story goes, she was talking to her friend about Ernie's supposed attacks on Samantha, when suddenly a man with the pseudonym John Rebel overheard their conversation and started talking about how a man shouldn't treat a woman that way and that he was going to handle the situation. Well, as it turned out, the name John Rebel actually belonged to someone, a man named Jonathan Sanford. The police found and arrested John not long after Samantha gave out his name, right alongside his two accomplices, Jose Ponce and Octavius Rhymes. Surprisingly, Jonathan put up little to no resistance and immediately confessed to kidnapping Ernie. He also confirmed the worst possible outcome, that by the time the police got involved, Ernie was already dead. The three took him to a secluded forest and executed him with one shot to the back of his head. However, even after learning all this, one question remained. Why? Why would three men who didn't even know Ernie kidnap him from his home like that? Every answer to this question pointed back to Samantha, who kept denying any involvement. Even if the investigators ignored her suddenly remembering the perpetrator's name, there were several other suspicious aspects to her story. Like, how was she able to untie herself enough to call her aunt? Why didn't any of her neighbors hear the break-in? And why were the kids all sleeping in the same room when usually they're scattered throughout the house? It wasn't long before investigators uncovered undeniable evidence of her direct involvement. This included instruction messages she sent to Octavius when the officers were trying to call Ernie's phone, which he had on him. These read, "Kill his phone, shut that down, ditch phone, move." There was no doubt about it at this point. Samantha was in colluding with her husband's killers. And as the investigation went on, the real story came out as well. Samantha had apparently become addicted to the idea of becoming a famous YouTuber, and her neglect of the kids became a constant source of fighting between the couple. But instead of resolving the issue like a responsible adult, Samantha colluded with her friend's boyfriend to hatch a cartoonishly evil scheme to get rid of Ernie. They first wanted to plant hard drugs in his car and get him arrested, but later made the heartless decision that taking his life would be much easier. There's also a chance that Samantha went with the murder plan because it would have brought her more attention on YouTube. She was eventually sentenced to 149 years in prison for killing her own husband, leaving her 5 children completely orphaned in the process. Diana Lovejoy was a successful technical writer living in the town of Carlsbad, California with her husband Greg Mulvihill. However, while her corporate job paid the bills, Diana's true passion was becoming a triathlon athlete and documenting her journey on video, resulting in her eventually starting her own fitness blog called Lovejoy Fitness and a YouTube channel by the name of Heavy DJ. She started this channel all the way back in 2008 and over the years used it to document various parts of her life. From meeting her parents after a long time to going scuba diving with her husband. At one point, she even tried to become a cooking show host of sorts.
Doesn't that smell nice?
Unfortunately, her channel never really took off, forcing her to eventually cut her losses and move on with her life in March of 2012. Or at least that's what it looked like from the outside. In reality, Diana's reason for abandoning her YouTube channel was kind of wholesome. You see, Diana and Greg had been trying for a baby for years by this point. Tragically, Diana had suffered 8 different miscarriages and was quickly losing hope. But then in September of 2012, the two were blessed with a perfectly healthy baby boy, marking an end to their struggle. However, what should have been a moment of celebration started a downward spiral of lies and betrayals, eventually culminating in an assassination attempt. Things started going downhill when just a few months after the birth of their son, Greg lost his job, leaving Diana as the sole breadwinner. The stress of the previous miscarriages, combined with the crushing weight of having to support a family in an extremely expensive city all on her own, spelled disaster for their marriage. It wasn't long before the two were constantly fighting with each other. Things escalated even further on July 9, 2014, when Greg returned home only to see a police officer waiting for him at the door. The officer explained that Greg wasn't allowed to enter his own home because, as it turned out, Diana had accused him of attacking both her and their son. What followed was a nearly 2-year-long divorce mediation, during which the investigators found no evidence supporting Diana's accusations, allowing Greg to get a 50-50 custody of their son. Diana was also ordered to pay $120,000 as a part of their divorce settlement in late 2015. But before the divorce could be finalized, Greg received a phone call from an anonymous number that changed everything. The voice on the other end claimed to be a private investigator Diana had hired recently. And according to this investigator, he already had solid proof of the attack claims Diana had made against Greg. But for some unknown reason, he wanted to help Greg win the case, so he claimed to have left the documents taped to a power pole located on a small hiking trail near Greg's home. Greg naturally found this whole thing pretty suspicious and decided to take one of his friends with him to the pole on the night of September 4th, 2016. Sadly, despite his suspicions, he failed to grasp the true intentions of the strangely helpful private detective.
Hello, this is 911.
Yeah. Hi, my friend has just been shot.
Do you know who shot him?
There's a guy lying down like a sniper.
A sniper? Did you see him at all?
Briefly, we saw the gun, and he shot at us like 6 or 7 times.
When Greg reached the pole, a sniper opened fire on him, shooting him clean through the chest. Fortunately, the bullet missed his heart by mere inches, giving him a second chance at life. By the time the police arrived, the shooter had already fled the crime scene. But a quick survey of the area allowed the investigators to uncover a pair of towels the shooter left behind. Running a DNA test on these towels led to a man named Weldon McDavid, Diana's shooting instructor. Weldon tried to deny any involvement at first, but the evidence against him was overwhelming, as after a thorough search, investigators were able to find another set of the same towels at Diana's place as well. They had also received CCTV footage of Diana buying the burner phone Weldon later used to lure Greg into the secluded area. Most importantly, investigators also found the gun Weldon used on Greg, hidden in the rafters of his garage. By this point, it was clear that Diana was the one who wanted to get rid of Greg, likely to avoid paying the divorce settlement and keep full custody of her son. Diana and Weldon were arrested for the attempted assassination on Greg Mulvihill and tried for their crimes in November 2017. Both were found guilty, with Diana sentenced to 26 years to life and Weldon to a harsher 50 years to life. The only silver lining in this entire case is that Greg was able to make a full recovery and is now living with his son. The Gunnar Runar 87 channel on YouTube seems oddly wholesome at first glance. It's owned by an Icelandic boy named Gunnar Runar Sigthorsson and contains a single 3.5-minute video of him confessing his feelings to the girl he loves. The title translates to English as My Confession to Hildur. In it, he says things like,
Hún án efa sérstakasta manneskja sem ég nokkuð tímann hitt. Ég verð svo ótrúlega glaður bara að vera nálægt henni. Það þarf ekki meira. Og þetta ætlað þér því að ég held ég orðinn ástfanginn með þér.
However, this seemingly heartfelt love letter turned out to be the key to solving one of the most horrific crimes in recent Icelandic history. And it all led back to Gunnar and the troubled life he had as a child. You see, Gunnar didn't have a mother growing up, resulting in him getting extremely close with his father. However, on the night of September 20th, 1996, when Gunnar was just 9 years old, his father decided to end it all using a gun. What made this already messed up situation even worse was the fact that Gunnar was in the room with his father and witnessed everything. Unsurprisingly, this took a heavy toll on Gunnar's mental health. He withdrew from the world and refused to accept his father's death as reality. Everything seemed hopeless for Gunnar. That is until primary school, when he met a girl named Hildur and instantly became infatuated with her. He'd admired her throughout school and into adulthood, but never found the courage to make a move, fearing he'd lose his only close friend. However, things changed in 2009 when Hildur got engaged to a man named Hannes. This gave Gunnar the push to do something about his feelings. But given his shy personality, he still couldn't confront Hildur directly. So, in March of 2009, he created a YouTube channel and uploaded his confession on there. Hildur never reciprocated his feelings, but the two remained friends. Even Hannes, Hildur's now husband, didn't seem to mind Gunnar's company, something he likely regretted deeply just a year later. It all went down on the 14th of August 2010. Hildur was invited to a party that Gunnar was attending as well. But things got a bit out of hand and Hildur ended up drinking too much and passing out. Given their closeness, the task of getting her home safely was handed to Gunnar. But instead of dropping her off at Hannes' house like he should have, Gunnar took her to his own home. By the time Hildur woke up, it was already morning. She was understandably furious with Gunnar and immediately called one of her friends to drive her home. But nothing could have prepared Hildur for the horrific scene she witnessed on the other side of her front door. Her husband Hannes was lying on the top of the staircase near their bedroom, submerged in a pool of his own blood. She ran outside and called the authorities. Sadly, it was already too late. Hannes had received over 20 stab wounds on his body, from his arms and legs to the back of his neck, and was long dead by the time Hildur found him. Given his condition, his death was ruled a homicide, and investigators wasted no time in looking for the killer. And while they initially suspected one of his business rivals of committing this horrific crime, it didn't take long for investigators to find Gunnar's video confession to Hildur and bring him in for questioning. Gunnar denied knowing anything about it and was eventually let go due to lack of evidence. Fortunately, not all hope was lost, because not long after that, investigators found a bloody shoe print next to Hannes' bed. Looking deeper into this print revealed that it belonged to a pair of limited edition Adidas shoes. At the time, there were only 18 of these specific shoes in all of Iceland, and Gunnar just so happened to own one of these pairs. This was enough evidence to detain him once again. This also gave investigators the authority to do a thorough search of his belongings, resulting in them finding residue of Hannes' blood on his shoes, as well as in his car. Once presented with this evidence, Gunnar confessed to the murder. He also revealed that he'd been planning it for months, and even shoplifted the items he intended to use to avoid purchase records linking back to him. And while he didn't admit to it, Hildur also suspected him of spiking her drink that night, since she usually never passed out like that. After committing the crime, he also drove to a nearby pier and dumped items used in the crime into the sea to get rid of any evidence. It was a well thought out plan, since he was only caught because the garbage bag he used to hide his shoe prints tore open as he walked. As for his motive, it was just as everyone had expected, with him making it clear during the investigation, stating, "I loved Hildur. She was supposed to be with me. She was not supposed to be with him." Surprisingly, he was found not guilty during his first trial on March 1, 2011 by reason of insanity stemming from his messed up childhood. However, the prosecution argued that he was fully aware of his actions and escalated the case to the Supreme Court of Iceland. Gunnar was found guilty on this second trial and was sentenced to 16 years in prison. This was already lenient given the brutality of his crime, yet he ended up serving only half of that sentence as well. He was released under supervision in July 2019 and now works at a local warehouse.
Hi, if you didn't know, we have a podcast now. The link is in the description and pinned in the comments. If you want to check it out, that'd be very cool. Thank you, bye. This case takes place in the USA in the 1990s. Rita Huffman was a 48-year-old saleswoman and a divorced mother living in a rural part of East Wenatchee. She was described as a friendly and hard-working mother. Rita shared her home with her younger daughter Mandy. Her personal life was stable, and she had a boyfriend at the time. Nothing appeared to be out of the ordinary in the days before what happened. Rita's daughter Mandy was 15 at the time. Mandy was a popular girl at school. She played on a softball team and was known as an outgoing, athletic girl with a bright smile. In the spring of 1995, she was finishing the school year and was looking forward to a summer break. But it was also around this time that a 25-year-old man drifted into the city in Washington and rented a place just a few blocks from Rita Huffman's home. This man had no known relationship with Rita or Mandy. They never knew he existed. Unbeknownst to them, however, the stranger in their vicinity had taken a dark interest in their family. This man secretly watched the Huffmans for weeks, studying their habits as he indulged in violent fantasies of himself as a werewolf stalking his prey. One apparent vulnerability in the Huffman household was a sliding glass door at the back of their house. They left this door unlocked. The family lived in a safe, semi-rural neighborhood, and they didn't obsess over safety. It was somewhat of a different time. And of course, there were no obvious warning signs. On the evening of the 12th of April 1995, Rita spoke with her boyfriend on the phone at around 10 p.m, and according to him, nothing seemed amiss during the conversation, which tragically was their last conversation. However, sometime after 11 p.m, as the mother and daughter were winding down for the night, this unknown man set his plan in motion. Using the unlocked rear door, the intruder slipped into the Huffman house under the cover of darkness. The neighbors heard nothing. Inside the Huffman household, Rita and Mandy were in separate rooms. Rita was relaxing in the living room when this man approached her, brandishing a knife and wearing a ski mask. Before she could even make any noise, the killer ambushed her and repeatedly stabbed her at least 31 times, mainly to the upper chest and the neck. With Rita's life fading, the killer headed upstairs to find Mandy. The killer wasn't as stealthy the second time. He never got the chance to deploy an attack out of the blue. Mandy noticed the killer, and when he tried to attack her, she bravely fought back. Defensive wounds across her body proved this. But the killer was a grown man. He managed to inflict several stab wounds to her neck and chest, just like he did to her mother. The only distinguishing act was the fatal strike, delivered by a powerful blow to the side of the skull with a baseball bat. And, believe it or not, it was after the murders took place that the real depravity began. The order of these events is not fully understood, but what is known is that after the killing, the intruder carried out several mutilations of an intimate kind. To Mandy, the killer essayed her posthumously. He then reached for the baseball bat once more and forced it deep into her abdomen through her privates. He then sliced open her torso from the groin area and moved around her organs. It's also suspected that the killer consumed her blood. And the mutilation didn't just stop here. The killer then drew his knife once more and began cutting the tissue away from Mandy's private area, which he then draped across her face as she lay on the bed with the baseball bat still in place. A truly grotesque display. This psychopath then undertook similar mutilations to Rita. However, he omitted the essay. It appeared that she was too old for his taste. Nevertheless, he opened her abdomen, exposed her organs, and chopped off her breasts and placed them on her nightstand. She too was left in a degrading position on the couch. The killer was in the home for around 2 hours and left shortly after. The next morning then rolled around. Rita also had an elder daughter who didn't live with her at the time. Her name is Angie. Angie grew concerned when she couldn't reach her mother or sister by telephone. This was out of character. They would always answer the phone. So later on into the morning, Angie got into her car and made her way over to the house to check on her family. Angie found the front door locked, so she walked around the back, entering through the same sliding door that was left open. Inside, she was met with a scene of pure horror. Nobody should have to experience what she experienced. The distraught sister ran to her neighbor's house screaming for help, and the police were called right away. And with this, the investigation began for one of America's most gruesome murders. Given the heinous state of the victims, investigators immediately summarized that robbery or financial gain was not the motive. The brutality spoke to a deviant and sadistic killer. The challenge was that the perpetrator had left no obvious clues like fingerprints or known DNA in the home. Nonetheless, police began piecing together subtle evidence from the neighborhood and the crime scene. One of the first breakthroughs came from a neighbor's account. They reported seeing a black Chevrolet pickup truck parked near the Huffman residence on the night of the murders, specifically at around 11:30 p.m., which detectives determined was roughly the time of the killings. This struck investigators as significant. That very lead soon intersected with another event from the same night. About 11:30 a.m. on the 13th of April, roughly 2 hours after the likely time of the murders, a police officer noticed a lone male sitting in a black pickup truck near the Huffman home. The officer who saw this man thought it was strange, so he approached. But here's the strange part. The man inside the black pickup truck immediately got out of his truck and raised his hands, as if anticipating an arrest. The officer questioned the man briefly. The man identified himself and claimed that he was just out for a drive. Seeing no obvious evidence of a crime at that moment, the cop let the man go with a warning. He had no idea that he had just come face to face with a killer who had just killed 2 people merely hours before. This information immediately elevated the unknown pickup driver to a person of interest in the double homicide. The suspect was soon identified as a 25-year-old man who had recently moved to the area. However, there wasn't enough evidence to arrest him just yet, so authorities discreetly placed him under 24-hour surveillance while forensic work was underway. Investigators then began digging into the suspect's background. They learned that he was staying in a rented basement room only a short drive away from the Huffman house. A woman who lived in the same residence told the police that on the night of the murders, this man had left the house at around 11 p.m. and did not return until 2 a.m. The timeline neatly fit into the window of the crime. As surveillance continued, detectives also obtained a search warrant to gather physical evidence. During the trailing of this man, officers observed him discarding a piece of clothing. This piece of clothing was a ski mask soaked in what appeared to be blood. They retrieved it and found that the blood on the mask matched one of the Huffman victims, and notably, the blood was saturated around the mouth area of the mask, suggesting that the wearer had pressed his mouth to a wound, leading investigators to think that this man had drank their blood. On the 14th of April, just 2 days after the murder, investigators made another crucial discovery. A 12-inch kitchen blade was found hidden in a garbage can outside the hall where the suspect's truck had been seen by the officer. The knife had dried blood all over it, and it was missing from a set in the Huffman's home kitchen knife block. This was the murder weapon. The police now had more than enough evidence to arrest this man, and so, on the 19th of April, 1995, a team of officers approached the suspect's residence and arrested him without incident. The man, now in custody, was identified as Jack Owen Spellman III. But who was he? Jack Owen Spellman III grew up in eastern Washington and had a troubled, nomadic youth. His mother went through 4 different marriages, and her 4 children, Jack and his siblings, grew up without knowing their biological fathers. By his early teens, Jack was exhibiting antisocial behavior. He struggled academically and ultimately dropped out of school in the 9th grade whilst living in a small town in Washington. After leaving school, he drifted between friends and relatives' homes. Those who knew him in his late teens recalled a strange man with very few close friends. In his early adulthood, Jack developed a strange fascination with wolves and violence. He began collecting wolf memorabilia, like posters and ornaments and pelts. He was pretty much obsessed. According to later accounts from acquaintances and family, Jack fantasized that he himself was some sort of werewolf. He often imagined stalking human prey under the moonlight and then savagely attacking, and Jack's propensity for violence soon surfaced in earlier incidents. He accumulated a criminal record as a young man, which included burglary, theft, assault, and malicious mischief in Washington state. In 1993, at the age of 23, he and a male friend were arrested for an alleged essay of a woman they had met at a bar in Kent. According to the police report, Jack offered this woman a ride home. When she realized their sinister intent, she resisted, but the men just continued. She later reported that Jack pinned her down while his friend attempted to essay her. The woman thankfully was able to escape, and she went straight to the authorities. Jack was charged with first-degree essay in that case, but the charges were eventually dropped due to insufficient evidence. But while Jack was in jail, he fantasized about stalking women and the things he would do to them. A fellow inmate also stated that Jack would always voice his desires for becoming a notorious serial killer when he got out of prison. In fact, he would often talk about the things he wanted to do to girls with strange intensity. Whilst in prison, he took out books from the prison library and obsessed over content about how to not get caught for crimes. He then learned to shave his entire body before committing a crime to reduce the chances of leaving hairs and DNA. After the charges against him were dropped, Jack was released. Jack had an IQ of a 4th grader well into adulthood, so job prospects were not endless for him. For employment, he held various menial jobs. At one point, he worked as a butcher's apprentice, a fact that prosecutors would later highlight given the precise and gruesome manner in which he dismembered his victims. Some sources even claim that butchering the animals aroused him. After his arrest, Jack was charged in Douglas County with 2 counts of aggravated first-degree murder for the slaying of Rita and Mandy Huffman. These charges carried the possibility of the death penalty under Washington law. prosecutors announced that they would indeed seek the death sentence, given the unbelievably gruesome nature of his crimes. In mid-1995, as forensic evidence piled up, the case against Jack for the Huffman murders was rock solid. The trial was scheduled for August 1996. Jack initially pleaded not guilty and appeared to be motionless in early court appearances. Although, facing the weight of evidence and the prospect of execution, Jack abruptly changed course in the spring of 1996. Just 4 months before his trial was set to begin, Jack Owen Spillman III entered a plea agreement with the prosecutors. He agreed to plead guilty to all charges in exchange for the state dropping its pursuit of the death penalty. But then, in an extremely surprising development, Jack admitted to another murder. For reasons that remain somewhat unclear, Jack voluntarily confessed to the murder of another victim, 9-year-old Penny Davis. In September of 1994, Penny told her brother that she was going to go out for a walk, but that she wouldn't stray too far from home. However, Penny did not return home that day. She was later discovered on the 28th of March 1995 in a shallow grave. Up until that point, Penny's case had remained officially unsolved, but as part of the plea deal, he admitted his guilt in Penny's case as well, thereby resolving that case without a separate trial. Jack's admission regarding Penny Davis caught some in law enforcement off guard. Authorities had suspected his involvement as he did live in the same building as Penny at the time, but they lacked any direct evidence to indict him. Jack offered no detailed account of how he killed Penny, and her remains were too decomposed to determine the exact cause of death, and Jack just refused to elaborate, perhaps due to the level of depravity. Having said that, investigators did know that Penny's body had been posed in a grotesque way, similar to the Huffman victims. It later emerged that Jack had returned to Penny's shallow grave after the murder, exhumed her corpse, to commit acts upon her body, before then burying her again. On the 30th of April 1996, Jack formally pleaded guilty to 3 counts of first-degree murder. He was 27 years old at the time of his conviction. For the aggravated murder of Rita Huffman, the judge sentenced Jack to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For the murder of Mandy, Jack received a consecutive 70-year prison term. Additionally, for the murder of Penny Davis, he was sentenced to 45 years and 6 months in prison. The sentences were set to run back to back. In total, Jack effectively received a life sentence, plus 115 years, ensuring that he would never leave prison alive. Essentially, this outcome was equivalent to what a jury might have decided if they had convicted Jack and spared him of the death penalty. During the entire trial, Jack made no statements and showed absolutely no remorse. He only spoke briefly to confirm his guilty pleas on record. The courtroom had to see and hear some of the most gruesome details of his crimes, as the prosecution recounted the evidence for the record. Family members of the victims were also present, having to hear what their loved ones suffered in their final moments. Now, also be careful if you do look up this case online after you watch this video. There are crime scene photographs of the murders, and they are some of the most gruesome, disturbing photographs I have ever seen. When the trial was finally over and the courtroom fell silent, what lingered wasn't just the horror of Jack's crimes, it was the unsettling clarity of his intent. He wanted this. He wanted to be known as an infamous serial killer. He was likely just disappointed that he got caught too soon. The evidence in the trial laid bare a man consumed by fantasies of domination and death, the careful stalking, the sadistic mutilation, the return to his victims' bodies. In reflection, detectives and prosecutors described him not as a man who lost control, but as one who sought control through cruelty. Even after receiving life without parole, Jack offered no apology to the victims' families. Detectives later said that he didn't feel remorse, he felt accomplishment. Investigators who interviewed him described him as a sadist and a narcissist who took great satisfaction in the notoriety of his crimes. And while he was sometimes cooperative during questioning, that cooperation was calculated and not compassionate. It's believed he only told the police about Penny so he could cement his legacy as an actual serial killer with 3 confirmed kills. The case of Jack Spillman is now referred to as the Werewolf Butcher. Today, Jack remains behind bars for life, a fate that guarantees that he will never harm another innocent soul again.
Tor Eckhoff, better known to his fans as Appator, was a 57-year-old Norwegian YouTuber and factory worker who spent his free time filming adventurous ice skating and camping videos. On November 26, 2021, he went out to film yet another ice skating video, something he had done many times before. This time, he chose Jacob's Dam, a lake near the city of Kongsberg, Norway, as the location for his next upload. By all accounts, this was supposed to be just another typical video for Tor. But what no one could have expected was that this time, things would go tragically wrong. His wife wrote on Facebook, "You sent me a message when you arrived with pictures of yourself in the water. Good conditions," you wrote. But something went terribly wrong. You ended up in the ice water, and this time you did not get up again, as you have done so many times before. It was Friday afternoon, and Eckhoff had made his way out onto the frozen dam when, suddenly, a nearby witness heard him calling for help. He had fallen through the ice. The witness immediately called for assistance, and rescue divers were dispatched to the scene. Tor was pulled from the freezing water and airlifted by medical helicopter to Oslo University Hospital. Sadly, despite their best efforts, his life could not be saved. Tor Eckhoff passed away the following Saturday, on November 27th, 2021, with his wife and son, Johannes, by his side. Strangely, this incident was something that had happened to Tor many times before. In fact, in a past interview, he even said, "I've always had a thing for cold water." Many theories have since spread online about what went wrong that day. Was the ice too thin for him to climb back up? Did he lose his ice spikes, the same ones he always carried to pull himself out of the water? None of these theories have ever been confirmed or denied. What is certain, however, is that something went terribly wrong the moment he fell through the ice. But one thing is certain: Tor Eckhoff, or Appator as his fans knew him, died doing what he loved. As Swedish-based YouTuber Nyman wrote on his former Twitter page, he died doing what he loved, producing his wacky and nonsensical videos that never fail to put a smile on one's face. Gone, but never forgotten. Storm de Bol was a 22-year-old YouTuber from Belgium, best known for sharing his outdoor adventures on his channel, Storm Outdoorsy. Through his videos, he spread his love for nature, and without ever speaking, he relied solely on the sounds of the wilderness to draw viewers in and make them feel part of the experience. Storm began uploading videos in August 2024. He had been solo camping since the age of 19 and was well known among friends and family for taking on incredible hikes, including one where he trekked over 6,000 kilometers across Sweden completely alone. So, it's safe to say, Storm knew what he was doing when it came to surviving in the wild, but as we all know, nature can be unpredictable, and even the most experienced adventurers can find themselves in trouble. Tragically, that's exactly what happened to Storm de Bol on October 29, 2024. Storm was out filming another video for his YouTube channel, this time journeying through the frozen wilderness of Lapland, Sweden, more specifically in the dense woods near the small town of Jokkmokk. The area is known for its breathtaking snowy landscapes and frequent displays of the northern lights. Storm parked his car just before the Sydoelvsbron Bridge and continued the rest of the journey on foot. He had been trekking across Sweden since early June, and this was meant to be his final stop, just one day before heading home. But October 29th would tragically become the last day of his journey. As night began to fall, Storm decided to set up camp and rest for the night. A cold wind swept through the region, so he packed snow around his tent as a makeshift barrier against the chill. Unfortunately, nothing could have prepared Storm for what he was about to face. Just a few hours after setting up his tent, the area around Jokkmokk was struck by an intense blizzard, with wind speeds reaching up to 120 kilometers per hour. Besides that, snow began to pile up rapidly around his campsite, burying the tent deeper and deeper by the hour. Even worse, the temperature plunged below -6 degrees Celsius. And with the fierce wind chill, it felt closer to -18 degrees Celsius. Storm realized at that moment the situation was getting out of control and was unlike anything he'd ever tried before. Realizing how bad the storm was getting, Storm reached out to his loved ones, including his close friend and his grandmother. Around midnight, his friend received a chilling video showing Storm's tent being torn apart by the powerful winds. As Storm said, "Tonight, it's going to get worse." Jesus Christ, he also called his grandmother to reassure her, saying, "It's snowing heavily here, but don't worry, I'll survive, you know." But just a few hours later, around 2 a.m., Storm contacted emergency services, reporting multiple injuries, including a broken nose, and pleading for immediate help. Sadly, the extreme winds and whiteout conditions made it impossible for rescuers to reach him in time. When the blizzard finally subsided around 10 a.m., rescue teams rushed to Storm's last known location. But by the time they arrived, it was already too late. His lower body had frozen solid, and the blood from his broken nose had turned to ice. Strangely, Storm's body was found about 2.5 kilometers away from his campsite. It's unclear whether he was forced to abandon his tent after it collapsed, or if he had left before that happened. What is known is that he was heading toward his car when he either slipped or fell and made his final call for help. One thing is certain, though. Storm died doing what he loved. As he once told his father, "Dad, it took me a long time to know what I wanted, but this is what I want." Finn Creaney was a 32-year-old YouTuber from the Pitton Trail area of Scotland. He was best known for running his survival school, Wildcat Bushcraft, where he taught outdoor survival skills, and shared informative tips and techniques on his YouTube channel under the same name. But things took a tragic turn on March 25th, 2022, a Friday when Finn set out to film a new video for his channel. He began his solo trek from a small road near Loch Naver, Scotland, with plans to hike roughly 45 kilometers to Golspie Beach. The journey would give him plenty of time to record footage and share his bushcraft knowledge along the way. And he'd promised to his wife and daughter that he'd return by Sunday, March 27th, to help deliver flowers for her wife's business. When Finn didn't arrive at his destination on time, his wife, Luca Creaney, began to feel a bit concerned, but nothing too alarming at first. However, as 3 more days passed without a single word from him, both Luca and Finn's father began to sense that something was seriously wrong. Finn hadn't made any contact since the day he left, and every call from his family went straight to voicemail. On the 3rd day, his father finally contacted police and filed a missing persons report, still holding on to hope that his son was simply lost and would return home soon. Sadly, that would never happen. Finn had completely vanished from the surface without any trace of him, yet. Police searched for months in the area surrounding Loch Naver, but found no clues, no signs that Finn was still alive, or even where he might have gone. After nearly a year of searching in the dark, Finn's father, Mark, refused to give up. Through his TikTok channel, he continued to post videos 3 to 4 times a week, urging anyone with information about Finn's whereabouts to come forward. His dedication became both a tribute to his missing son and a desperate plea for answers that, even now, remain unanswered. After about 18 months, the first real clue finally appeared. A small light of hope. Finn's backpack was discovered by 2 deer stalkers, partially hidden in the bushes along the lake near Loch Naver. Although Finn's father, Mark, never revealed what was found inside the bag, it gave the family a reason to believe that Finn may have tried to swim across the lake and accidentally drowned.
We now believe that Finn attempted to swim the loch in order to cut his journey time somewhat to the coast.
Despite further searches for his body over the following months, nothing more was found. Eventually, the family made the heartbreaking decision to end the investigation and accept that Finn was likely gone. To this day, Finn's body has never been recovered. Many have questioned why such an experienced outdoorsman would attempt to cross the lake, especially with several kilometers left in his journey. Theories have circulated online, some logical, others unsettling, but with so little evidence, none can be confirmed or denied. What truly happened to Finn Creaney remains a mystery, one that may never be solved. Albert Derlund was a 22-year-old Danish actor, musician, and YouTuber, one of Denmark's earliest digital entertainers to turn his personality into a brand. He had uploaded more than 220 videos, comedy sketches, music videos, challenges, and the kind of eccentric humor that defined an entire generation of young Danish viewers. His energy was chaotic, his creativity relentless, and his following massive. With over 160,000 subscribers and almost 100 million views, Albert stood among Denmark's most recognizable online figures. In 2018, he even brought his life to the big screen with Team Albert, a comedy about a high school student chasing YouTube fame, a story that mirrored his own. But by 2020, Albert's online persona began to change. Over the course of 2 years, also during COVID times, he crafted one of the strangest and most ambitious social media stunts Denmark and most of the world had ever seen. Acting erratic, unpredictable, and often controversial, he blurred the line between satire and reality, filming spontaneous street antics, stunts, and odd encounters that left both fans and critics guessing whether it was performance art or personal meltdown. Behind the scenes, though, Albert had moved to LA, pursuing his dream of creativity without limits. On his international channel, Albert Soap, he documented his time abroad with the same enthusiasm that first made him famous. To his audience, it looked like the next chapter of a young man finally living free. By the summer of 2021, life seemed to be slowing down again. With pandemic restrictions lifted, Albert returned to Denmark and uploaded a handful of new videos, teasing a comeback and reflecting on what he called a beautiful summer ahead. In one of his final uploads, he spoke about how important it is to appreciate life, to enjoy small moments, to be present. No one could have known how prophetic those words would become. On July 28, 2021, Albert Derlund was hiking Mount Sisida near Forcella Panna in Italy's Val Gardena region, a mountain famous for its sharp ridges and panoramic views of the Dolomites. Alongside him was his friend, American YouTuber Tucker Doss, as the two filmed new material for their separate channels. According to Italian reports, the pair had followed the main tourist trail up the mountain until they reached a barrier marked with a clear warning: no access. Route for climbers only. On the other side of that fence lay a steep grassy slope that ended abruptly in a vertical drop of nearly 200 meters. Like many before them, they crossed the barrier anyway. Locals later told reporters that it was a common sight, tourists stepping over the fence for better photos. But really, it was because the attraction was swarmed with tourists. There were many trails and buildings close, so they wanted some privacy. That day, the grass was slick from recent rain, and the air was still. There was no wind, no sign of danger, only the quiet vastness of the mountains. Albert sat down near the edge to film a short clip, while Tucker photographed the landscape about 60 meters away. Moments later, Tucker heard his name being called out. He turned, just in time to see Albert lose his footing. In an instant, he was sliding uncontrollably down the wet grass, vanishing over the cliff's edge before Tucker could reach him. Panicked, Tucker sprinted to where his friend had been sitting. There was nothing he could do. He screamed for help and dialed emergency services. Within 10 minutes, a rescue helicopter arrived, but it was too late. Albert Dyrlund had fallen nearly 200 meters and was pronounced dead at the scene. The tragedy shocked Denmark and the international creator community alike. A young man who had spent half a decade turning his life into content had died while doing exactly what he loved, creating. In the days that followed, tributes poured in from fans, collaborators, and fellow influencers. His family released a short statement, asking for privacy while thanking people for their compassion. Comment sections across his channels filled with thousands of messages, each one reflecting how deeply Albert's humor, music, and openness had touched people. For many, Albert Dyrlund represented a generation raised on digital courage, fearless, experimental, always pushing the limits of what a YouTuber could be. His death was a sobering reminder of how thin the line can be between adventure and risk, between performance and reality. Somewhere high in the Dolomites, where the air turns thin and the clouds drift below the peaks, a camera was still rolling, capturing the final moments of a life lived entirely in motion. Graham Dingo Dinkelman was a 44-year-old South African wildlife presenter, conservationist, and YouTuber whose work lived at the edge where fear meets fascination. Since early 2020, his self-titled channel had brought venomous snakes, crocodiles, and Africa's great mammals into living rooms around the world. He was larger than life on camera, upbeat, fearless, impossibly calm, with a black mamba in the crook of an elbow. Yet off-camera, colleagues remembered a careful planner, a meticulous handler, and a man whose mission was to turn fear into respect. Dingo's path was shaped early. Raised in Pietermaritzburg, he grew up close to South Africa's wildlife, eventually founding Dingo's Farm and Reptile Park in the KwaZulu-Natal Midlands. The facility doubled as a home base for outreach and rescue, a place where school kids learned the difference between myth and biology, and where dangerous animals were handled with discipline rather than bravado. When he launched his YouTube channel, the audience followed quickly. More than 110,000 subscribers on YouTube, over 600,000 on Instagram, and millions of views across videos that ranged from reptile husbandry to field call-outs for problem snakes. His most watched uploads captured exactly what made him singular: a steady voice narrating the behavior of lethal species, the small tells that reveal stress, the safe angles, the unsafe ones, and the sudden burst of speed that makes a mamba a mamba. But the channel was never only about fangs and scales. Conservation bled through everything, dehorning rhinos to deter poachers, collaring elephants, relocating lions, and running specialist breeding programs for threatened reptiles and amphibians. At home, a giraffe named Elliot wandered into videos unannounced. The work was serious. The tone was joyful. That joy made the comparison inevitable. Viewers called him South Africa's Steve Irwin. The parallel ran deeper than style. Like Irwin, Dingo believed connection leads to protection. That if you could get someone to see a snake as more than a headline, you might win a defender for life. he also accepted the risk that comes with proximity. Over the years, he documented minor envenomations and close calls, teachable moments about protocol and species behavior, reminders that expertise reduces danger but never erases it. In late September 2024, during routine work with an eastern green mamba, the worst-case scenario unfolded. Dingo sustained a bite and, critically, suffered a rapid anaphylactic reaction to the venom. Paramedics and clinicians did what they could: anti-venom, airway, ICU, but the allergy turned seconds into a free fall. He was placed in a medically induced coma, and for nearly a month, his family, friends, and fans waited for a turn that never came. In late October 2024, at the age of just 44, Graham Dingo Dinkelman passed away. He left behind his wife, Christy, and their 3 children, Taylor, 14, Maddie, 12, and Rex, 9, a family that had become part of the story as much as the animals themselves. In the weeks after, tributes poured in from rangers, researchers, keepers, farmers, and ordinary viewers who had learned to ID a snake on sight, or who'd changed how they reacted when one crossed a path. Many wrote about courage, more wrote about kindness. The symmetry with Irwin's fate was haunting. 2 men, the same age, taken by the very edge they had spent their lives translating for the rest of us. But to stop there would miss the point. Dingo's work did not end with him. The videos remain, the park remains, the conservation project continue, and a new family channel launched months earlier, The Dinkelmans, stands as proof that his mission was never a solo act. Education lives on in archives and in habits. A farmer who calls before he shoots. A child who sees beauty where a parent saw threat. Dingo used to say his calling was to convert the unconverted, to reach people who've had absolutely no experience with nature and wildlife, who are scared of snakes and afraid of getting dirty, and to get them passionate about conservation. We can achieve this goal by sharing the right content on these social media platforms, he said. And that's part of why his loss rippled far beyond views and follows. In the end, Graham Dinkelman lived exactly as he taught, close to the animals, close to the land, and closer still to the people he loved. James Stobbe, better known online as Stobe the Hobo, was a traveler, filmmaker, and storyteller who turned one of America's most dangerous traditions into an art form. Through his YouTube channel, Hobstobe, he invited viewers into a world that most people only knew from Depression-era photographs: the open rails, the sound of steel and wind, and the strange rhythmic calm of a country passing by at 40 miles an hour. Unlike the drifters of the past, Stobbe wasn't running from something. He was chasing meaning, and documenting it with a filmmaker's eye and a musician's ear. Every video was scored with his own piano compositions, giving his travels a tone that felt timeless, part documentary, part elegy. His narration was dry and unhurried, punctuated by humor that carried just enough grit to feel earned. What drew people in wasn't danger or rebellion, but perspective. He made the rails feel alive again. Born and raised in the Pacific Northwest, Stobbe had always been drawn to the intersection of solitude and motion. Train hopping, for him, was both escape and expression, a way to reclaim the idea of freedom in an increasingly fenced-in world. His videos showed America from its forgotten arteries: grainers rolling through Wyoming, boxcars slicing through Louisiana swamps, endless yards of rust and graffiti stretching into cities few tourists ever see. His commentary mixed poetry with pragmatism, explaining which cars to ride, which to avoid, and how to stay invisible while the world above never noticed you passing underneath. But as you might expect, The rails are never forgiving. Every moment of peace, the open air, the beer cracked against the sunset, was balanced against danger measured in inches and seconds. Stobie often spoke of the risks, catching the wrong ladder, mistiming a jump, or losing grip after a few drinks. Trying to get on or off at high speed, he once said, is where it'll get you. You miss once, and that's it. He knew the stakes, he simply accepted them. On November 8, 2017, those risks caught up to him. While train hopping near Baltimore, Stobie was reportedly crossing a rail bridge when tragedy struck. Accounts differ. Some say he was trapped on the bridge by an oncoming train and fell. Others claim his backpack became caught on a passing Amtrak, pulling him violently from his footing. Whatever the cause, the outcome was the same. A fatal accident that ended the life of one of the internet's most unconventional storytellers. He was only 33 years old. News of his death spread slowly, but hit deeply. Fans gathered online, leaving tributes that read more like eulogies for a folk hero than for a YouTuber. They remembered his wit, his eye for composition, his humor, and his stubborn commitment to authenticity. He died doing what he loved, one fan wrote, bringing the world his art of train filmmaking. For many, that summed it up perfectly. To some, Stobie was a daredevil. To others, a poet of motion. His videos weren't about recklessness. They were about a forgotten kind of freedom, one that carried a cost he never denied. In a world that increasingly measures safety in screens and distance, he climbed into the machinery itself, camera rolling, piano playing, recording a side of America that no drone or tourist could ever replicate. Stobie's death became a quiet warning to those who romanticize danger. Yet it also immortalized him among the small, passionate community that still rides the rails. Those who call him a legend not for how he died, but for how completely he lived. Today, Hoba Stobie stands frozen in time, a digital archive of freight yards, lonely towns, and wide-open skies. Every upload is stamped with the sound of wind and piano, his signature combination of humor and melancholy. Together, they capture what he did best, showing the world as he saw it, raw, unpredictable, and real. Watching them now is a reminder that freedom and danger often exist side by side, and that Stobie understood that balance better than most. If these 6 stories prove anything, it's that nature doesn't forgive mistakes. It's beautiful, unpredictable, and sometimes deadly. Each of these creators set out to capture the wild, to share its peace, its danger, and its wonder. But unfortunately, none of them made it back. All respect and condolences go out to their families, their loved ones, and everyone who continues to keep their memory alive. And that's all for tonight's video. If you found this video moving, make sure to like, subscribe, and click the cards on screen for more real-life stories caught on camera. And as always, stay safe out there, because the next video you see might be someone's last moment too.
Social media can look glamorous, curated feeds, viral stunts, and the rush of likes. But behind the filters are cautionary tales of people chasing attention in reckless ways. In this video, we're covering 6 of the dumbest influencer deaths ever caught on camera. It was May 28, 2016, in Big Sur, California. The coastal highway was crowded with weekend travelers pulling over its scenic overlooks, each drawn to the sweeping views of cliffs dropping into the Pacific. At Bixby Creek Bridge, tourists leaned against the guardrail for photos, keeping a safe distance from the edge. Jessica Bloom was 22, a college dropout from Fresno trying to build an online following through extreme selfies. Though she was terrified of heights in private, she masked that fear by mocking caution and posting curated images that made her her look bold. Friends knew her as careless and impulsive, more interested in likes than safety. She was fueled by peer validation, chasing a digital image of herself that never matched reality. Bixby Creek Bridge stood over 260 feet above jagged rocks and surf. The guardrails were designed for vehicle safety, not for climbing or leaning over. Signs warned visitors to stay back from the cliff edges, where gravel and soil could shift underfoot. Tourists typically took photos from stable ground, but Jessica pushed for the most dangerous angle possible. Her friend, reluctantly serving as cameraman, watched as she planned to perch on the outside of the railing, insisting that danger made the shot authentic. Several other visitors kept their distance, shaking their heads at her behavior. Despite visible signs warning against climbing past the barriers, Jessica slipped around the guardrail, balancing only inches from the drop. She laughed, saying she'd get more likes the closer she leaned out. The tension built as she adjusted her stance. Her friend raised the phone, hesitating, but Jessica insisted he start shooting. A gust of wind rattled her hair, and she bent backwards slightly over the drop, one hand on the rail and one hand raised in a mock victory pose. Onlookers froze, sensing how little stability she had on the shifting ground. It was a stunt with no margin for error, and everyone watching knew it. Everyone except Jessica, who seemed more focused on looking fearless than staying safe. And then, the slip came fast. Her right foot lost purchase, and her body twisted awkwardly. She clutched at the guardrail, but her fingers caught only for a second before giving way. Some nearby tourists thought they heard a brief scream, but the wind and waves swallowed the sound almost instantly. She plummeted more than 200 feet, struck the cliffside once, then disappeared into the churning waves below. The echoing sound of impact and the spray of water stunned the crowd into silence. Emergency calls flooded in within minutes. The Coast Guard dispatched boats and helicopters, but the cliffs below the bridge had no safe access, forcing rescuers to rely entirely on air and water. By the time crews reached the area, only disturbed water and scattered debris were visible at the base of the cliff. Her body was carried out to sea before being found days later. The official report listed the cause of death as blunt force trauma and drowning. Authorities emphasized that guardrails and posted warnings were ignored. Meanwhile, her Instagram account became a target for both condolences and ridicule. Within a week, her family requested the platform take it down. It was July 16, 2017, near Colchester in Essex, England. The countryside rail line cut cleanly through fields, its tracks humming faintly with distant traffic. A handful of commuters lingered on a nearby platform, unaware that a teenager setting up a camera just down the line was minutes away from a fatal miscalculation. Darren Cook was 19, a part-time retail worker from Chelmsford, who ran a small YouTube channel dedicated to epic train videos. His content rarely gained traction, but he convinced himself that risk was the key to growing his audience. He was known among friends for ignoring rules, especially those related to railways. His obsession wasn't fueled by sponsorships or brand deals. It was pure ego, a desire to appear daring, even if it meant endangering himself. The rail near Colchester carried frequent high-speed trains, with clear signage warning trespassers to keep off. The speed and wind pressure of a passing train created unpredictable turbulence that could easily unbalance someone too close to the line. Tripods, cameras, and bodies had no safe place within the clearance zone. Experienced enthusiasts filmed trains from platforms or designated viewing areas, but Darren's reckless plan demanded that he stand just inches from disaster, emphasizing stupidity rather than skill. That afternoon, ignoring warning signs, he and a friend set up a tripod directly beside the tracks. He announced that he wanted a shot of a train thundering past so close it looked like it would graze him. He crouched low, grinning at his own bravado, dismissing the clear risk. Onlookers from the nearby platform saw him positioning himself with deliberate carelessness, as though pushing closer to danger would guarantee views. The train's horn echoed across the fields, growing louder as it approached at over 90 miles per hour. His friend shouted from a distance, urging him to back away, but Darren stayed put, eyes locked on the lens. His posture tightened as the machine drew near, the sound vibrating through the rails. Some witnesses on the platform later admitted they assumed he would jump clear at the last moment. Instead, he hunkered lower. Unsurprisingly, this stunt ended in disaster. The front of the train struck him with devastating force, snapping his body sideways. He spun through the air and slammed onto the gravel beside the tracks, his camera knocked from its mount. The train continued past in seconds, leaving only stunned bystanders staring at his unmoving body. Emergency services arrived quickly after multiple calls from the platform. Paramedics assessed him immediately, but the trauma was unsurvivable. He was pronounced dead at the scene. British Transport Police launched an investigation, but quickly determined it was a case of trespassing and reckless behavior. The footage was seized as evidence. Within weeks, his YouTube channel disappeared, its handful of videos erased without explanation. The recording circulated only in fragments online, detached from his name and context. For viewers who stumbled on it, it wasn't a person's final moments, just another clip in the churn of online spectacle. It was October 17th, 2015, in Moscow, Russia. The city was already sliding into the early darkness of autumn, streets slick from a light drizzle, traffic buzzing far below. The lights of unfinished high-rises marked new districts rising quickly, but often left unsecured. Igor Mikhailov, 24, worked as a delivery driver for a courier service, hauling parcels across the sprawling city. He lived with his parents in a modest flat on the outskirts and rarely drew attention outside his small circle of friends. But online, he tried to reinvent himself. He idolized urban explorers and rooftop daredevils, whose videos drew millions of views. He launched a small account, copying their stunts with little skill. His clips were shaky, low quality, but he believed more daring content would help him stand out. Risk didn't register to him as caution. It registered as a way to prove himself. The world of rooftop climbing was already controversial in Moscow. The practice involved sneaking into restricted construction zones, climbing cranes, and hanging from ledges for photographs or videos. Those who excelled were trained free climbers. Mikhailov was not. He had no training, no protective equipment, and no real plan. He wore sneakers worn from work, jeans, and a thin jacket. That evening, Mikhailov went out drinking with two friends before leading them toward a half-finished high-rise. The building stood about 15 stories tall, its stairwells open and littered with construction debris. Fencing was down in several places, and access was easy, despite warnings posted around the site about unstable structures and unauthorized entry. Mikhailov pushed forward. It was a dumb idea from the start, but he treated it like a performance. His plan was to film himself hanging by one arm from the top floor's exposed concrete edge, mimicking videos he had seen online. His friends hesitated, telling him it was pointless, but he pressed them into filming anyway. Alcohol sharpened his bravado, muting the obvious risk. The climb up was straightforward. They moved past piles of rebar and loose boards, stepping through unfinished staircases until they reached the open rooftop. From there, Mikhailov announced his plan again, insisting the stunt would be quick. He set his phone recording in his pocket while one friend aimed another phone to capture the scene. He edged onto the ledge, turned toward the city, and crouched into position. He gripped the rough concrete with both hands, then deliberately released one, letting himself dangle with just his right arm. For several seconds, he grinned and shouted for his friends to adjust their angle, urging them to get the shot. But when he tried to get up, his sneakers scuffed against the wall, scraping chips of cement. The drizzle had left the surface slick. Within seconds, his hand shifted. Mikhailov's body dropped the full height of the structure, his fall uninterrupted. His friends, frozen for an instant, then bolted down the stairwell, stumbling over debris to reach the ground. By the time they arrived, his body was sprawled on the wet pavement near the building's base. Emergency services arrived quickly. After a bystander reported the commotion, police taped off the base of the building and noted the death as a trespass-related accident. Construction workers who arrived the next morning confirmed the site had already suffered repeated breaches by thrill-seekers. The incident was filed as an accidental death. Mikhailov's family was devastated, pressing authorities to ensure the footage never circulated. For his family, it was nothing more than a needless death, driven by a pursuit of views that never came. It was March 12, 2018, at Iguazu Falls on the Argentina-Brazil border. Tourists crowded walkways and platforms, mist rising in steady gusts that made everything slick. Signs warned against leaving marked trails, yet barriers never seemed to stop people looking for a better photo. Carla Mendes, 27, worked as a receptionist at a mid-range hotel in São Paulo. She was known among co-workers for being talkative, often trying to embellish ordinary events to seem more exciting. In recent years, she tried to rebrand herself online as a travel personality. Her following was small, but she posted constantly, exaggerating her trips and editing photos to suggest adventure. But Mendez had no sponsors to fund her travels. She wanted them, though, and believed dangerous antics would help her stand out. But risk wasn't calculated for her. It was a prop to make her life look dramatic. Iguazu Falls spans more than 200 individual cascades, with torrents of water dropping into deep chasms. Tourists are restricted to platforms with railings, since the surrounding rocks are slick with constant spray. Trained guides warn repeatedly that climbing over barriers is dangerous. Mendez wore casual sneakers, jeans, and a light blouse, entirely unsuited for slippery rock surfaces. Her decision to go beyond the barriers wasn't bold. It was the move of an outright idiot. That morning, Mendez joined co-workers on a day trip to the park. The group walked the standard routes, taking photos at marked lookouts. Mendez, however, was fixated on creating a live stream segment where she would appear to be closer to the falls than anyone else. Weather conditions made it riskier. Spray was heavier than usual, and rocks along the edge glistened with a sheen of water. Warnings were clear, but Mendez brushed them aside. She told her co-workers to keep the camera on her as she climbed past a guardrail. She moved onto uneven rock slabs where footing was poor. The roar of the falls drowned out normal speech, but the live stream showed her narrating and waving toward her phone as if she were an adventurer. She crouched, then stood upright with her back to the cascade, raising her arm to frame the shot. Co-workers kept filming, nervous but unwilling to intervene. Tension grew as Mendez edged closer, slipping slightly once before catching herself. Instead of stopping, she tried to make it look intentional, grinning at the camera. Moments later, her left sneaker slid across the wet surface. She flailed, her phone arm jerking upward, and her other hand reached out for balance. She lost footing entirely. She let out a scream, the device slipping from her grasp as she toppled sideways toward the torrent. Mendez's body tumbled into the churning water, immediately swept toward the main drop. Several tourists further down caught glimpses of her figure in the spray before it disappeared into the cascade. Rescue staff were summoned quickly by bystanders, but conditions near the falls made retrieval difficult. Argentine and Brazilian park authorities coordinated in recovery efforts, and after several hours, her body was located on a rocky outcrop more than half a mile away. She had sustained massive trauma from the force of the water and impact against rocks. Her remains were carried out under tarps to shield them from onlookers. The phone, recovered by park staff, contained the live stream footage that later corroborated the witness's account. For her co-workers, the incident was crushing. They had been filming what they assumed would be a routine stunt, only to watch her disappear in front of them. Back in Sao Paulo, the hotel offered counseling sessions, but most of the group avoided discussing it openly, speaking of her only in brief and uneasy fragments. Within weeks, they returned to their normal shifts, yet the memory of standing behind a camera as she fell stayed with them, an unspoken weight in the workplace. It was July 2nd, 2017, at an outdoor public gun range just outside Houston, Texas. The afternoon was hot and noisy, filled with sharp cracks of gunfire and the acrid smell of gunpowder. Families, hobbyists, and seasoned shooters shared lanes, each following range rules meant to keep chaos from becoming disaster. In the middle of that structured environment, one reckless act, fueled by ego and intoxication, would end in tragedy. Marcus Boyd was 20 years old, unemployed, and known among friends for his reckless personality. He had built a reputation in his small circle for recording outrageous stunts and posting them online. His content often revolved around mocking firearm safety, twirling pistols, pretending to aim at friends, or cracking jokes about being fearless. Friends later acknowledged that alcohol usually played a role, though he masked it with swagger until the recklessness became obvious. Alcohol and firearms made a stupid mix, but Boyd treated it as entertainment. The gun range was open to the public, a mix of regular shooters and casual visitors looking for an afternoon diversion. Lanes stretched side by side under a metal awning, brass casings scattered across the concrete floor. Rules were posted: no alcohol, no horseplay, no loaded weapons behind the line. But enforcement often relied on trust more than oversight. Range officers made rounds, but with the number of guests cycling in and out, not every infraction was caught. Boyd had a .38 special revolver earlier that day. The danger wasn't the gun itself, but the way he used it, treating it as a toy rather than a lethal tool. That afternoon, Boyd arrived at the range with 3 friends. They brought cameras to record him shooting rifles and handguns for his small YouTube channel. His friends later recalled him sneaking beers from a backpack between turns, his laughter louder and more erratic as the day wore on. Despite the clear, no alcohol signage, no one outside his group immediately noticed. After firing several ordinary rounds into a target, Boyd suddenly announced that it was time for the real video. He loaded and fired multiple times again, showing nothing unusual. Then he spun the revolver's cylinder in front of the cameras, insisting it was unloaded, as if for show. His friends, thinking it was just another exaggerated stunt, kept filming as he swayed unsteadily with the weapon in his hand. Seconds later, he pressed the revolver under his chin and pulled the trigger. The report was deafening, different in tone from the earlier controlled shots. Blood spilled into the concrete floor. Boyd collapsed instantly, the revolver clattering beside him. His friends screamed and stunned nearby shooters. Then range officers rushed in, shouting for everyone to back away as they tried to stanch the bleeding while dialing 911. Witnesses described the attempt as frantic but hopeless. Within minutes, paramedics arrived, but Boyd was declared dead on sight. Police later confiscated the weapon and interviewed witnesses. Toxicology confirmed Boyd had been drinking, a direct violation of range rules and state safety laws. The video footage was reviewed during the investigation, leaving no doubt about what had happened. In the weeks after, the range drew scrutiny. Management quietly increased staffing and added bag checks, a move regulars said was the first real tightening of rules they had ever seen. Some longtime shooters stopped bringing families, unsettled by how quickly the controlled environment had unraveled. In online gun forums, the case was dissected in detail, not to glorify Boyd, but to underline how alcohol and firearms had no place together. It was September 17th, 2017 in Quezon City, Metro Manila. A tropical storm had passed through earlier that day, leaving flooded streets, downed branches, and tangled power lines across neighborhoods. Most residents stayed indoors, wary of unstable structures and live wires in standing water. In one street, however, a reckless attempt to turn danger into entertainment would end in a fatal accident. Julius Ramos was 23, a part-time delivery rider and small-time YouTuber. He ran a channel called Pinoy Extreme Hacks, where he performed reckless DIY stunts and pranks, wiring car batteries to light bulbs with bare hands, faking electrocutions on neighbors, or dangling from rooftops for laughs. Friends described him as stubborn and cocky, often laughing off safety warnings as if they were challenges. Even power linemen and barangay officers had told him directly to stay away from electrical equipment, but he treated their advice as background noise. Electrical systems in storm-damaged areas are especially unforgiving. Sagging lines carry high voltage, and water turns the ground into a conductor, magnifying the risk of electrocution. Linemen work with insulated tools, rubber gloves, and protective gear to manage such hazards, using trained coordination and system shutdowns to prevent deaths. Ramos had none of this. He wrongly believed a bamboo pole would insulate him, not realizing that once soaked in rainwater, it became as dangerous as a metal rod. His only tool was a wet bamboo pole, cut from a nearby tree. The idea of lifting a live wire with something soaked in rainwater showed not only ignorance of electricity, but willful disregard for common sense. That afternoon, while others cleared debris and waited for utility crews, Ramos saw opportunity. He told his cousin he wanted to film himself fixing a sagging line that hung low over the street. He framed it as a life hack, proof that ordinary people didn't need professionals. Neighbors immediately warned him not to go near it, shouting that linemen were on their way. Ramos laughed, saying he would beat utility crews to it. His cousin reluctantly kept the phone rolling. The storm had left ankle-deep water in the gutter. Ramos walked barefoot into the flooded section of road, grinning as though on stage. He raised the bamboo pole, wobbling slightly in the current, and looked into his cousin. The wire sagged heavily, weighed down by debris and rain. He jabbed at it twice before finally hooking it. The instant the wet pole touched the line, there was a sharp crack. Sparks burst and a bright flash lit the air. Electricity shot through the pole and into Ramos's body. Witnesses said his muscles stiffened instantly, his back arched, and within seconds he collapsed, falling face first into the water. His cousin dropped the camera as smoke hissed from Ramos's shirt. Neighbors stood frozen, some running toward him, then pulling back in fear of the water, some phoning for help. The brief convulsions ended almost immediately once he was down, leaving him completely still in the gutter. The wire continued to spark beside him, each sound amplified by the wet silence that followed. For several seconds, no one dared approach. The smell of burnt fabric and ozone lingered. A neighbor finally shouted for help from farther down the street, but no one could risk touching him until linemen cut the power to the line. The cousin sobbed near the doorway, camera still recording but forgotten. Ramos remained motionless, his body half submerged in brown water. Emergency responders arrived about 20 minutes later. By then, Ramos's body showed contact burns across his arms and chest. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Barangay officials confirmed afterward that nearby store security cameras had recorded the entire event, though the footage was withheld due to its disturbing nature. His YouTube channel remained online for several months, drawing curiosity before the family requested its removal. Among locals, the story spread quickly, an example of how chasing attention led him into lethal stupidity. For neighbors who witnessed it, the image of Ramos collapsing into the flood remains an unforgettable warning. Thanks for watching. If these stories of stupid decisions leading to fatalities entertained you, click here for more. For these 6 influencers, the pursuit of viral fame became a deadly obsession. From extreme stunts to dangerous challenges, they pushed the boundaries of entertainment. These are the stories of influencers whose final videos captured more than they ever intended. It was October 15th, 2016, and the abandoned industrial district of Detroit stretched for miles under the gray autumn sky, its empty warehouses and crumbling factories serving as a playground for urban explorers and thrill seekers. The economic collapse had left entire city blocks deserted, creating a post-apocalyptic landscape that attracted photographers, artists, and content creators seeking dramatic backdrops for their work. Michelle Morrison adjusted his GoPro chest mount as he surveyed the gap between 2 warehouse buildings, his heart racing with the familiar mixture of fear and excitement that had made him famous. At 23, the YouTube content creator had built a modest following through his No Fear Friday series, where he filmed risky parkour stunts in abandoned buildings around Detroit. The clips drew a small but loyal audience who admired his nerve and urban aesthetic. Michelle's rise began a couple of years earlier, when one of his rooftop videos unexpectedly went semi-viral on social media, earning him a burst of new followers and local attention. The brief success pushed him to chase bigger thrills to hold on to that audience. It wasn't about money. His videos brought in little more than the occasional free gear and online praise. But for Michelle, the attention was addictive. His girlfriend Emma had begged him to stop the dangerous content, and his parents had threatened to cut off contact if he continued risking his life for views. But Michelle was hooked on both the adrenaline rush and the recognition that came with his extreme videos. The pressure to create increasingly spectacular content had led Michelle to scout the abandoned Packard plant for weeks, measuring distances and planning camera angles for what he intended to be his biggest stunt yet. The gap between the 2 warehouse buildings measured exactly 15 feet, a distance that would require perfect timing and maximum speed to clear safely. That afternoon, Michelle had set up multiple cameras around the rooftop to capture different angles of his attempted jump, including a live stream setup that would broadcast the stunt to his audience in real time. 1,000 viewers had tuned in to watch, drawn by Michelle's promotion of the dangerous stunt on social media throughout the week. Michelle began his live stream by hyping up the danger of the stunt, walking his viewers through the setup and explaining the risks involved in the 15-foot jump between buildings, 4 stories above the concrete alley below. He had deliberately chosen not to use any safety equipment, knowing that his audience expected the authentic danger that had made him famous. As Michelle backed up to begin his running approach, he took several deep breaths and psyched himself up for the jump while his audience watched and commented in real time. The live stream captured every moment as he sprinted toward the edge of the building, his arms pumping and his face set with determination. However, as he approached the takeoff point, Michelle's right foot slipped on loose gravel that had accumulated near the roof's edge. The slip threw off Michelle's timing and reduced his speed just enough to make the jump impossible. His momentum carried him off the edge of the building, but he fell short of the opposite rooftop by several feet. The live stream captured his terrified scream as he realized he wasn't going to make it, his arms windmilling desperately as he fell 4 stories into the narrow alley between the buildings. Michelle Morrison struck the concrete below with devastating force, suffering massive trauma that killed him instantly. The live stream didn't cut immediately. One of the rooftop cameras kept transmitting, its feed showing the alley below for several minutes. while stunned viewers tried to understand what they had just seen. The live stream footage went viral within hours, sparking intense debates about the responsibility of social media platforms for monetizing dangerous content. Curiously, Michelu had posted on social media just hours before the stunt that he was feeling off that day, but decided to go through with it anyway, a detail that sparked endless speculation about whether he had a premonition or was simply having second thoughts. It was March 8, 2017, and the sprawling city of Los Angeles buzzed with the constant activity of content creators, influencers, and aspiring entertainers who had flocked to the entertainment capital seeking fame and fortune. In a converted warehouse studio in the Arts District, ring lights and professional cameras had transformed the industrial space into a content creation hub where dozens of YouTubers and social media personalities filmed their daily videos. Sophia Chen arranged the massive 10-pound burger on the table in front of her, the towering creation of beef patties, cheese, bacon, and condiments, representing a potentially dangerous challenge that she had been planning for weeks. At 26, the food challenge content creator had built a modest following of 2,000 subscribers by attempting extreme eating challenges that pushed the boundaries of human endurance. Her brand was built around being unbreakable, and she had never backed down from a challenge, no matter how dangerous or painful. Sophia's rise to YouTube fame had begun with relatively harmless eating challenges, but the algorithm's demand for increasingly extreme content had led her down a dangerous path. Each video had to be more shocking than the last to maintain her audience's attention. While her channel brought in little more than occasional free meals from restaurants seeking promotion, Sophia was determined to break through to the next level of internet fame. The 10-pound burger challenge represented Sophia's most ambitious attempt yet to gain viral attention and significantly grow her subscriber base. She had been promoting the challenge for weeks on social media, building anticipation among her followers. Her doctor had warned her about the serious health risks of consuming such extreme quantities of food in a short time period, but Sophia had dismissed the concerns as overly cautious. Sophia began filming her challenge by explaining the rules to her audience and showing off the massive burger that she would attempt to consume in 30 minutes. She maintained her characteristic upbeat personality, joking with viewers and building excitement for the challenge while downplaying the serious risks involved. The first few bites went down relatively easily, with Sophia maintaining her composure despite the overwhelming size of the meal. However, by the halfway point, she was visibly struggling, her face flushed, and breathing becoming labored. The massive quantity of food was beginning to affect her digestive system and put dangerous pressure on her stomach, but Sophia pushed through the discomfort, determined not to disappoint her viewers. As Sophia reached the 3-quarter mark, the cumulative effect of the enormous meal began causing severe gastric distension and respiratory distress. Her stomach had expanded beyond safe limits, pressing against her diaphragm and making breathing increasingly difficult. By the final quarter, she was in obvious medical distress, but she refused to stop the challenge, driven by her commitment to never backing down. Sophia had decided to stream the challenge live, interacting with viewers as she ate. Toward the final quarter, she collapsed on camera from acute gastric rupture after consuming nearly the entire 10-pound burger. The rupture caused internal bleeding and shock, and she died during the live stream as her small but dedicated audience watched helplessly, unable to call for help because they didn't know her location. The footage sparked international discussions about the dangers of extreme eating challenges and the pressure social media creators face to produce increasingly dangerous content for views. Strangely, Sophia had told her roommate that morning she had a weird feeling about the challenge, but felt she couldn't disappoint her fans, a comment that led to speculation about whether she sensed the danger but felt trapped by her online persona. It was June 22, 2015, and the summer heat shimmered off the abandoned streets of North Philadelphia, where decades of economic decline had left entire neighborhoods dotted with empty buildings and forgotten institutions. One of the most infamous of these was a shuttered state psychiatric complex on the edge of the city, a decaying cluster of wards and tunnels that had been fenced off for years but never fully leveled, drawing urban explorers and thrill-seekers drawn by its dark reputation. Marcus Rodriguez checked his live stream equipment one final time as he prepared to enter the abandoned hospital through a broken window on the ground floor. He connected his small action camera to his phone's hotspot, allowing a low-resolution stream to his channel, the kind of setup his modest audience had come to expect. At 29, the urban exploration streamer had built a dedicated following of around 1,300 subscribers who tuned in to watch his live explorations of supposedly haunted locations throughout the Northeast. His content combined urban exploration with paranormal investigation, creating a unique niche that had attracted both adventure seekers and ghost hunting enthusiasts. Marcus had built his reputation by exploring alone, believing that solo investigations provided a more authentic experience for his viewers. His audience appreciated the genuine fear and vulnerability that came through in his solo streams, and many of his most popular videos featured him spending entire nights alone in abandoned buildings while interacting with his chat in real time. The exploration of the abandoned psychiatric complex had been requested by his viewers for months, with many offering donations and sponsorships to see Marcus tackle what was considered one of the most dangerous and haunted locations in the region. Marcus had spent weeks researching the complex's layout and history, but he had ignored warnings from local authorities about the building's deteriorating condition. The structure had been abandoned for 25 years, and decades of weather damage had left many areas structurally unsound. That night, Marcus began his live stream at midnight, timing his exploration to coincide with peak viewing hours for his audience. Over 2,000 viewers tuned in to watch as he entered the hospital through a broken window, his headlamp illuminating the decay and graffiti that covered the walls. As the night progressed, Marcus decided to explore the basement levels of the hospital, an area that few urban explorers had documented due to its dangerous condition. While investigating the basement morgue, Marcus stepped on rotted floorboards that had been weakened by decades of water damage and structural decay. The boards gave way beneath his weight, and he fell through the floor into the sub-basement level, a fall of approximately 12 feet onto concrete and rusted medical equipment. Marcus Rodriguez was impaled on rusted medical equipment in the sub-basement, suffering internal injuries that caused him to bleed to death over several hours. His phone survived the fall and continued live streaming, though the connection cut in and out from the basement's poor signal. The feed stayed live long enough for viewers to hear him calling weekly for help. Over 2,000 viewers watched helplessly, unable to call for help because while Marcus had revealed he was exploring the old psychiatric complex, he had never shared which building or entry point he used within the sprawling site. Police found Marcus's body 18 hours later, after concerned viewers called authorities. Investigators discovered that Marcus had received a text message from his ex-girlfriend just before entering the basement, asking him to please be safe tonight, a detail that sparked debate about whether the emotional distraction had contributed to his fatal mistake. It was August 3rd, 2018, and the desert heat of Phoenix reached 115 degrees as fitness enthusiasts throughout the city sought air-conditioned gyms and early morning workout times to escape the brutal summer temperatures. In a converted garage in Scottsdale, professional lighting and mirrors had transformed the residential space into a high-end home gym where social media content was created alongside serious training. Ashley Thompson arranged her supplement bottles and workout equipment while checking the camera angles for her planned live stream, preparing for what she had promoted as her most intense fitness challenge yet. At 24, the fitness influencer had built a modest but loyal following on social media, enough to sell small batches of her own pre-workout blend and secure a few sponsorships with local fitness brands. Ashley's brand was built around promoting a no-excuses mentality and natural fitness, though she had been secretly using performance-enhancing substances for over a year to maintain her competitive edge. The pressure to maintain her physique while creating increasingly extreme content had led her to experiment with dangerous combinations of stimulants and supplements, many of which were untested and potentially lethal. Her upcoming Ultimate Endurance Challenge had been promoted for weeks as a 4-hour marathon workout session designed to showcase her new pre-workout supplement formula. Ashley had been experimenting with her own pre-workout blend, combining over-the-counter stimulants and concentrated caffeine powders without realizing how dangerously they interacted. The homemade formula delivered a massive dose of energy, but also carried the risk of heart arrhythmia and collapse under stress. That morning, Ashley had taken multiple doses of her untested pre-workout formula, far exceeding safe levels. She had also been restricting her food and water intake for days to achieve maximum muscle definition, leaving her body dehydrated and vulnerable. Ashley began live streaming her ultimate endurance challenge to thousands of viewers, explaining her workout plan while maintaining her characteristic high-energy personality. As the workout progressed, Ashley pushed through increasingly intense exercises while ignoring symptoms of dehydration, elevated heart rate, and dangerous blood pressure spikes. 2 hours into the challenge, Ashley's heart rate had spiked to dangerous levels, but she continued the workout. The stimulants had created a feedback loop where she felt invincible despite her body's systems beginning to fail. Her speech became rapid and erratic, but viewers assumed it was excitement rather than signs of stimulant toxicity. Ashley collapsed during a deadlift attempt, suffering a massive heart attack as her cardiovascular system finally failed under the combined assault of stimulants, dehydration, and extreme exertion. The livestream captured her convulsions as thousands of viewers watched helplessly. Ashley's phone revealed she had Googled heart palpitations from pre-workout just hours before the livestream, but decided to proceed anyway, a search that became a haunting reminder of the warning signs she chose to ignore. It was December 12, 2014, and the holiday shopping season had transformed the Millennium Mall in Orlando into a bustling hub of activity, with thousands of families and tourists navigating the crowded corridors in search of perfect gifts. The mall's multiple levels and numerous stores created a complex environment where security teams worked constantly to maintain order and safety among the dense crowds. Tyler Johnson adjusted his hidden cameras while reviewing his plan for what he called the ultimate mall prank, a risky setup using replica weapons meant to capture people's real reactions to what looked like a dangerous situation. At 21, the small-time prank creator had built a modest online following through risky public stunts that often skirted the line between humor and harassment. Tyler's content had evolved from harmless practical jokes to more aggressive pranks that bordered on harassment and assault, driven by the algorithm's demand for increasingly shocking content. His audience craved more extreme reactions, and Tyler had become addicted to the adrenaline rush of creating chaos and the recognition that came with viral videos. His friends and family had repeatedly warned him that his pranks were becoming too realistic and dangerous, but Tyler dismissed their concerns as overcautious. The pressure to create viral content had led Tyler to plan his most ambitious prank yet, involving realistic replica firearms and a staged robbery scenario in the busy shopping mall. He had purchased the fake weapons online and had spent weeks planning the logistics of the prank, including camera placement and escape routes. Tyler convinced himself that the shocking nature of the prank could finally make his channel go viral. He had recruited several friends to help with the prank, though most backed out after hearing the full plan. Tyler never contacted mall security or police, certain he could control the situation once the cameras were rolling. He told himself that if he revealed it was a prank fast enough, security would laugh it off, a dangerous mix of arrogance and inexperience that blinded him to how real the threat would appear. That afternoon, Tyler entered the crowded mall with multiple replica firearms concealed in his clothing, planning to stage a fake robbery scenario while his hidden cameras captured people's reactions. He had chosen the busy holiday shopping period specifically because he wanted maximum crowds and the most dramatic reactions possible. Tyler began his prank by approaching the jewelry store and pulling out what appeared to be a realistic handgun, shouting commands at the employees and customers while his hidden cameras recorded their terrified reactions. The replica weapon was indistinguishable from a real firearm, and the panic that ensued was immediate and genuine. Shoppers screamed and fled in all directions while store employees activated silent alarms. Mall security responded within seconds to reports of an armed robbery in progress, with multiple guards converging on the jewelry store with weapons drawn. Tyler had not anticipated how quickly security would respond or how realistic his fake weapons would appear to trained professionals. When Tyler saw the armed security guards approaching, he reached for his phone to explain that it was just a prank and show them his YouTube channel. However, the guards interpreted his movement as reaching for another weapon and they opened fire to protect the hundreds of innocent shoppers in the immediate area. Tyler was struck multiple times and died instantly. His camera continued recording as the scene unfolded. The footage was later recovered from his device and circulated online, sparking outrage about the growing danger of extreme prank culture. Tyler's browser history revealed he had researched mall security response times and fake gun laws in the days before the prank, suggesting he knew the risks, but proceeded anyway. Details that fueled debates about personal responsibility versus the pressure to create viral content. It was September 7, 2013, and the golden hour light bathed the volcanic cliffs of Santorini in warm hues as tourists from around the world gathered at scenic overlooks to capture the island's legendary sunsets. The Greek island's dramatic landscape, formed by ancient volcanic activity, created some of the most photographed vistas in the Mediterranean, drawing millions of visitors annually to its precarious cliff-edge viewpoints. The combination of stunning beauty and dangerous terrain made Santorini a magnet for travel influencers seeking the perfect shot. Emma Wilson adjusted her camera settings while scouting the most dramatic angle for her sunset photography session, balancing precariously on the volcanic rock formations that jutted out over the Aegean Sea several hundred feet below. At 27, the travel blogger had built a successful online presence with thousands of followers who eagerly consumed her breathtaking photography and adventurous travel content from exotic locations around the world. Her fearless approach to travel photography had become her signature, often positioning herself in dangerous locations for shots that other influencers wouldn't attempt. Emma's rise to travel blogging success had been fueled by her willingness to take risks that others avoided, creating content that stood out in an increasingly crowded field of travel influencers. Her Instagram feed was filled with death-defying photos taken from cliff edges, mountain peaks, and other precarious locations that showcased both her bravery and the stunning destinations she visited. Emma's modest but growing online presence had earned her small travel collaborations and sponsored stays that allowed her to keep exploring new destinations. The dramatic nature of her content drew consistent attention online and helped her gradually build a recognizable niche in the travel community. The competitive nature of travel influencing had created pressure for Emma to constantly outdo her previous content and compete with other creators for the most spectacular shots. Each photo had to be more dramatic and breathtaking than the last to maintain her audience's attention and satisfy the brands that sponsored her travels. Her current trip to Santorini was sponsored by a luxury resort that expected high-quality content showcasing the island's beauty. Emma had spent the afternoon scouting locations for the perfect sunset shot, eventually settling on a precarious outcropping of volcanic rock that extended beyond the main cliff face. The location offered an unobstructed view of the sunset and ocean, but required careful navigation across unstable volcanic tuff that had been eroded by wind and water over the years. Local guides had warned tourists about the dangers of venturing beyond the established viewpoints, but Emma was determined to capture something unique. As the golden hour approached, Emma set up her camera equipment on the rocky outcropping and began taking photos of herself against the dramatic backdrop of the Santorini sunset. She used a combination of timer shots and remote triggers to capture herself in various poses while the sun descended toward the horizon. The lighting was perfect, and Emma was excited about the content she was creating for her sponsors and followers. Emma positioned herself closer and closer to the edge of the cliff, trying to get the perfect shot that would showcase both her fearless personality and the stunning natural beauty of the location. Each photo required her to move further out on the unstable volcanic rock, but Emma was focused on the artistic vision and the potential viral impact of the images she was creating. While adjusting her position for what she hoped would be the perfect shot, Emma stepped on a section of volcanic rock that had been weakened by recent weather and erosion. The rock crumbled beneath her feet without warning, and she lost her balance as the ground literally disappeared beneath her. Her camera continued recording in video mode, capturing her terrified scream as she fell several hundred feet to the jagged rocks below. Emma Wilson died instantly from the impact, her body found hours later by rescue teams who had been alerted by other tourists who witnessed the fall. Her camera equipment was recovered intact, and the footage became evidence in discussions about influencer safety and the pressure to create increasingly dangerous content for social media. Emma's final Instagram story, posted just minutes before the accident, showed her expressing how she was living her best life and taking risks for the perfect shot. Words that became a haunting epitaph for the dangers of social media fame. Thanks for watching these tragic stories of influencers whose fame turned deadly. Click the next video to discover more shocking stories.
What happened? Stop.
April 2nd, 2023. 21-year-old prankster Tanner Cook was at the Dulles Town Center shooting a video for his channel. It all went well, until he took it too far and got shot. Here are some YouTubers who died while filming. Pedro Luis III.
I'm just not going to just set it and just shoot it. No. I'm going to stand behind it. And Mona Lisa is going to shoot it.
June 26th, 2017. Pedro Luis, alongside his longtime girlfriend, set out to shoot what she called the most dangerous video ever. Pedro decided that for his next video, his girlfriend would shoot him at close range, but he would be protected with a textbook. He hoped to go viral on his channel called Damn It Boy, but this extreme taste for fame led him to being killed by his girlfriend during their ill-fated attempt to go viral. April 21st, 1996. Pedro was born to poor parents, and he had a pretty rough childhood, filled with a lot of ups and downs. And it seemed like the heavens had finally smiled on him when he met his girlfriend, Mona Lisa Perez, who had her own YouTube channel where she talked about her daily routines and mundane average activities. When Mona Lisa got pregnant, Pedro had started his own YouTube channel, and they began shooting couple content. Pedro had described himself as borderline crazy, and was known for the love of adrenaline, the pumping of a near-death experience. In the video recorded on the day of his death, Ruiz ominously predicted the outcome of the stunt he had conceived for his YouTube channel. He planned to have Mona Lisa shoot him at close range in the chest, with nothing protecting him beyond a very thick book. He'd experimented previously and thought that this would definitely work. He was pretty sure he'd be safe as long as Mona Lisa hit that book exactly. However, Mona Lisa was adamant and initially opposed this. She eventually backed down and agreed to perform the stunt after a month of constant argument between the two. Before the two set out to perform this stunt, Mona Lisa posted on Twitter that he was the mastermind behind this crazy idea in a way to exonerate herself. June 26th, 2017. The two set out to shoot that video with their .50 caliber Desert Eagle and an encyclopedia. Pedro then proceeded to hold that book against his chest while his girlfriend fired the gun. He felt a sense of safety as they prepared for the stunt, brimming with confidence that this bullet wouldn't go all the way through the book. Remember, his only concern was that she didn't miss the book. The couple's kid and nearly 30 onlookers watched as she fired a fatal bullet. Unfortunately, that prank went very wrong, and that bullet not only went through the book, it penetrated his chest. And as soon as she realized what had happened, she called 911 to report she had accidentally shot her boyfriend. By the time the authorities got there, it was all too late. He died while being airlifted to the hospital. In March 2018, she pled guilty to charges of second-degree manslaughter. She was imprisoned for 6 months, and was also forbidden from ever owning a firearm again. She was barred from making any money off of this case, and 10 months later, YouTube decided to ban dangerous pranks entirely. The video of the shooting is now considered to be lost media. The incident just showed how reckless, tragic, and frankly dumb this entire stunt truly was, and also how far people would go for fame. Albert Direland. July 28th, 2021. What started as an amazing opportunity to climb one of the most beautiful scenes in the world quickly turned grim as Danish YouTuber Albert Direland fell more than 600 feet to his death. Born September 15, 1998, in Aarhus, Denmark, to working-class parents, one of Albert Direland's lifelong dreams was to travel the world and see amazing places, experience the different cultures, and meet amazing people. He had a deep passion for entertaining and creating creativity from a very young age. February 2016. At 18 years old, Ireland was on YouTube making waves for his comedic sketches and music videos. He fully stepped into the limelight in 2018 when he starred in a comedy series called Albert, which was a comedy series about trying to make a living from YouTube, and this ended up winning the Blockbuster Audience Award at the 2019 Danish Film Award Festival. Ireland had over 224,000 followers on the gram, along with 170,000 YouTube subscribers. A number of his videos received over 1 million views, with each video on his channel being watched over 5 million times. He would produce songs like Emoji, Ula, and Summer, which became instant hits. The 22-year-old seemed to be thriving in life until trouble came. During the summer of 2021, Albert and his friends decided to go to Mount Sasita, which is located in the Italian Alps, not just for vacation, but to take his viewers along with him to see what the apex of the mountain looked like. According to reports, Mount Sasita had an amazing view of the city, which attracted thousands of people every year. And as he climbed, he kept recording, giving his viewers the complete experience of what it felt like to be that high up in the sky. Then suddenly, as he was recording, he slipped and fell more than 650 feet to his death. Experiencing the accident firsthand, his friends immediately called emergency services, but because of the difficult terrain, they couldn't find his exact location, and by the time a rescue chopper spotted the body, it was already too late. He was pronounced dead right there at the scene. As the news broke, both friends and fans went to social media, expressing their grief over the death of the 22-year-old rising star, and the authorities warned others about the risk of filming such stunts in these dangerous locations, saying clearly, it's not worth it. Grant Thompson. July 30th, 2019. After searching everywhere for Grant Thompson, his body was discovered alongside his recording device. According to the reports, he died in a paragliding accident. What seemed like a fun and cool activity turned into a tragic and untimely demise. Born on November 21st, 1976 in Canada, raised by a family that valued creativity and innovation, Grant would pursue a career in engineering. After receiving his high school diploma, he enrolled in a pilot training program at the Flying Institute, and after spending 11 years as an airline pilot, Grant ventured into real estate to earn some extra money and became semi-retired in 2010, where his journey to stardom truly began. He created his channel called The King of Random, a channel with 11 million subscribers and billions of views. The King of Random was a channel featuring random videos on life hacks, experiments, cool stunts, and random weekend projects.
The channel truly was random, with videos demonstrating everything from liquid nitrogen to woodworking projects to Zorbies.
July 29th, 2019. Tragedy struck. The Washington County Sheriff's Office in Utah received an urgent emergency call from Grant's family regarding an overdue paraglider who had gone off the radar around Sand Hollow State Park, where they told officials the paraglider should have landed an hour earlier, and they were unable to reach his cell phone, which prompted a massive search. Dispatchers were able to obtain an updated GPS location of the pilot's cell phone. According to the sheriff's office, as the helicopter approached that area, they were able to locate the pilot's body. Unfortunately, he was determined to be deceased after crashing, and to everyone's horror, Grant Thompson was declared dead. The sheriff's office revealed that they were in possession of Grant's paragliding equipment and a video recording device recovered from the scene. The authorities initiated a thorough review of that video footage, determining factors that led to the paragliding crash, footage which was never released for obvious reasons. According to research, Grant got caught in an updraft and rapidly lost altitude just a few seconds later. Other personalities on The King of Random expressed their shock and sadness, and his name as co-hosts had set up the Grant Thompson Memorial Outward Bound Scholarship. Timothy Wilkes. February 4th, 2021. Timothy with a friend would pull up to the Urban Air Trampoline Park in a smaller Nashville suburb to film their prank robbery video. Now, what seemed like this innocent fun prank would soon turn disastrous and just change the course of their lives forever. Born on June 1st, 2000, Timothy was close to his family and lived with his grandmother, Shirley Berry. And Shirley would say that he never mentioned his desire to go viral on YouTube. The only way Timothy thought to go viral was to hop on these trends, so he chose to be a prankster. The problem was that he was more into these extreme types of prank videos. He would get pretty wild to get more views on his videos. And although these were technically against YouTube standards, it didn't stop a lot of people from going out and doing it anyway. So on February 4th, 2021, Timothy Wilkes and his friend wanted to get famous and planned to stage fake robberies. Basically, they would go up to these innocent people, act like thugs, for as long as it took for that person to break, and then laugh and tell the person that it was a prank. Now, it was all pretty smooth, until of course they approached the wrong set of people. These people had guns and butcher knives on them, and when Timothy and his friend arrived on the scene, they immediately got to work. They got in their face and began to yell, "Where's the money at, bitch?" And after a few seconds, a man named David Starnes Jr. would shoot him in the head, killing him instantly, while his friend ran away. When the authorities arrived on the scene, Starnes claimed he pulled the trigger in self-defense, and of course was unaware this was a prank. Timothy's friend was likely standing back filming and wasn't injured. The police continued to investigate the case, however. No charges were filed against the man who shot Timothy. And this just goes to the parents, who should always check on what their children are doing and have some kind of idea of what they do online. Tor Ekhoff, Apator. November 27th, 2021, Apator posted what would later become his last video entitled, "I'm Not Dead, I'm 57 Today." He was filming the Daredevil Walk, demonstrating his skills on ice sheets at the Jakobsdan in Kongsberg, not knowing that those little footsteps would lead to his catastrophic end. Now, Apator was a YouTuber and a factory worker, born on November 22, 1964, living in Sandfjord, Norway. He often frolicked in the ice and snow in different parts of Norway, sharing clips of wildlife and scenic views capturing his domestic travels. He would use his channel to document his adventures, from road trips to his boat rides. He would share clips of himself enjoying a sunset, or trying his hand at walking on thin ice. This man was well loved, having over 1.2 million subscribers on YouTube. Many adored him for his entertaining and funny videos. On November 27th, while celebrating his birthday, Apator began by running around in his underwear, which was usually custom. But that didn't look like it was enough, because he would use a sledgehammer to break into the frozen lake to form a pool so that he could swim in it. Unfortunately for him, the temperature wasn't cool enough to freeze back the edge of the pool he had created. And as he tried to climb out of that pool, the ice kept breaking because it wasn't able to contain his weight. So the hole kept getting bigger, and sadly all this was being recorded on the ice at a lake west of Kongsberg, Norway. The locals around heard a distressing sound, and they soon discovered Apator in the ice, and he was rushed to a nearby hospital of the Ullevål region. The doctors had done everything they could to bring him back to life, but he had been underwater for too long. Unfortunately, he had died the day after being hospitalized.
Rescued by a diver, then taken to Oslo University Hospital. Sad to say that he didn't make it and passed away.
Greg Plitt. January 2015, Greg would head out on this adrenaline-pumping adventure to film his video. However, the world witnessed a tragic twist, which no one could have seen coming. Born November 3rd, 1977, Greg was an avid athlete and excelled in football, wrestling, and golf, demonstrating his competitive spirit.
Blessed with a 4.0 GPA and an undeniable talent for wrestling, Greg was getting a lot of letters from colleges to wrestle for them.
His friends usually referred to him as Superman because he was a daredevil with some fearless pursuits. Greg leveraged the emerging power of the social media to inspire and connect with millions via YouTube, with 175,000 subscribers. This quickly became a hub of motivation, offering viewers an inside look at his training philosophy, life lessons, and his daring adventures, from challenging physical feats to sharing his insights on personal growth. You probably might have seen him on some TV shows like Workout Designed to Sell, Days of Our Lives, Mystery Millionaire, and blockbuster films like The Good Shepherd and Terminator Salvation, where he shared the screen with Hollywood legends like Robert De Niro and Christian Bale. Greg Plitt was a powerhouse, a two-time All-American, and a three-time state champion at the U.S. Army Range. He led a squad of over 180 soldiers. He was a pro skydiver, a golf club champion, a sponsored athlete, model, actor, and YouTuber. In summary, Greg Plitt was living the dream. However, all this would come to a tragic stop as he would find himself on this desolate train track, embarking on the challenge of capturing an epic shot for an upcoming project. Greg was focused on the shoot while he was doing a self-produced energy drink commercial, and this approaching Metrolink train's horn would alert him. But he decided to outrun that train so he could get the perfect shot. Despite that superhuman effort, Greg couldn't catch up with the train's speed, and he was devastatingly struck and killed by the southbound Metrolink commuter train running between the rails. This whole thing was recorded by an onboard camera mounted in the cabin of the lead locomotive. After examining the video, the police reported that Greg may have believed the train coming up behind him was on a parallel track, not the one he was on. At the last moment, he may have been trying to outrace the train, and shortly after, he was knocked off the tracks and out of frame. Investigators ruled out a suicide and tried to determine who directed the men to film without a permit in this restricted area. They interviewed many witnesses who saw Greg standing on the track even as the train's horn was blaring. His family and fans went into mourning. This man left a void in the hearts of those who admired his audacity and spirit as he lived an impactful life. Jacob Cockle.
Jacob was sucked into the current and drowned at the depths of the fierce tides and unforgiving waters.
May 28, 2023, an English daredevil decided that for his next trick, he was going to jump into a whirlpool. That might sound extremely dangerous to somebody else, but to Jacob here, it was just one of his usual activities. Born March 2, 1985, in Penzance, a small coastal town located in southwest Cornwall, England, Jacob Cockle was the youngest child of 4 siblings, and he would spend his childhood years frequenting the nearby white sand beaches. A young Jacob began developing a deep love for the water. At age 10, he was diagnosed with dyslexia, which was the root of his constant struggle in his schoolwork, and as he got into his teenage years, he would begin skipping school altogether, opting instead to hitchhike to nearby beaches with his friends to catch some waves in the sun. This developed his ability in the water and made him a prolific swimmer, so he took advantage of that. He began making YouTube videos showcasing extreme footage, and his efforts had racked up millions of views. The water was his natural element. He loved surfing and filming it, and he was carving a career capturing it. On May 28, 2013, Jacob would go to Carnsue Pool in the estuary of River Hale in Cornwall to find this whirlpool, and he would bring his friend 70-year-old David Rain along with him. Now there was a sign saying not to swim there, but Jacob didn't care because he believed he was a strong enough swimmer. He'd previously posted advice on his channel explaining how to deal with rough and difficult waters. However, his own advice couldn't save him that day. While wearing a horse mask, which he used as a comedy prop, Jacob jumped into the current to record the whirlpool from beneath the water. However, he got thrown out of that water in a matter of seconds. Nevertheless, he showed excitement by laughing with every rotation. He edged closer and closer to the center of that whirlpool. Despite that danger, he took another dive deep beneath the surface and was sucked into the 15-foot tunnel. Jacob would emerge on the other end of the pool, where David Rain was able to drag him to the side, while a fisherman dialed 999. Jacob was airlifted to the Royal Cornwall Hospital in Truro, where he was later pronounced dead. People have different opinions about this incident. A fellow diver said that his courage stemmed from him wearing a wetsuit, confiding in the fact that the suit had enough buoyancy to counter the whirlpool. The majority of people agreed that in his short lifetime, Jacob had lived to the fullest. He died at the age of 24. James Stobbe. February 15, 2012, James had the genius idea of creating a channel named Stobbe the Hobo, and it grew to nearly 11,000 subscribers, who enjoyed watching him hopping on various trains across the US. When the trains wouldn't come at a convenient time for him, he would appear to get very agitated. Born on June 12, 1980 in the US to some poor parents, his childhood was far from sad. He was known to be adventurous and loved to travel, and after going through some financial difficulty which led him to being homeless, he turned to train hopping as a means of adventure and escape. while documenting his journeys through videos on his YouTube channel. During his lifetime, he was remembered for his quirky yet lovable self, evidenced by his humor, fierce wit, compassion, deadpan delivery, solicited and unsolicited commentary on just about anything, unbridled passion for unconventional living, mad piano skills, and just enormous talent that he generously shared with all whose lives he touched. On November 9th, 2017, while filming a train hopping scene, James was dragged by an Amtrak when his bag got tangled in the train. Other reports believe that James fell from a bridge while stuck on the train and fell on top of another bridge. This incident happened in the Baltimore area, and based on communications with the Baltimore law enforcement, his body was recovered by an Amtrak train operator. The incident highlighted the problem of railway trespassing. Now, this has been a big problem for rail companies, since all the tracks are considered private property but remain easily accessible. Anybody walking along the wooden cross ties that make up a track is considered a trespasser, from anyone who's taking a selfie to pedestrians using a shortcut. The dangers of trespassing railways have been highlighted to the general public, but it also extends to those who enjoy riding them, like Stobie. At the age of 33, James had died on the 9th of November, 2017. Tanner Cook.
Business like absolute suck. Stop!
April 2nd, 2023, 21-year-old prankster Tanner Cook was at the Dulles Town Center shooting a video for his channel. It looked pretty good, up until Tanner was shot by one of his targets. Tanner Cook was born in 2002 in a small town in Kansas, raised by a single mother. Growing up, he would struggle with depression, anxiety, and had a very difficult relationship with his father. He started his YouTube journey in 2021. His channel would take a while to build up, but as he continued experimenting, he finally found a way to get the attention of viewers. His YouTube channel, called Classified Goons, eventually grew to more than 60,000 subscribers, and he enjoyed all kinds of stunts, like vomiting on his Uber driver or pulling pranks on customers in shopping markets. Tanner's caught the attention of the police multiple times, with the sheriff's deputies testifying that they were well aware of him and had received calls about previous stunts. Tanner had been kicked out of malls and other various establishments, but to him, it was all worth it, as he continued to make his solid $2,000 to $3,000 a month doing what he did. Tanner often made the unwilling participants in his videos quite unhappy, and on one occasion he approached a woman in particular at a Target, telling her that she was being stalked by a suspicious-looking man as part of a joke. He put her in this uncomfortable situation where she was pretty shocked, angry, and panicking, and would testify in a video about how Tanner made her worried for the community. The majority of the public found his videos to be extremely off-putting and immature. On April 2nd, Tanner was shooting a video in the mall. Him and his friends decided to shoot a video where they would approach a stranger and play this funny phrase through a translator app, seeming like this odd foreigner. They met with DoorDash driver Alan Coley, a 31-year-old man from Leesburg, Virginia, as he was picking up an order for a customer. They approached Coley, who was picking up the food order, with an automated message on Tanner's phone. After a recent string of robberies on delivery drivers, Alan was pretty frightened. He narrated that he was afraid of something like that happening to him with everything he was hearing on the news. He also noted that the two looked very cold and angry. Indeed, they did seem to be showing some blank expressions as they shoved the phone into his face. The phone would display translator audio over and over again, and Andrew began backing away, telling the two to stop at least 3 times as they continued to walk towards him and shove the phone in his face even closer. Alan then tried knocking the phone out of their hands as they continued towards him. From start to finish, the interaction was about 20 seconds, but it ended with Coley firing one shot in Tanner's abdomen at close range. After a 911 was placed, the police arrived. Alan was immediately arrested, and the injured Tanner was found scrambling outside the mall, bleeding from the gunshot wound. He was rushed to the hospital and put into the ICU. After his arrest, Colin Alley was charged with aggravated malicious wounding with a firearm and the discharging of a firearm within a building. However, the jury found him not guilty of this, as the evidence proved he acted in self-defense. However, they did find him guilty for shooting that gun inside a building. Alan's lawyers had argued for several more months as he remained in jail until a decision was made. Alan was set free in December of 2023. Tanner is still making prank videos despite the shooting. He would make an appearance in Classified Goons' prank video titled "Detained at the Airport" on September 2nd, 2023, which received a lot of negative opinions.
Ever heard of someone dying in a way that seems too bizarre to be true? In this video, we're exploring the most shocking and unusual real-life death stories you won't believe. From freak accidents to jaw-dropping events, these tales will leave you stunned. Get ready to dive into the unexpected with 2 hours of people who died in extremely unusual ways. It was 1989, and a man called Death Wish was about to prove why he deserved the nickname. At 23 years old, Death Wish was a Scottish painter with a penchant for dangerous and reckless stunts. The young man would often engage in outrageous behavior, the kind of activities that most of us would never dream of doing. His real name is lost, or perhaps it was never made public. But his exploits were infamous among friends and locals. Known for smashing glasses on his head, swallowing sharp objects like keys and glass, and performing life-threatening tricks, he was described by police as being of good health physically but of low intellect. It was a harsh description maybe, but it was this combination of durability and recklessness that turned him into a figure of morbid fascination. Among his extensive repertoire of mind-boggling stunts, one stood out, swallowing and regurgitating a pool ball. One fateful night in 1989, Death Wish spent hours drinking heavily at a local pub. After closing time, the publican decided to defy legal closing hours and readmitted Death Wish and his friends, allowing them to continue drinking long after others had left. But as the evening stretched on, the painter turned to his signature stunt, a performance that his companions had seen many times before. The act involved maneuvering a pool ball to the back of his throat, holding it there briefly, and then regurgitating it. It had become a party trick, one that amused his friends. Maybe it was the young man's way to increase his social standing. This time, however, he opted for a white cue ball instead of a standard-colored pool ball. The difference was subtle but significant. The cue ball, used in billiards games, measures 4.75 centimeters in diameter, slightly smaller than the 5.03 centimeters of a standard pool ball. Though this size difference appears negligible, it drastically reduces the ball's volume, making it the perfect size to become lodged in the throat. Unbeknownst to Death Wish, the cue ball was a catastrophic choice. He placed the ball in his mouth and began the familiar process. This time, however, he quickly showed signs of distress. Panicked, he ran out of the pub and into the street. His collapse was sudden and horrifying. His face turned blue as he struggled for air, the ball wedged firmly in his pharynx. His friends tried to help, managing to get their hands into his mouth, but the ball would not budge. Moments later, an ambulance arrived. The medical team attempted to insert an airway tube to restore breathing, but the blockage was too severe. Within 15 minutes of swallowing the cue ball, the young man succumbed to suffocation. The ambulance crew pronounced him dead at the scene. A post-mortem examination revealed the precise cause of death. The cue ball was lodged so tightly in his throat that it completely obstructed his airway. The reduced diameter and volume of the cue ball, compared to standard pool balls, created the perfect conditions for such an obstruction, turning an otherwise survivable stunt into a fatal miscalculation. While Death Wish's tricks had once made him a figure of dark humor, his death serves as a grim reminder of the thin line between bravado and tragedy. Today, his story lives on as a cautionary tale of the fatal consequences of reckless risk-taking. It was November 8, 2021, and Harry Byrne from Kilkenny, Ireland was at school. At 13 years old, Harry was a bright, spirited teenager with an unwavering love for sports, particularly hurling. Known for his infectious smile and kind-hearted nature, Harry was described by family and friends as a standout young man. His dedication to hurling, a game deeply ingrained in his community, was evident in his many achievements. Harry had recently won 2 under-13 county championships and had been called for trials with the Kilkenny County Development Squad, a significant honor for the young athlete and his family. That November afternoon, though, things took a devastating turn for the 13-year-old. It was lunch break at St. Kieran's College in Kilkenny. Harry Byrne was playing hurling with friends, enjoying the sport he loved, when tragedy struck. A sliotar, a hard leather ball used in hurling, hit Harry in the throat. At first, the boy said he felt fine, though he did have a headache. Then, in a matter of moments, he collapsed. A supervising teacher, Simon Reedy, was alerted by one of the boys and rushed to the scene. Harry was found about 20 yards behind the goalpost, lying in the recovery position, surrounded by a group of his classmates. Emergency services were called, and Harry was rushed to St. Luke's General Hospital in Kilkenny. Despite being transferred to a hospital in Dublin for further treatment, he succumbed to his injuries the following day, leaving his family, friends, and community in profound grief. The post-mortem examination revealed the extent of the damage caused by the Slyotar. The impact caused a catastrophic injury, tearing an artery in his neck and leading to fatal internal bleeding in his brain. The tear in Harry's carotid artery, a vital blood vessel supplying the brain, was deemed a freak injury, extremely rare and devastating. Kilkenny County Coroner Tim Keeley emphasized during the inquest that even if Harry had been wearing a helmet, it would not have prevented his death given the nature and location of the injury. The whole community felt the impact of Harry's loss. Tributes poured in from across Ireland, with countless messages expressing sorrow and support for his grieving family. Harry's parents, Fergal and Annette, along with his siblings Jake, Amy, and Sam, described him as a boy with a heart of gold. His local Gaelic Athletic Association club, Young Irelands, remembered him as a talented and passionate player who was loved by all. Kilkenny Rugby Football Club, where Harry played rugby, echoed these sentiments, calling him a fantastic young boy with a larger-than-life character. Hundreds of mourners gathered at his funeral to pay their respects, including classmates, teammates, and representatives from numerous sports organizations. Harry's coffin, adorned with his Young Ireland's jersey, was carried into the church amidst a guard of honor formed by his schoolmates and sports friends. Parish priest Father Patrick Dalton spoke movingly during the Requiem Mass, reflecting on the enormity of the loss. He said that when someone so young died unexpectedly, there were no words to ease the pain. Harry Burns' passing is all the more tragic given his young age. Even more, his death is a reminder of life's fragility and the unpredictable risks inherent in even the most ordinary activities. But Harry's memory endures.
It was April 4th, 2019, in Chorley, Lancashire. Darren Hickey, a 51-year-old wedding venue manager, was finishing his workday at Ridgemont House, which he managed with pride. Darren was admired for his resilience. 7 years earlier, he had survived a massive stroke that required an 18-month hospital stay. Despite ongoing challenges with walking and speaking, Darren built a meaningful life focused on charity work. His dedication earned him the Stroke Association's Inspirational Person of Courage Award. That afternoon, Darren's day took an unexpected turn. As he prepared to leave, a chef asked him to taste a fish cake for an upcoming event. Darren agreed, taking a small bite. Unbeknownst to him, the fish cake was extremely hot and burned his throat. Darren dismissed it as a minor discomfort, unaware of the serious consequences it would bring. Initially, Darren didn't think the injury was severe. However, by afternoon, the pain grew worse. He informed his partner, Neil Parkinson, who encouraged him to seek medical help. Darren went to Chorley Hospital's urgent care ward, where he described the burning sensation and difficulty swallowing. A healthcare practitioner examined him and consulted an ENT specialist from Preston Hospital. Since the burn was deep in Darren's throat, it couldn't be seen without specialized equipment. With no visible injuries in his mouth or tongue, Darren was sent home with paracetamol and instructions to return if his symptoms worsened. Dr. Patrick Waugh, a pathologist who later conducted Darren's post-mortem, explained that such injuries were exceptionally rare. Burns to the throat is usually seen in cases involving extreme heat from industrial accidents or fire inhalation. Because the swelling caused by these burns develops slowly, symptoms may seem manageable initially but become life-threatening over time. This delay made Darren's condition difficult to identify and treat. Later that evening, Darren tried to rest at home, but his throat continued to swell. Around 9:45 p.m., Neil heard alarming sounds and found Darren choking and struggling to breathe. Neil tried to help, but Darren collapsed. In a panic, Neil called for an ambulance. Unfortunately, a delay in locating their address added about 5 minutes to the emergency response. By the time paramedics arrived, the swelling had blocked Darren's airway entirely. He was rushed to Royal Bolton Hospital, but was pronounced dead in the early hours of April 5th, less than 12 hours after eating the fish cake. During the Bolton Coroner's Court inquest, acting senior coroner Alan Walsh described the case as a rare and devastating tragedy. Dr. Waugh testified that the burn caused Darren's voice box to swell, which ultimately blocked his breathing. He noted the difficulty in diagnosing the injury, given the absence of visible burns in Darren's mouth. The coroner also raised concerns about Darren's care at Chorley Hospital. While acknowledging the unusual nature of the injury, he stressed the importance of thorough evaluations and advanced diagnostic tools in similar cases. Representatives from GTD Healthcare and NHS Greater Preston Clinical Commissioning Group assured the court they would review the incident to prevent future occurrences. Darren's death deeply impacted his loved ones and the community. Friends, family, and colleagues remembered him as a kind and courageous individual who overcame immense challenges. His charity work and positive outlook inspired many, making his sudden loss even more heartbreaking. Darren's story reminds us of how small incidents can lead to unexpected tragedies. It underscores the need for caution in everyday life and vigilance in medical care. While nothing can bring Darren back, his case is a call to action to ensure similar outcomes are avoided in the future. It was February 25, 2010, in Invercargill, a quiet town on New Zealand's South Island. Christopher Hodgkinson discovered his partner of 15 years, Natasha Harris, slumped against the bathroom wall. She was struggling to breathe, her breaths shallow and labored. Despite attempts to save her, Natasha passed away from cardiac arrest. She was only 30 years old. Natasha left behind 8 young children and a partner grieving her loss. Her death revealed a troubling dependency, not on drugs or alcohol, but on Coca-Cola. Natasha's addiction began in her teenage years. Over time, her soda consumption escalated to 10 liters a day, equivalent to 18 pints. This amount exceeded the recommended daily sugar intake by more than 11 times and doubled the safe caffeine limit. Her daily routine revolved around Coke, starting her day with a glass and ending it the same way. Without it, she suffered withdrawal symptoms like irritability and trembling. Her mother-in-law, Vivian Hodgkinson, described how Natasha became extremely agitated if Coke was unavailable. For years, Natasha experienced various health issues, including fatigue, nausea, and heart palpitations. She vomited multiple times a week and struggled with energy levels. However, neither she nor her family connected these symptoms to her Coke consumption, attributing them to stress or unrelated health problems. The effects of her habit were devastating. Natasha's teeth decayed completely and had to be removed, a direct result of the high sugar content in her diet. One of her children was born without tooth enamel, which doctors linked to Natasha's soda intake during pregnancy. Internally, her body suffered severe damage. An autopsy showed her liver was enlarged with fatty deposits caused by excessive sugar. She also had hypokalemia, a condition marked by dangerously low potassium levels which can cause heart issues. Pathologist Dr. Dan Mornin explained that her symptoms, muscle weakness, fatigue, and vomiting, were consistent with this condition. Her caffeine consumption also contributed to her irregular heartbeat, which ultimately led to her death. On the day she passed, Natasha didn't appear alarmingly unwell, though she complained of feeling unwell. Later, Christopher found her unresponsive in the bathroom. Despite calling for help, paramedics were unable to save her. An inquest into Natasha's death highlighted the extreme impact of her soda addiction. Coroner David Crerar concluded that her excessive Coke intake played a significant role in her cardiac arrest. He stated her death was unlikely to have happened when it did and how it did, without her extreme soda consumption. The combination of sugar and caffeine caused serious metabolic imbalances, including hypokalemia. Health experts noted that consuming up to 8 liters of liquid daily can be harmful, even without factoring in sugar and caffeine. Coca-Cola Oceania expressed disappointment in the findings, arguing there was no consensus on the exact cause of Natasha's heart attack and stating they could not control how much of their product consumers choose to drink. In response, the coroner recommended actions to prevent similar cases. He urged Coca-Cola to include caffeine on labels and add warnings about excessive consumption. He also called on the New Zealand Ministry of Health to consider stricter regulations on caffeinated beverages. However, some experts doubted whether warning labels would have changed Natasha's behavior. Catherine Rich of the NZ Food and Grocery Council noted that Natasha also smoked heavily and ignored medical advice for other health issues, suggesting broader lifestyle factors contributed to her death. Family members described Natasha as a loving mother who prioritized her children above all else, often at her own expense. She skipped meals to ensure her kids had enough and spent weeks planning their birthdays to make them special. Her sister, Raylene Finlayson, shared how Natasha's dependency on Coke became a coping mechanism in a difficult life. Struggling with feelings of being trapped and hopeless, she used Coke as others might turn to alcohol or drugs, for comfort. After her death, Natasha's partner struggled to care for their children, who were eventually placed into state care. Christopher faced additional challenges, including legal issues and financial strain. Natasha Harris's story is a warning about the dangers of unchecked habits. Her family hopes her tragic death will raise awareness about the potential risks of excessive soda consumption and the broader struggles tied to dependency. A quiet morning on August 16, 2010, in Nebworth, Hertfordshire. 43-year-old Mitchell Carey, a graphic designer and father of 2, decided to skip breakfast that day. By lunchtime, he was hungry and went to a local cafe near his workplace to grab a quick meal. He chose a simple corned beef sandwich, unaware that this choice would lead to a tragic and rare medical crisis. At first, everything seemed normal. Mitchell returned to work and ate his sandwich. But within 25 minutes, he began sweating heavily and complaining of severe stomach pain. The pain was so intense that he removed his clothes, describing it as 10 out of 10. Alarmed, his co-workers called for medical help. Paramedics arrived quickly and rushed Mitchell to Lister Hospital in Stevenage. Doctors initially thought it was a case of food poisoning. He was treated with painkillers and sent home the same day, instructed to rest and manage his symptoms with medication. Unfortunately, Mitchell's condition worsened overnight. By the next day, August 17th, he was experiencing severe stomach cramps and uncontrollable vomiting. His health deteriorated rapidly, and he collapsed at home. His wife, Debbie Carey, immediately called emergency services. When paramedics arrived, Mitchell was in critical condition. He was suffering from acute organ failure and had already endured a heart attack. He was rushed back to Lister Hospital, but despite the medical team's efforts, his condition kept declining. In the early hours of August 18th, Mitchell passed away due to multiple organ failure caused by a rare bacterial infection. The infection was later identified as Clostridium perfringens type A, a bacterium linked to food poisoning. This strain is so rare that only 7 other cases have been reported worldwide. Once it enters the bloodstream, it is almost always fatal. In Mitchell's case, the bacterium likely came from his corned beef sandwich. Doctors explained that the rapid onset of symptoms, within just 25 minutes of eating, strongly suggested the sandwich was the source. Environmental health officers tested corned beef from the cafe, found no contamination. While this made it impossible to confirm the exact source, the timeline of events left little doubt for medical experts and Mitchell's family. Mitchell's death was not the first tragedy for his family. He had been the widower of Anna Wilson, the daughter of TV presenter and former Arsenal goalkeeper Bob Wilson. Anna passed away in 1998 at just 31 years old after battling a rare and aggressive cancer called malignant schwannoma, which caused a large tumor in her chest. Mitchell and Anna had been married for 6 years at the time. After Anna's death, Mitchell remained close to her parents, Bob and Megs Wilson, who considered him a beloved member of their family. Bob, now retired and living in Dorset, said he was devastated by losing his son-in-law, describing him as dearly loved. In 2004, Mitchell found love again with Debbie Smith, a close friend of his late wife. The two married and built a life together in Nebworth, raising Mitchell's sons, Dylan and Ewan, who were 9 and 7 years old when he passed away. An inquest into Mitchell's death highlighted the shocking rarity of his condition. Coroner Edward Thomas called it an extremely rare case and said details would be shared with the Department of Health to raise awareness about the dangers of Clostridium perfringens type A. The official cause of death was ruled as multiple organ failure due to intravascular coagulation and enterocolitis caused by the bacterial infection. The cafe and its suppliers faced scrutiny following the tragedy, but no legal action was taken. Aldi, the retailer that supplied the corned beef, expressed confidence in their product safety and extended their condolences to Mitchell's family. Mitchell's untimely death left his family and community heartbroken. It is a reminder of how rare but devastating bacterial infections can be and the importance of vigilance in food safety practices.
It was June 18, 2023, in the North Atlantic Ocean. A small 22-foot submersible called the Titan was about to go on a deep-sea mission to visit the Titanic wreck, nearly 13,000 feet below the surface. The 5 passengers were not just thrill-seekers. They were prominent individuals, including Stockton Rush, the CEO of OceanGate, British billionaire Hamish Harding, Pakistani businessman Shahzada Dawood, his 19-year-old son Suleiman, and French Titanic expert Paul-Henri Nargeolet. Their goal was to witness the iconic shipwreck firsthand, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but one that would soon turn deadly. The Titan never made it back. During its descent, the submersible catastrophically imploded due to the immense pressure, instantly killing all 5 passengers. This wasn't just a tragic accident. It resulted from years of ignored warnings and questionable decisions driven by a relentless pursuit of innovation. Stockton Rush, the architect of this ill-fated journey, was more than just a CEO. He was an innovator who prided himself on pushing boundaries, often at the expense of safety. Rush admired characters like Captain Kirk from Star Trek, men who defied norms to achieve greatness. His vision for OceanGate was to make deep-sea exploration accessible to scientists and the general public. This ambition led to the development of the Titan, a submersible designed to dive deeper than most vehicles of its kind to the very site of the Titanic. However, The Titan was different from traditional deep-sea submersibles. Unlike others which undergo rigorous testing and certification to withstand the crushing pressures of the deep ocean, the Titan bypassed many of these safety protocols. Rush viewed these procedures as obstacles to innovation rather than necessary safeguards. In 2018, 5 years before the Titan's final dive, a group of experts from the Marine Technology Society, MTS, sent Rush a letter expressing serious concerns about his approach. Signed by more than 36 specialists, the letter warned that OceanGate's experimental methods could lead to disaster. They were particularly alarmed that Rush did not pursue the industry standard certification for the Titan's design and construction. Rush dismissed these warnings, viewing them as attempts to stifle innovation. He found the concerns misguided and insulting, perceiving them as efforts by industry players to halt progress under the guise of safety. The warnings didn't stop there. In 2018, OceanGate's Director of Marine Operations, David Lockridge, raised serious safety concerns about the Titan. Lockridge, a former Royal Navy Marine engineer, recommended more rigorous testing, including a hull scan to detect potential flaws. He insisted that the sub undergo non-destructive testing before being used for deep dives. His concerns were dismissed, and when he persisted, he was fired. OceanGate accused him of sharing confidential information, leading to a legal dispute settled out of court. In 2019, Carl Stanley, a submersible expert, took a test dive on the Titan and heard ominous cracking sounds from the hull as they descended to 12,000 feet. Concerned, he emailed Rush, warning that the noise indicated a flaw in the hull. But Rush once again brushed off the concern, confident in his design. Veteran deep-sea exploration specialist Rob McCallum also urged Rush to have the Titan independently assessed before using it for commercial dives. He warned that Rush's approach was reminiscent of the infamous claim that the Titanic was unsinkable. But Rush ignored the advice, believing McCallum was just another industry critic. In June 2023, the Titan descended to the Titanic wreck site. The 5 passengers on board were likely filled with excitement and anticipation. They were about to see something few people on Earth had ever seen: a ship lost to the ocean depths for over a century. But as the Titan descended deeper and deeper, the pressure outside the submersible increased exponentially. At nearly 13,000 feet below the surface, the pressure is almost 6,000 pounds per square inch, an almost unimaginable force. The Titan was not equipped to handle such immense pressure. The submersible's hull, made from carbon fiber and titanium, was designed to be lightweight and strong. It was also experimental and had yet to be subjected to the rigorous testing and certification processes that are standard in the industry. As the Titan continued its descent, the hull began to fail. The immense ocean pressure was too much for the flawed design to withstand. At some point during the dive, the hull catastrophically imploded. The force of the implosion was so powerful that it likely killed everyone on board instantly. The pressure crushed the submersible and reduced it to fragments scattered across the ocean floor. There were no survivors. The dreams of seeing the Titanic up close were shattered, along with the lives of 5 people who had trusted that the Titan was safe. It was a sunny afternoon on June 13, 2006, in Hondo, New Mexico. Inside a large studio, however, a tragedy was about to unfold. Luis Jimenez, a celebrated sculptor known for his bold and colorful works, was working on his latest creation, a massive 32-foot-tall Mustang horse. This sculpture was no ordinary piece. It was commissioned by Denver International Airport and meant to greet millions of visitors. But this day would end in tragedy, marking the final chapter in Jimenez's life. Luis Jimenez was born on July 30, 1940 in El Paso, Texas, to a family with Mexican roots. His upbringing in his father's electric sign shop exposed him to neon lights, spray paint, and welding, skills that would later shape his unique artistic style. Jimenez's art was heavily influenced by his cultural heritage and lowrider culture, which is known for its vibrant and unconventional designs. His sculptures, often made of fiberglass, were colorful, large, and deeply connected to Hispanic and Southwestern themes. While some celebrated Jimenez's work, it was not universally accepted. Some praised his art for showing Chicano culture and the working class, while others found it overbright and outlandish. Despite this, Jimenez remained committed to his vision, gaining recognition in major art institutions like the Smithsonian Museum of American Art and the Whitney Museum of American Art. By the mid-1990s, Jimenez had become one of the most prominent sculptors in the U.S., receiving numerous acknowledgments. In the early 1990s, the city of Denver approached him to create a sculpture for their new international airport. Jimenez took on the challenge, deciding to craft a 32-foot-tall Mustang horse made of polychromed fiberglass. The Mustang, with its neon red eyes, was meant to capture the spirit of the West, a wild and majestic symbol that also paid tribute to Jimenez's roots. Jimenez worked on the sculpture for nearly a decade, facing numerous challenges due to its immense size and complexity. The process involved heavy machinery and hazardous materials, but Jimenez was determined to complete the project. On June 13, 2006, tragedy struck as he was in the final stages of the sculpture. A large section of the Mustang fell from a hoist, pinning Jimenez against a steel support and severing an artery in his leg. He was rushed to the hospital but was pronounced dead at the age of 65. The art world was shocked by Jimenez's sudden death, and tributes poured in from around the globe. The Mustang, meant to symbolize the West's wild spirit, was now forever linked to its creator's death. Despite this, Jimenez's sons completed the sculpture, and in February 2008, Blue Mustang was installed at Denver International Airport. The sculpture, later nicknamed Blucifer, quickly became controversial. Its intense gaze, glowing red eyes, and the tragic circumstances of its creation made it unsettling to many. Urban legends even claimed the sculpture was cursed with its red eyes seen as a symbol of evil. Despite the controversy, Blue Mustang became a significant part of Colorado's cultural identity. It appeared in TV shows, travel guides, and comic books, implicating fear and fascination. Jimenez's widow, Susan, worked hard to manage her late husband's legacy, viewing the sculpture as a proud symbol of the West, not the demonic figure others saw. Over the years, Blue Mustang has remained a topic of debate and fascination. While the story behind it is tragic, the sculpture shows us Jimenez's vision and talent, enduring as a significant piece of art at Denver International Airport. It was Good Friday, April 6, 2012, in Itarare, a small Sao Paulo, Brazil town. The community gathered for the annual Easter play, The Passion of the Christ, a tradition that depicted the final days of Jesus. Among the actors was 27-year-old Tiago Klimek, who was playing Judas Iscariot, the disciple who betrayed Jesus and later hanged himself. Tiago was an experienced performer, having participated in the play for 3 years. He was familiar with his role and the safety equipment, which included a harness provided by the local fire department. The harness was meant to protect him during the scene where Judas takes his own life, a scene he had rehearsed multiple times. As the play progressed, the moment came for Tiago to enact Judas's voluntary death. The scene involved him jumping from a small ladder, simulating hanging from a tree. The audience watched, captivated by the performance. At first, everything appeared to be going according to plan, but then something went wrong. When Tiago jumped, the safety vest he wore under his robe shifted unexpectedly. Instead of protecting him, it tightened around his neck, cutting off his air supply. This looked like part of the performance to the audience and fellow actors. Tiago struggled to breathe for 4 agonizing minutes, but no one realized his danger. Janaina Carvalho, a fellow actor, was the first to sense something was wrong. When Tiago didn't respond to her scripted lines, she became alarmed. Realizing he was in danger, she and the other actors rushed to help. Nearby, Luis Carlos Rosner, a sandwich vendor, was approached by one of the actors. The actor urgently asked Luis for a knife to cut Tiago down. Despite initial hesitation, Luis handed over the knife, and Tiago was cut down and rushed to Santa Casa de Itapeva Hospital. Unfortunately, the situation was dire. Tiago had been deprived of oxygen for too long, causing cerebral anoxia, severe brain damage due to lack of oxygen. He was placed in a medically induced coma, but the chances for recovery were low. For 17 days, Tiago remained in the hospital, his condition critical. Despite hopes for a miracle, on April 22, 2012, doctors made the difficult decision to turn off his life support. Tiago Klimek was pronounced dead that afternoon. Tiago's death stunned everyone. What was meant to be a symbolic portrayal of betrayal turned into a real-life tragedy. The play that brought people together to reflect on Christ's sacrifice now served as a tragic example of life's unpredictability. In the aftermath, an investigation was launched to determine how this could have happened. The harness and rope were taken to the Criminal Institute of Sorocaba for examination. Police investigator Jose Victor Bassetti led the inquiry, noting that the equipment had been borrowed from the local fire department and used safely in previous years. However, something had gone wrong this time. Investigators considered whether the rope's knot was tied incorrectly, possibly contributing to the vest's malfunction. Another theory suggested that material from Tiago's costume became entangled in the harness, causing it to tighten fatally when he jumped. The investigation aimed to uncover the exact events leading to Tiago's death, but answers were slow to emerge. On May 3, 1972, Leslie Cameron Harvey, a 27-year-old guitarist from Scotland, died in a tragic accident during a live performance. He was performing with his band, Stone the Crows, at the Top Rank Suite in Swansea, Wales. Leslie was known for his talent on the guitar and was a vital member of the band. Leslie was born on September 13, 1944, in Glasgow, Scotland. Music was a big part of his life from a young age, partly because his older brother Alex Harvey was also a musician. Leslie had the chance to join The Animals, a popular band then, but he decided to stay with his brother's band, the Alex Harvey Soul Band. Later, he joined another Scottish band called the Blues Council. Unfortunately, in 1965, their tour van crashed, killing 2 members of the band, and the group disbanded. In 1969, Leslie joined the band Cartoon, which allowed him to tour in the United States, opening for bands like Led Zeppelin and Spirit. He also played guitar on a solo album by Maurice Gibb of the Bee Gees, though most of that album was never released. Later that year, Leslie co-founded Stone the Crows, a band quickly gaining popularity. The band was managed by Peter Grant, who also managed Led Zeppelin, and Leslie's guitar skills became a defining part of their sound. On the night of May 3rd, tragedy struck during a concert at the Top Rank Suite. While performing on stage, Leslie reached for the microphone, which was not adequately grounded. At the same time, he was holding his guitar strings, creating a fatal electrical circuit. In an instant, a surge of electricity passed through his body, and he collapsed on stage. Despite a road crew member's efforts to disconnect the guitar and an ambulance being called, Leslie was pronounced dead on arrival at the hospital. Leslie's death was a massive shock to the music community. After this incident, the music industry started to take electrical safety more seriously. Venues began to implement stricter safety measures, and equipment manufacturers made improvements to prevent such accidents from happening again. Leslie's death also profoundly impacted his family and bandmates. His older brother Alex continued his music career, but was deeply affected by the loss. Stone the Crows, the band Leslie helped create, struggled to move forward after his death. Although they continued to perform for a while, they eventually disbanded. 1984, British comedy unexpectedly lost one of its legends. Tommy Cooper, a well-known Welsh comedian and magician, was performing live at Her Majesty's Theatre in London. At 6'4", wearing his signature red fez hat, Tommy was famous for his blend of magic tricks and humor, often making people laugh with his intentional failures at magic. Something went wrong during a live broadcast of millions of viewers that night. Tommy performed on Live from Her Majesty's, a popular television program. He had done many similar shows over his long career, and the audience eagerly awaited his act. As the show began, Tommy took the stage to perform one of his well-known routines involving a large magic cloak. His assistant helped him put on the cloak, and the show's host, Jimmy Tarbuck, stood behind the curtain, passing Tommy various props to pull out of the cloak. The props got larger and larger, building up to the final gag. Everything seemed like typical Tommy Cooper, chaotic, funny, and unpredictable. Suddenly, Tommy dropped to his knees in the middle of the act. The audience, used to his comedic style, laughed, thinking it was part of the routine. But Tommy didn't get back up. He slumped forward against the stage curtains, and for a moment, even those backstage thought it was another joke. But as the seconds passed, it became clear that something was wrong. Still hidden behind the curtain, Jimmy Tarbuck noticed Tommy's limp body and realized this wasn't part of the act. The show's director quickly decided to cut to an unscheduled commercial break, a sign that things were serious. During the break, the stage crew rushed to help Tommy. His son, who was backstage, confirmed their worst fears. Tommy had a bad back and wouldn't have collapsed on purpose. While the crew tried to revive Tommy, the show's producer, David Bell, faced a tough decision. The show was live with millions watching. Should they cancel the broadcast or continue? After a quick discussion, they decided to continue the show. Les Dennis and Dustin G., the comedy duo scheduled to perform after Tommy, were sent on stage. They acted in the limited space available while Tommy's body remained behind the curtain. The audience, unaware of the situation, continued to laugh, not knowing that the comedian they came to see was in critical condition just a few feet away. After Dennis and G finished their performance, the curtain was carefully removed, and Tommy was taken out of the theater on a stretcher. He was rushed to Westminster Hospital, but it was too late. Tommy Cooper was pronounced dead on arrival. He had suffered a massive heart attack. Although the news wasn't officially reported until the following day, word had already spread. The comedy world was in shock. Tommy Cooper's death marked the end of a career that spanned over 40 years. He had spent his life making people laugh with his unique mix of magic and comedy. His death on stage in the middle of a performance was a reminder of how suddenly life can change. In the following days, there was much debate about continuing the show after Tommy had collapsed. Some thought it was disrespectful to go on while Tommy lay dying backstage. Others believed that it was what Tommy would have wanted. He had dedicated his life to making people laugh, and in a way he did so until the very end. The footage of his final moments has become controversial. Some see it as a tragic end to a beloved comedian's life, while others view it as a fitting, unintended final comedy act. One lingering question is whether immediate medical attention could have saved Tommy's life if the show had been stopped when he collapsed. Was the heart attack so severe that nothing could have been done, or was there a chance he could have survived? Despite his sudden and shocking death, Tommy Cooper's legacy lives on. He is remembered for how he died and the countless laughs he brought to audiences over the years. His life and career were remembered for his ability to find humor in even the simplest things, and his death on stage proves the fine line between comedy and tragedy. Tommy may be gone, but his memory brings joy to those who remember him as one of the greats of British comedy. Day in 2015 in St. Joseph, Michigan. Christina Bond, a 55-year-old woman, was at home. Christina was recently elected as a Republican precinct delegate for St. Joseph Charter Township Precinct 1. She was also a mother of 2 sons, Nicholas Crease and Noah Bond. Christina was known for her strength and resilience. Her son Nicholas described her as God's most powerful soldier on earth. She was a former U.S. Navy officer, having served 2 years as a military police officer. She later became an administrator and worked at the Southwest Michigan Community Action Agency. Christina was adjusting a handgun she carried in her bra holster on this day. The holster was a relatively new invention designed to give women a discreet way to carry firearms. These holsters are attached to the front of the bra, with the gun concealed between the breasts via a strap that connects to the clamshell holster. Christina was having trouble getting her bra holster to fit correctly. She couldn't get it to sit the way she wanted it to. She was looking down, trying to adjust it, when the gun accidentally discharged. The bullet struck her in the eye. The St. Joseph Public Safety Department received an emergency call, and officers were dispatched to 396 Upton Drive. When they arrived, they found Christina with a gunshot wound to her eye. She was rushed to Lakeland Hospital and then airlifted to Bronson Methodist Hospital in Kalamazoo. Despite the medical team's efforts, Christina died the following day. St. Joseph Public Safety Director Mark Clapp released the details surrounding the incident. He explained to the Kalamazoo Gazette that Christina was having trouble adjusting her bra holster and couldn't get it to fit the way she wanted it to. As she looked down to adjust it, the gun went off, tragically ending her life. Christina's death was a shock to her community. She had been an active member of her church, Road to Life Church, where she was an administrator for 15 years. She also ministered at the Berrien County Jail, providing support and guidance to inmates. Her dedication to her faith and community was evident in every aspect of her life. Carrie Lightfoot, owner of the Well-Armed Woman store, commented on the rising popularity of bra holsters, noting that more women are seeking practical ways to carry firearms. It's a natural choice, depending on the gun size and, of course, the individual, she said. She emphasized that women need versatile options for carrying firearms, as their clothing choices often change from day to day, requiring different solutions. Christina Bond's life was filled with accomplishments. After serving in the Navy, she became a bodybuilder and won the Miss Michigan Figure Overall Championship in 2013. Her dedication to fitness and health was just another example of her determination and strength. Her obituary, published in the Herald Palladium, highlighted her many roles and achievements. Christina was preceded in death by her 2 brothers and is survived by her 2 sons. In a heartfelt Facebook post, her son Nicholas expressed his grief and admiration for his mother. He wrote, "My mother was the strongest person I have ever known. It's in her that I've become who I am. She gives me strength to stand up for what I believe." The full autopsy report had not yet been completed, but the circumstances of Christina's death were clear. She had been adjusting her bra holster when the accident occurred. Experts believe that for the gun to discharge, she must have either dislodged it from the clamshell or inadvertently got her finger near the trigger while trying to make the holster fit better. This tragic incident raises important questions about the safety and practicality of certain firearm accessories. Bra holsters, while providing a discreet way to carry a gun, may pose significant risks if not used correctly. Christina's death is a warning for those who use such devices. Evening in 2015 in Stony Creek Township, Pennsylvania. James Schaffer, a 68-year-old blind man, was alone in his home, as he had been for the past 25 years. Despite his disability, James was known in his community for his intelligence and independence. That night, he felt an ache in his leg and decided to warm a towel in the microwave to soothe the pain. This simple act, however, led to a tragic accident that would shock his entire community. James placed the dry towel in the microwave, unaware of the dangers. Within just 15 seconds, the towel caught fire. Blind and unable to see the flames, he pulled the burning towel from the microwave, inadvertently setting his flannel shirt on fire. The fire spread quickly, engulfing his clothing. Realizing the danger, James acted swiftly. He ran down the hall to the bathroom, the flames lightly burning the carpet as he moved. He managed to douse the fire using the shower head, but not before suffering severe burns over 80% of his body. Despite the immense pain, James remained calm. When the Oakland Fire Department arrived, they were met with a heartbreaking scene. James, covered in burns, was conscious and surprisingly composed. Deputy Chief David Ream recalled how James repeatedly apologized, saying, "He was very apologetic. He was telling us every couple of minutes that he was sorry. He should have known better. He was very, very calm for the situation we had at hand." James was rushed to a Pittsburgh hospital where he continued to communicate with the paramedics. His condition, however, was dire. The burns were extensive, and he had also inhaled hot air and fumes from the fire. Tragically, James passed away the following morning. The official cause of death was thermal inhalation. James Schaffer's death left a profound impact on his community. He had lived in Johnstown, Pennsylvania for over 50 years, and his neighbors knew him as one of the nicest and most intelligent men they had ever met. Despite his blindness, he never let his disability stop him from living an active and fulfilling life. His family checked on him daily and confirmed that he could live independently. The Oakland Fire Department was particularly affected by the incident. This was the first fire-related death in the township, and the firefighters struggled to come to terms with the tragedy. Deputy Chief Ream expressed their shock, noting how unusual it was to see someone so calm and collected in such a dire situation. The story of James Schaffer raises several what-if questions that linger in the minds of those who knew him, and even those who hear his story. What if James had known about the danger of microwaving a dry towel? What if there had been someone with him who could have helped sooner? What if better safety measures or devices were designed to assist blind people in their daily tasks? These questions, while unanswerable, show the importance of safety awareness and the need for innovations that can help prevent similar tragedies in the future. James Schaffer's death was a devastating loss, but it also serves as a crucial lesson about the need for caution in our everyday actions. In the end, James Schaffer's story is an example of the unpredictability of life and the importance of community support, especially for those with disabilities. July 28, 2010 was supposed to be an ordinary day in Mount Carroll, Illinois. As morning came, 3 young men, Wyatt Whitebread, Alex Pacas, and Will Piper, made their way toward the Hosbach Grain Storage Complex, where they were supposed to walk down the corn. Yet by nightfall, the rural town would be gripped by unspeakable tragedy. At 14 years old, Wyatt Whitebread was a spirited boy. He had been excited to earn his first paycheck working at the Hosbach Grain Storage Complex. But things had changed. Wyatt had recently expressed unease about the nature of his work, even proclaiming that he wished he never had to see another kernel of corn for the rest of his life. His co-workers were 19-year-old Alex Pacas and 20-year-old Will Piper. None of them had experience in grain handling, which had proved to be a lot more complicated than they'd anticipated. And none of them fully grasped the dangers of the task they faced that day, breaking up clogged corn in a grain bin towering 4 stories high. The job, referred to as walking down the corn, required the boys to shovel kernels toward a central drain hole at the bottom of the bin, allowing the corn to flow freely into the conveyor below. The work began smoothly, but the conditions were dangerous. Beneath the 250,000 bushels of damp, compacted corn was an active conveyor system whose continuous movement turned the grain into a fluid trap. It was about 9:45 a.m. that day when 14-year-old Wyatt began sinking into the corn, the damp grain swallowing him like quicksand. Alex and Will sprang into action. The older boys attempted to pull Wyatt free, grasping him under the arms, but it was useless. The unstable surface gave way beneath their feet, and before they knew it, Alex and Will started to sink as well. Wyatt disappeared first, buried by the cascading corn. Alex and Will struggled to stay afloat as the grains piled relentlessly around them. Alex's cries for help grew fainter as the corn reached his neck and then his chin. Will, trapped up to his chest, used his free arm to try and keep the kernels away from Alex's head. But Will couldn't keep up with the cascade of corn. Soon after, he couldn't do anything but watch in horror as his friend succumbed and wondered if he was going to be next. By now, the corn was up to his chin. Hosbach supervisor Matt Schaffner called for help and then climbed into the bin himself to try to dig the boys out. But he quickly realized it was an impossible task. The Mount Carroll Fire Department arrived within minutes, quickly realizing the enormity of the situation. Grain bins are notoriously treacherous, and extracting victims from them requires specialized techniques. Firefighters, paramedics, and technical rescue teams converged on the site, eventually numbering over 200 responders. Rescuers employed grain vacuums, custom-made rescue tubes, and even improvised methods like cutting the bottom out of a bucket to shield Will's face. They worked tirelessly in stifling heat, battling a heat index of 114 degrees inside the metal silo. Despite their efforts, progress was painstakingly slow. Will Piper remained trapped for nearly 6 hours, his body immobilized and his mind haunted by the death of his friends. At one point, rescuers instructed him to embrace Alex's lifeless body to create space for the vacuum to work. Will was eventually rescued and taken to the hospital. Alex's body was retrieved, but Wyatt's remains were buried under layers of corn. Rescuers worked late into the night, finally recovering the 14-year-old's remains. The loss of Wyatt Whitebread and Alex Pacas devastated their families. Will Piper faced profound emotional scars. Even more, the tragedy revealed glaring safety failures at Hosbach LC. OSHA's investigation uncovered 25 safety violations, including 12 classified as willful. The boys had received no safety training, were not equipped with harnesses, and were sent into the bin while the machinery below remained operational, a direct violation of safety protocols. Hosbach LLC was initially fined $555,000, but this was later reduced to $200,000, igniting outrage among the victims' families. Civil lawsuits followed, with a jury awarding nearly $17 million in damages, $8 million each to the families of Wyatt and Alex, and $875,000 to Will. The verdict marked a record for Carroll County, but brought little solace to the grieving families. Wyatt's mother, Carla, a retired Army major, struggled with the knowledge that Wyatt hadn't told her he was running down corn. Alex's mother, Annette, grappled with the knowledge that her son died in terror, his final moments consumed by fear. Nothing could bring their children back. It was late afternoon of January 29, 1931, when neighbors and friends gathered at Edward and Delphine Hines' farmstead near Grafton, North Dakota. The Hines were throwing a festive dinner party which promised to be an evening of dancing, laughter, and games, a much-needed reprieve from the harsh winter. But as the night wore on, the unsuspecting guests were served a meal that would forever be marked in North Dakota's history. The party concluded with a late-night spread prepared by Delphine. Among the courses was a pea salad featuring home-canned peas, which Delphine had prepared herself, mayonnaise, cheese, and lettuce. Unbeknownst to everyone, including the Hines, these peas harbored a hidden deadly menace. The nightmare began the following day. Arthur Geranby, a 31-year-old farmer, experienced intense stomach pains while tending to his chores. He alerted his family, which rushed to his aid, but not even them or the doctors they employed could save Arthur. By Saturday, he had slipped into a coma. In the meantime, the doctors had figured out the cause of Arthur's illness, the botulinum toxin, produced by the bacteria Clostridium botulinum. On Saturday afternoon, Arthur Geranby succumbed to the toxin's effects. His death marked the beginning of an unrelenting series of tragedies. Harry Chapioski, an 8th grader who had attended the party, appeared healthy enough to play in a basketball game on Friday. Yet by the next evening, he too was gone. Harry's mom, Mrs. Thomas Chapioski, died a day later, followed closely by her lifelong friend, who had also attended the party, Mrs. Elmer Stoke. Delphine Hine and her family were not spared. The first to fall ill was Edward Jr., her 16-year-old son, who passed away on Saturday evening. Delphine herself succumbed just 4 hours later. By Sunday night, Edward Sr. and their eldest daughter, 20-year-old Elizabeth, had also perished. Genevieve, only 15, followed early Monday morning. The poison did not discriminate, taking the lives of 13 party attendees over 9 days. Among the deceased were lifelong friends, close relatives, and neighbors. The deaths were eerily consistent, with symptoms of dizziness, impaired vision, and respiratory failure marking the toxin's lethal progression. Those who survived, such as Elmer Stoke, were spared only by chance. Elmer had not eaten the salad. Medical experts acted swiftly once botulism was identified as the culprit. A specialist from the University of Chicago traveled to Grafton with antitoxin serum, but the treatment was rare and prohibitively expensive. It was also only effective if administered early in the illness, and by the time it reached the town, most victims were beyond saving. The last fatality, Winfield Ware, died 9 days after the party, having shown signs of improvement before his condition rapidly deteriorated. Elmer Stoke wasn't the only survivor. 3 of the Hine children also survived. 14-year-old Richard, 12-year-old Wilfred, and 3-year-old Marvin had been spared only because they were too young to join the party and had remained in their rooms that night. Yet their survival came at an unimaginable cost. They lost both parents and 3 siblings in a matter of days. The boys were taken in by relatives, but their lives were forever altered. Richard, known as Dick, grew up quickly, leaving his relatives' home to work as a farm laborer. He would go on to establish his successful dairy operation in Minnesota, passing away in 2013 at age 96. Wilfred, or Bill, worked in California's aircraft industry, while Marvin, affectionately called Buddy, returned to North Dakota after serving in World War II and built a life in the grain business. Despite their resilience, the trauma of the event lingered with them. Dick's poignant plea to save their mother's wedding ring so they would have something to remember her by underscored the depth of their loss. It was a tragedy unlike anything Grafton or North America had seen before. Residents mourned the victims during a 4-day funeral procession, during which the town closed its businesses and declared a period of mourning. Fear spread as homemakers threw away their home-canned goods, many discarding entire pantries, despite the economic hardship of the Great Depression. For months, some families subsisted on little more than toast and tea, wary of hidden dangers lurking in their food. But there are lessons to be learned even in the darkest of times. The disaster prompted greater scrutiny of home canning practices, highlighting the importance of proper sterilization and the use of pressure canners for low-acid foods. Though botulism remains rare, the Grafton tragedy stands as a stark reminder of its deadly potential. Today, advancements in food safety guidelines and education seek to prevent such a tragedy from recurring. However, the memory of the Poison Pea Party became a cautionary tale, etched into the history of a town that would never forget. In January 2007, Sheila K. Ross and her husband Dane seasoned truck drivers from McLeod, Oklahoma, were on a routine trip. They had traveled to Yuma, Arizona to collect supplies from a Dole plant. But what began as an ordinary evening would take a devastating turn, changing the lives of all those involved. That evening, when they arrived at the plant in Arizona, Sheila exited their truck to retrieve paperwork for their load. But when the 47-year-old woman failed to return, her husband Dane became overcome by worry. He too exited the truck and searched the premises himself, but there was no sign of his wife. Dane decided to notify the Yuma police and ask for their help. Officers conducted an extensive search but found no sign of Sheila. As hours turned into days, her disappearance remained a mystery. 3 days later, a dock worker at the Hy-Vee grocery store distribution center in Chariton, Iowa, made a grim discovery. Sheila's body was found in the back of a semi-trailer delivering lettuce. The trailer, owned by a different trucking company, had been at the same Dole plant in Yuma on the night Sheila disappeared. Authorities determined that Sheila had been pinned inside the truck during loading, and the compressive force of the pallets of lettuce caused her death. According to Dr. John Kramer, the autopsy showed Sheila was a Investigators believe Sheila was accidentally pushed into the trailer by a forklift operating in the loading area. Unnoticed by the driver, she became trapped between the heavy pallets of produce. The intense pressure left her unable to breathe. Her body remained undetected as the trailer traveled nearly 1,500 miles to Iowa. Sheila died on Tuesday, January 30th, 2007. Statements from Dole confirmed the company's cooperation with law enforcement, but offered little solace to Sheila's grieving family. The lettuce in the shipment was destroyed, a minor detail in the face of such a profound loss. Sheila, remembered as a dedicated truck driver and loving wife, had worked alongside Dane for years. Married in 1980, the couple shared a son, Daniel, and a granddaughter. Her funeral service, held on February 5, 2007, brought together family and friends to honor her memory. Afternoon in May 2015, Wang Xiu-Fing, 47, and her 16-year-old daughter, Lily Caw-Li Ling, embarked on what should have been an ordinary drive to pick up Wang's other children from school. The family lived in a tranquil neighborhood in Ma On Shan, Hong Kong. But things at home weren't as tranquil. Their family dynamic was increasingly strained, especially between Wang and her husband, Caw Kim-sun. That day, mother and daughter left their home in Wang's yellow Mini Cooper to pick up Lily's siblings from school. The family helper saw them leave around 2 p.m., heading down Sai Sha Road. Their journey should have been a brief one, just a 1.6-kilometer trip to the bus terminal. At 2:14 p.m., Lily sent a lighthearted text to a friend joking about school. This would be the last message she ever sent. 30 minutes later, a jogger came across their parked car at a bus stop. Inside the car, Wang and her daughter were slumped and unresponsive. Emergency responders rushed them to Prince of Wales Hospital, but it was too late. Both Wang and Lily were declared dead, victims of severe carbon monoxide poisoning. Investigators were at a loss. They knew the mother and daughter had died due to lethal gas exposure, but the car itself was in pristine condition. It presented no defects. Hong Kong police, with assistance from Bavarian Motor Works engineers in Germany, thoroughly examined the Mini Cooper's ventilation system. When every avenue failed to explain the gas source, the case stalled. It wasn't until months later that the puzzle pieces started to fit, only because of a seemingly innocuous detail: a deflated gray yoga ball in the car's boot, conspicuously missing its stopper. The simple question of why it lacked a plug opened the door to one of Hong Kong's most chilling murder cases. Detectives learned that Wang's estranged husband, Caw Kim-sun, was a respected associate professor of anesthesiology. The man was, by all accounts, brilliant, but his personal life was deeply troubled. Caw was having an affair with a younger student and had grown distant from Wang, his wife. They remained together solely for the sake of their children, but the relationship had devolved into what was described as a business partnership. In truth, Caw wanted his life out of the picture. Police found a paper trail connecting Caw to carbon monoxide procurement. Under the guise of research, he had requested the gas for experiments at his university and later taken it home. As time passed, the investigations revealed the full depravity of his plan. A colleague testified that Caw had asked him to assist in experiments involving carbon monoxide. On one occasion, the colleague saw Caw filling 2 yoga balls with gas, one of which was later identified as the ball found in Wang's car. Experts confirmed that such balls could carry and slowly release carbon monoxide if left unplugged, creating a fatal environment in an enclosed space like a car. Confronted with mounting evidence, Kaw denied involvement in his wife and daughter's deaths. He claimed he had taken the gas home to deal with a rodent problem and suggested the yoga ball might have been misused by Lily to kill insects. The defense further argued that Kaw had an alibi, as he had left home for a seminar hours before the incident. Prosecutors countered that the yoga ball, planted earlier, could still maintain lethal gas concentrations for hours. Tests showed the concentration of carbon monoxide inside the Mini Cooper reached at least 7,000 parts per million, enough to incapacitate and kill within minutes. Kaw's trial began in 2017. Prosecutors painted a picture of a calculated and deliberate murder, motivated by Kaw's desire to end his unhappy marriage. The deaths, they argued, would allow him to inherit jointly owned properties and fully pursue his affair. While the motive for killing Wong seemed clear, Lily's death raised haunting questions, with some evidence suggesting Kaw had asked Lily to stay home that day. Friends and family described Kaw's close bond with his daughter, leading some to speculate that her death might have been unintended collateral damage. The jury found Kaw guilty of murder in 2018, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment. The case, dubbed the Yoga Ball murder, became infamous not only for its macabre ingenuity, but also for its deep emotional tragedy. Wong's other children, now left without their mother and sister, faced an unimaginable loss. For Wong and Lily, what should have been an ordinary drive turned into a fatal trap, orchestrated by someone they trusted most. Wong Siu-Fing is remembered as a caring mother who devoted her life to her children. Lily was a spirited, lively teenager whose life was cut way too short. 2013, Sida Osman was a 5-year-old boy born to Somali refugee parents in Fort Worth, Texas. Though his family had fled violence and instability in Somalia, Sida's life in the United States was filled with hope. He was set to begin kindergarten in the fall and lived in a close-knit community of Somali families who supported one another. Sida would often spend his days riding his bike and playing with neighborhood children near their apartment complex. One June evening at about 6 p.m., Sida's mother called for him to come home. The little boy, eager to continue his adventures, hopped on his bike and pedaled away. Hours later, however, Sida had still not come home. Overcome by worry, his parents reported him missing at 10:30 p.m., prompting a massive search effort. Police, aided by K-9 units, helicopters, and mounted officers, scoured the neighborhood throughout the night. Despite their efforts, there was no trace of the little boy. Sida remained missing. The next day, at approximately 1 p.m., a passerby made a grim discovery. The lifeless body of the little boy was found under a tree in the backyard of a vacant house just a block from where Sida lived. The Tarrant County medical examiner determined the cause of death to be blunt force trauma to the head. The tragedy sent shockwaves through the Somali community, which gathered to mourn Sida's death and demand justice and answers. It didn't take long for investigators to find their prime suspect, a 13-year-old boy from the same neighborhood. Witnesses reported seeing Sida with the teen in the backyard of the vacant house shortly before his disappearance. The teen, whose name remains withheld due to his age, had a history of violent and erratic behavior. He was known as a troublemaker who had been involved in theft, physical altercations, and even threats of violence. His father had left the family and the teen had remained in the care of his mother. But, sources claimed, the teen was physically abusive even towards his mother. According to police, the teenager became irritated with Sida, who had been persistently asking to be taken to the store. In a fit of rage, the teen used a 14-pound bowling ball to strike Sida in the head, describing the act as like spiking a football. When Sida fell, the teen allegedly straddled him and struck him a second time, fatally injuring the child. Shockingly, the teen later showed Sida's body to 3 friends who pleaded with him to call for help, but he refused. Hours after the murder, the teen even lied to Sida's mother when she asked if he had seen her son. The teenager's violent tendencies were well documented. Rick Stokes, founder of the Stokes Christian Boys Home, described him as filled with rage and anger. His mother struggled to control his behavior despite seeking help and medication. The aftermath of Sida's death was marked by profound grief and a search for answers. Sida's family struggled to comprehend why anyone would harm their innocent child. The Somali community mourned collectively, their sorrow filling the courtroom as the case unfolded. The teen eventually pleaded guilty to capital murder, accepting a plea deal that sentenced him to 23 years in prison. During his sentencing, he tearfully addressed the Osmond family, expressing remorse for his actions. Despite his apology, the devastating loss of Sida left an irreplaceable void in the lives of those who knew him. Sida's death also highlighted systemic failures. The teen's mental health struggles had led to repeated institutionalizations, but long-term solutions remained out of reach. His mother's attempts to seek help were met with temporary fixes that proved insufficient in the long run. For Sida's family, the grief remains an enduring reality. A vibrant life full of promise was cut tragically short, leaving a community to grapple with the senselessness of his loss. Linda Goldblum, a 79-year-old grandmother of 7 and devoted Dodgers fan, was a lively woman, full of joy. Celebrating her recent birthday and 59th wedding anniversary with her husband Erwin, Linda had always cherished the simple pleasures of life, family, love, and baseball. A longtime Dodgers season ticket holder, she shared countless moments at the stadium with Erwin, their dates often spent cheering from the low level. That summer evening on August 25, 2018 was supposed to be no different. That night, the Dodgers faced the San Diego Padres in a close contest. Linda, accompanied by Erwin, his brother Michael, and sister-in-law Eve, had the perfect seats, third-row loge level, slightly to the first base side of home plate. She wore Dodgers blue, cheered enthusiastically, and soaked in the atmosphere as the game stretched into the 9th inning. The excitement mirrored her passion for the team she had loved for decades. But as the final inning began, tragedy struck. In the top of the 9th inning, Padres batter Franmil Reyes fouled off a pitch from Dodgers closer Kenley Jansen. The ball shot backward with terrifying speed, a white blur that cleared the protective netting and struck Linda on the right side of her head. Witnesses described it as a bolt of lightning, giving no time for reaction. The impact was so severe that the ball ricocheted to the row above and then bounced off Michael's chest before settling several rows away. Linda immediately slumped in her seat, prompting Erwin, who was sitting beside her, to lean over in alarm. He asked if she was okay, but her brief response that she was not would be the last words she ever spoke. Ushers quickly arrived and emergency medical technicians rushed her to Los Angeles County University of Southern California Medical Center. In the ambulance, Linda vomited, a sign of the catastrophic injury she had sustained. Emergency surgery was performed to relieve pressure on her brain, but she never regained consciousness. For 3 days, she remained on a ventilator, unresponsive except for a fleeting movement of her finger when asked her name. On August 28th, her family gathered by her side, sharing memories and saying goodbye before fulfilling her wishes not to be kept alive by machines. Linda Goldblum passed away the next morning. The coroner's report listed the cause of death as acute intracranial hemorrhage due to a history of blunt force trauma from the batted ball. Despite the magnitude of the tragedy, the incident received no media coverage at the time. The moment the ball struck, Linda was not televised, and the Dodgers made no public acknowledgement until pressed by Entertainment and Sports Programming Network 6 months later. Their brief statement expressed condolences and revealed that the matter had been resolved with the Goldblum family. No further details were provided. For Erwin and his family, the aftermath was a mixture of profound grief and frustration. Although the family chose not to pursue legal action due to the baseball rule protecting teams from liability for foul ball injuries, they remained determined to prevent similar accidents. Linda's daughter, Jana Brody, advocated publicly for expanded and heightened protective netting at Major League Baseball stadiums. At the time of Linda's death, Major League Baseball had recently recommended extending netting to the far ends of the dugouts, but it was not enough. Spurred by public outcry and advocacy from families like the Goldblums, teams across the league began further increasing netting height and coverage. A year after the tragedy, the Dodgers raised their netting by 8 feet, a small but meaningful step toward ensuring fan safety. Linda Goldblum's death was only the second fatality from a foul ball in Major League Baseball history, following the 1970 death of 14-year-old Alan Fish, also at Dodger Stadium.
It was October 10, 2014 in Rhyl, Wales, when 75-year-old Vera Williams, who lived at Lys Tudor, faced a tragic chain of events that began with a simple breakfast. That morning she was eating toast when a sharp fragment became lodged in her throat, causing immediate discomfort. However, it seemed like a minor issue, which began a devastating turn of events. Vera, who had a history of severe heart disease, visited the accident and emergency unit at İzbiti Glan CLW, reporting pain in her throat. She was seen by junior doctor Noor Ismail, who assessed her condition and found no signs of serious illness. Without further tests, Vera was sent home. Over the next 2 weeks, the pain in Vera's throat persisted, but she didn't immediately seek further medical help. On October 23rd, she returned to the hospital and was examined by Dr. Adedeji Adeleke. She mentioned pain in her neck but didn't explain that it had been continuous since her initial visit. Without understanding the full scope of her symptoms, Dr. Adeleke suspected an infection, prescribed antibiotics, and discharged her the following day. The real issue, however, remained undetected. On October 24th, Vera's condition worsened dramatically. She began coughing up blood and was rushed to the hospital. Doctors conducted a thorough examination, including a CT scan, which revealed that the sharp piece of toast had torn her esophagus, leading to a rupture, a rare and serious condition known as an esophageal perforation. This injury had caused blood to leak into her intestines, explaining her symptoms and recent bleeding. Esophageal tears are exceptionally rare, occurring in about 3 cases per million people. Unfortunately, the delay in identifying the problem left limited treatment options. Due to Vera's severe heart condition, surgery, the most effective solution, was deemed too risky. Her medical team focused on managing her condition, but despite their efforts, Vera's health declined rapidly. She passed away a few days later. Vera's death led to a review to determine if earlier detection or intervention could have changed the outcome. The inquest highlighted the challenges faced by the medical team. Dr. Marion Hughes, a senior consultant in emergency medicine, reviewed the case and stated that the doctors acted appropriately based on the information available at the time. She noted that esophageal tears were so rare that most doctors wouldn't suspect them without clear signs. With nearly 40 years of experience, Dr. Hughes admitted she had never encountered such a case. However, the inquest also highlighted systemic issues in the hospital's operations. At the time, İzbiti Glan CLW used paper records, which made it harder for doctors to track patients' medical histories. Coroner Nicola Jones suggested that if electronic records had been in place, Dr. Adeleke might have been better informed about Vera's earlier visit. This could have raised suspicions about a more serious issue. Still, it's being determined whether, even with better records, the outcome would have been different, given Vera's pre-existing health problems. The case of Vera Williams is a heartbreaking example of how an everyday activity, like eating breakfast, can unexpectedly lead to severe consequences. Her story also highlights the importance of clear communication between patients and doctors. If Vera had mentioned the ongoing nature of her symptoms during her second visit, it would have led to more thorough investigations. Ultimately, her death was caused by a rare and unforeseen medical condition. While the doctors involved acted based on the information they had, the tragedy underscores the need for improved systems to ensure patients' histories are accessible and considered during treatment. It was July 20th, 2022, in Mumbai, India, a city teeming with life. For 27-year-old Rekha Nishad, life wasn't without struggles, but she faced them with resilience. She lived in a modest home in Malad West Pascal Wadi area with her husband and brother-in-law. The family led a simple life, managing the everyday challenges of urban living. For weeks, their home had been plagued by a persistent rat problem. Determined to address it, Rekha came up with what she believed was an effective solution. She injected poison into a few tomatoes, intending to use them as bait for the pests. That evening, Rekha returned home after a tiring day. Hoping for a quick and comforting meal, she prepared instant noodles. Her favorite TV show played in the background as she cooked, providing a rare moment of relaxation. Distracted by the show, Rekha accidentally picked up one poisoned tomato and added it to her noodles. Oblivious to the danger, she stirred the pot and finished cooking. Rekha sat down to eat, unaware of the mistake. After her meal, she began to feel unwell. At first, she thought it was an upset stomach, perhaps from something else she had eaten. However, her symptoms rapidly worsened, with intense nausea and severe discomfort setting in. Her husband and brother-in-law soon realized the seriousness of her condition and rushed her to Shatabdi Hospital. Despite the doctor's efforts, the damage from the poison was too extensive. Rekha's health deteriorated rapidly, and on July 22nd, just 2 days after the incident, she passed away. Her sudden death left her family devastated. The police launched an investigation into the tragedy. Rekha had managed to explain what had happened before her condition worsened. She told authorities that she had poisoned the tomatoes for the rats and accidentally used one while cooking. The police found no evidence of foul play and concluded that her death was a tragic accident. The case was closed with an accidental death report. This heartbreaking incident highlights how quickly a simple mistake can lead to catastrophic consequences. It is a caution about the dangers of handling toxic substances at home. Just a month later, Mumbai saw another similar tragedy. On August 13th, 24-year-old Kajol Pawar, who lived in Andheri East's Saki Naka area, accidentally consumed rat poison, mistaking it for medicine for a stomachache. Kajol was home alone when the incident occurred. Realizing her mistake, she called her mother, Ananda Gavane, for help, explaining her symptoms and pleading for assistance. Her mother and brother rushed to her side and took her to a nearby private hospital. However, her condition required specialized care. 2 days later, she was transferred to Hiranandani Hospital, where doctors discovered severe liver damage caused by the poison. As her health continued to decline, Kajol was moved to Kem Hospital in Parel for further treatment. Despite the medical team's best efforts, Kajol's body couldn't recover from the internal damage. 6 days after the incident, on August 19th, she passed away. Her husband, Abhishek Pawar, who had been on a trekking trip at the time, returned to the devastating news of her death. The police confirmed that Kajol's death was also accidental, with no signs of foul play. Like Rekha's case, her passing was a grim reminder of how dangerous toxic substances can be if handled carelessly. These two incidents reveal the severe risks of keeping hazardous materials at home and the devastating consequences of even a moment's distraction. Both Rekha's and Kajol's stories emphasize the need for caution and awareness when dealing with such substances, as even the best intentions can lead to tragic outcomes.
It was a cold morning, February 4th, 1912, in Paris, France. Reporters, photographers, and curious onlookers came to witness a bold demonstration. Among them was Franz Reichelt, a 33-year-old Austrian tailor who had moved to Paris in 1898. Unlike the usual tourists, Reichelt was there to prove that his homemade parachute suit could safely carry a person from great heights. Reichelt was born in Austria in 1878 and had built a successful tailoring business in Paris, catering mainly to Austrian expatriates. As the 20th century began, Reichelt became increasingly interested in aviation, rapidly advancing. He envisioned a wearable parachute that could save aviators in emergencies. He aimed to create a suit allowing pilots to escape their aircraft and land safely on the ground. The idea was straightforward: increase the surface area of a falling person to slow the descent, allowing a safe landing. Instead of a traditional overhead canopy, Reichelt's parachute was integrated into a suit. He believed his invention could revolutionize aviation safety and was eager to prove it. Reichelt started experimenting in 1910, dropping dummies dressed in parachute suits from the 5th floor of his apartment building. Initially, the dummies landed softly, encouraging Reichelt to refine his design. However, as he continued testing, the dummies began to crash, failing to land safely. Reichelt was undeterred, convinced that the issue was the height of the tests, not his design. He believed a higher jump would give the parachute enough time to deploy correctly. Reichelt even began testing the suit on himself. In 1911, he jumped from a window 26 feet above the ground, but the suit failed and he broke his leg. Despite this setback, he remained determined and sought a higher platform for his next test, turning his eyes to the Eiffel Tower. The Eiffel Tower, standing over 1,000 feet tall, was the perfect location. Reichelt believed that jumping from the first platform, 180 feet above the ground, would ensure his parachute's success. After persistent efforts, he received permission from the Parisian police to conduct the test, although they assumed he would use a dummy. However, Reichelt planned to make the jump himself. On the morning of the demonstration, Reichelt arrived at the Eiffel Tower in his parachute suit, which was made of silk and waterproof fabric with rods and belts to deploy the parachute. As Reichelt ascended to the first platform, his friends grew worried, realizing his intention to jump. They tried to discourage him, citing the cold and windy conditions, but Reichelt remained resolute, determined to prove his invention's worth despite their concerns. Reichelt hesitated at the platform's edge for nearly a minute, gazing at the crowd below. In the grainy footage from that day, the tension is palpable as he prepares to leap. Despite his initial hesitation, he gathered his courage and, with a final shout of "A bientôt," meaning "see you soon," he jumped. For a moment, there was silence. Then the crowd's worst fears were realized. The parachute suit failed to deploy as intended. Instead of catching the air, the fabric wrapped around Reichelt's body, turning him into a human torpedo. He plummeted to the ground, crashing into the ground below. Reichelt died instantly. The aftermath was grim. Onlookers rushed to the scene, but it was too late. Franz Reichelt, who dreamed of saving lives with his parachute suit, lost his own in the attempt. Newspapers reported the tragedy the next day. Some criticized Reichelt for his recklessness, while others sympathized with the man who dared to dream big, but failed tragically. Reichelt's story is one of unchecked ambition. He ignored warnings, advice, and even evidence from his failed tests. His determination and passion for innovation resonate, but his story reminds us of the fine line between bravery and recklessness. Franz Reichelt's story is tragic, but also a story of a man's ambition, a man who believed he could fly and paid the ultimate price for that belief. It was February 22, 2020, in the vast desert outside Barstow, California. Everyone's attention was on Michael "Mad Mike" Hughes, a 64-year-old daredevil and self-taught rocketeer. He was about to attempt his most dangerous stunt yet, launching himself in a homemade rocket. Hughes had a mission: to reach heights no amateur had ever dared and to prove a controversial theory that the Earth was flat. Hughes was no ordinary thrill-seeker. A limousine driver by trade, he had set a Guinness World Record for the longest limousine jump, 103 feet in a stretch Lincoln Town Car. But his true passion lay in the skies. Over the years, he had become a prominent figure in the flat Earth community, though those close to him believed he used this belief mainly to gain attention and funding for his rocket projects. Hughes often claimed he simply wanted to see for himself and push the boundaries of what was possible. Today, Hughes aimed to reach the Kármán line, the boundary between Earth's atmosphere and outer space, 62 miles above ground. His steam-powered rocket, built in his backyard with the help of his partner Waldo Stakes, was designed to reach 5,000 feet. The missile, equipped with 3 heaters, was supposed to propel him up to 425 miles per hour. As Hughes prepared for the launch, a small crowd gathered, including friends, journalists, and a crew from the Science Channel, which was filming for a series titled Homemade Astronauts. The mood was tense, filled with both excitement and dread. Everyone knew the risk, but no one expected what would happen. The rocket, a steel contraption built from spare parts, sat on its launch pad, looking like something from a science fiction movie. In the rush of final preparations, a ladder, meant to be removed before launch, was still attached to the ramp. Hughes climbed into the cockpit, strapped himself in, and braced for the ride of his life. The engines roared to life, steam billowing as the rocket prepared to launch. But as it shot up into the sky, it collided with the forgotten ladder, causing a critical malfunction. The impact ripped off a canister containing one of the rocket's parachutes, deploying it too early. The crowd watched in horror as the parachute flapped uselessly behind the missile. The rocket wobbled and veered off course without the parachute to slow its descent. It reached an unknown altitude, nowhere near the 5,000 feet Hughes had hoped for, before it arced back toward the Earth. Seconds stretched into eternity as the rocket plummeted downward, the engine still burning as it crashed into the desert floor. The impact was catastrophic. The rocket hit the ground with tremendous force, sending a massive plume of dust and debris. The stunned crowd could only watch silently as what had just happened sank in. Hughes's friends and onlookers rushed to the crash site, but it was clear they could do nothing. The rocket landed nearly a mile from the launch pad, and the impact was fatal. Medical personnel standing by in case of emergency quickly arrived, but Mike Hughes was pronounced dead at the scene. News of Hughes' death spread quickly. The Science Channel filming the event released a statement expressing their condolences. Our thoughts and prayers go out to Mike Hughes' family and friends during this difficult time. His dream was always to launch this, and the Science Channel was there to chronicle his journey. For those who knew Hughes, his death was a tragic but perhaps inevitable conclusion to a life lived on the edge. He was always aware of the risks and never shied away from them, often emphasizing the importance of living life to the fullest and seizing every opportunity. Hughes believed in reaching the end of life with nothing left untried, having exhausted every possibility. With the metaphorical tires blown, the gasoline depleted, and coming to a screeching halt, knowing he had done everything he could. It was September 11, 1973, in Ventura County, California. Henry Smolinski and Hal Blake, 2 inventive engineers, stood on the tarmac at the Ventura County Airport, ready to test their ambitious creation, the AVE Mizar, also known as the Flying Pinto. After years of hard work, they were on the brink of what they believed would be a groundbreaking moment. Instead, it ended in disaster. Henry Smolinski, born in 1933 in Cuyahoga, Ohio, had a deep passion for aviation. After studying aeronautical engineering at the Northrop Institute of Technology, he worked on jet engines and aircraft design at North American Aviation before moving to Rocketdyne, where he contributed to missile development. But Smolinski wanted more than a successful career. He wanted to revolutionize transportation by creating a vehicle that could drive on roads and fly in the skies. In 1971, Smolinski left Rocketdyne and teamed up with Hal Blake to form Advanced Vehicle Engineers, or AVE, in Van Nuys, California. Their goal was to build a commercially viable flying car. They named their model the AVE Mizar, a hybrid of a 1971 Ford Pinto and a Cessna 337 Skymaster. The Pinto was a small car popular during the 1970s, while the Skymaster was a light aircraft known for being easy to fly. The idea was to create a vehicle that could seamlessly transition between driving and flying. The concept excited the public and the press, with some believing the Mizar could change transportation. However, the project had serious issues. The Pinto was known for being unsafe, with a tendency to catch fire when rear-ended. Modifications to make the Pinto airworthy added significant weight, straining the Skymaster's airframe beyond its limits. Over 40 modifications were made to the Pinto to make it compatible with the Cessna. The Skymaster's wings and rear engine mount were attached to the car, and controls were adapted so the steering wheel could control both the vehicle and the plane's flight surfaces. Despite these modifications, concerns about the vehicle's structural integrity remained. The added weight of the Pinto, combined with the Skymaster's airframe, brought the total weight dangerously close to the maximum takeoff load, making even a small error potentially catastrophic. Despite these concerns, Smolinski and Blake continued their work. They conducted several test flights, some of which were successful. But on August 26, 1973, a troubling test flight occurred. Professional pilot Charles Janice was hired to fly the Mizar, but the right wing began to detach during the flight. Janice made an emergency landing, narrowly avoiding disaster. The National Transportation Safety Board, or NTSB, investigated and found poor welds and loose structural components, indicating the vehicle was overburdened and poorly built. Smolinski and Blake pressed on, undeterred, convinced they were close to a breakthrough. On September 11, 1973, they decided to test the Mizar again, this time with a more powerful 300 horsepower engine, which added even more weight to the already strained airframe. Confident in their creation, they should have notified the airport manager, which was a routine step in previous tests. Smolinski and Blake eventually took off. For the first 2 minutes, the flight went well. The Mizar climbed to about 1,000 feet, but then disaster struck. The new engine's added weight proved too much, causing several welds to fail and the wings to separate from the car. In an instant, the Cessna and Pinto were no longer one vehicle but two separate doomed objects falling from the sky. Witnesses saw black smoke trailing from the vehicle as it plummeted. The car crashed into a tree and then struck a truck near the airport, causing a massive explosion. Smolinski and Blake were killed instantly. The crash made headlines, and the flying Pinto became an instant sensation. The NTSB investigation concluded that the Mizar was too heavy and poorly constructed to be safe, leading to the project's immediate cancellation. The flying Pinto's story faded into obscurity, remembered as a story of ambition gone wrong. The tragic demise of Smolinski and Blake reminds us that innovation, while essential, must always be balanced with caution. April 2016, in a small village in West Java, Indonesia, a pop singer named Irma Bule took the stage for her final performance. She was 29, a mother of 3, and known for her daring snake dance moves. Her real name was Irmawati, but she was known to her friends and family as Eneng. Despite her modest background, Irma had gained local fame by performing with live snakes. This dangerous gimmick had earned her a spot in the competitive world of dangdut, a popular genre of Indonesian music. That night, Irma brought out one of the most dangerous animals in the world, a king cobra. Known for its lethal venom, the king cobra is the world's longest venomous snake and can grow up to 18 feet long. Irma's snake was named Rianti, and it had not been defanged, meaning its venom was fully active and deadly. As the performance began, the audience watched in awe as Irma sang and danced with the snake draped around her shoulders. She had done this often, usually with non-venomous pythons whose mouths were taped shut. But tonight was different. Rianti was not only venomous, but its mouth was also untaped, making the risk incredibly high. Irma had become accustomed to these high-risk performances because they drew larger crowds, which meant more money. In the world of dangdut, where many young women from small towns or poor backgrounds competed for attention, every edge counted. A typical gig would pay around $20, but adding a snake to the act could bump that up to $25. A small but significant difference for someone trying to support a family. As Irma moved into the second song of her set, she accidentally stepped on the snake's tail. Rianti reacted immediately, striking Irma on her thigh. The audience gasped as Irma's body jerked from the sudden bite. For a moment, she stopped dancing and sat down, clearly in pain. The offstage snake handler rushed to her aid, pulling the snake away and offering her an antidote for the venom. But Irma, determined to finish her performance, refused the antidote and continued to sing. Irma continued her performance for the next 45 minutes, her voice carrying through the night even as the venom began to spread through her bloodstream. Initially, she seemed to be holding up, but the symptoms began to show. She started vomiting and convulsing. Her body was racked with pain as the neurotoxins from the snake's venom attacked her nervous system. Despite the agony, she pressed on, but the venom was relentless. As the performance went on, Irma's condition worsened. She began to lose control of her movements, her body seizing up as the toxins shut down her nervous system. Finally, after nearly an hour, she collapsed on stage. The music stopped and the crowd watched in stunned silence as the singer lay motionless on the ground. The snake handler and other crew members rushed to her side, trying desperately to save her. They administered first aid and quickly transported her to the nearest hospital. But it was too late. By the time they arrived, the venom had done its deadly work. Irma Buell was pronounced dead shortly after arriving at the hospital, her life tragically cut short by a single deadly bite. Irma's death shocked the local community and quickly made headlines across Indonesia and beyond. Many were horrified by the circumstances of her death, particularly the fact that she had continued to perform for so long after being bitten. Irma's mother, Enkum, later revealed that her daughter might not have known the snake she was using was venomous. Enkum explained that Irma, referred to by her family nickname Eneng, was told to perform with the snake, and its mouth was not shut with duct tape. This revelation added a layer of tragedy to an already heartbreaking story. There was speculation that Irma may have used the snakes to protect herself from unwanted advances by audience members. Indonesian journalist Made Supriyatma, who researched dangdut music, noted that female performers often face harassment during their shows. Supriyatma suggested that Irma brought snakes to prevent unwanted touching from audience members. Tragically, the snakes meant to ward off danger ultimately caused her death. June 29, 2013, at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas, the Cirque du Soleil show Ka was in full swing. The audience was captivated by the intricate choreography and high-flying stunts. Among the performers was Sarah Guyard-Guillot, a 31-year-old acrobat and aerialist with over 20 years of experience. Sarah had been with the show since 2006 and was well loved by her colleagues and students. Originally from Paris, she was known for her dedication to her craft and her work teaching young performers. As the final scene of Ka began, the performers prepared for a dramatic battle on a vertical stage, a demanding sequence requiring skill and trust in their safety gear. Sarah was lifted into the air as part of the act, but something went wrong. The wire rope holding her snapped, and she fell nearly 100 feet into a pit below the stage, out of the audience's view. At first, many in the audience thought the fall was part of the act, but the sound of Sarah's screams as she fell, followed by the shocked reactions of other performers, quickly made it clear that something had gone wrong. The show was stopped, and an announcement was made that the performance was over. The audience offered refunds or vouchers for future shows. Sarah was rushed to the hospital but was pronounced dead at 11:43 p.m. Her death was the first on-stage fatality in Cirque du Soleil's 30-year history. The incident shocked the company and the broader entertainment community. In the aftermath, Cirque du Soleil's founder, Guy Laliberte, issued a statement expressing deep sorrow for Sarah's loss and noting her talent and dedication. The show Ka was immediately suspended while investigations into the incident began. The Nevada Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or OSHA, investigated what had gone wrong. The investigation revealed that a combination of insufficient training and a failure in the safety equipment caused Sarah's fall. The wire rope that held her snapped during her rapid ascent because it came out of a pulley and scraped against a sharp edge, causing it to break. OSHA found several safety violations and issued multiple citations against Cirque du Soleil. These included properly training performers and appropriately protecting them during the show. The fines totaled more than $25,000. The MGM Grand, where the show took place, was also fined $7,000 for exposing its employees to hazardous conditions. The details of the investigation showed the tragic nature of Sarah's death. She was a skilled performer and a mother of 2 young children. Her loss was felt deeply by her family, colleagues, and the community who knew her. In response, Cirque du Soleil thoroughly reviewed its safety policies and procedures. They committed to improving safety measures to prevent such a tragedy from happening again. Performances of Ka resumed on July 16, 2013, with the first show dedicated to Sarah's memory. Further investigation revealed that the speed of Sarah's ascent had played a critical role in the accident. The rope failed because of the rapid movement, which caused it to rub against equipment until it broke. This pointed to the need for better training and equipment maintenance, lessons that Cirque du Soleil and others in the performing arts industry took seriously. Sarah's death also drew attention to broader safety issues in the performing arts. While her accident was the most severe in Cirque du Soleil's history, it was not the first. In 2007, 2 performers were seriously injured during a performance of Zumanity, and in 2009, an acrobat died during a training session in Montreal. These incidents underscored the risks involved in high-stakes performances and the need for constant attention to safety. Sarah was not just a performer, but also a beloved teacher. At CirqueFit, the fitness and circus program she helped run in Las Vegas, her students and their parents mourned her loss. Many shared tributes on social media, expressing their sadness and her impact on their lives. In the months following the accident, Cirque du Soleil faced the challenge of moving forward while acknowledging the tragedy. Known for pushing the boundaries of live performance, the company had to confront the risks that come with such innovation. The lessons from Sarah's death inform future decisions for Cirque du Soleil and the wider industry. It was a sunny day in August 2012 in Rawdon, Quebec. Maria Pantazopoulos, a 30-year-old real estate agent, was excited to participate in a Trash the Dress photo shoot. This trend involved brides wearing their wedding dresses in unusual settings, often outdoors or near water, to create memorable and unique photos. Maria, who had married on June 9th, wanted to celebrate her wedding by taking these special photos. Maria had many reasons to be happy. She had recently bought a house in Laval, started her new job with Via Capitale, and returned from a dream honeymoon in the Caribbean. Her joyful personality was well known to those close to her. A family friend, Lisa Pausoulidis, commented, "She was happy." Maria saw the photo shoot as a fun way to capture lasting memories in her wedding dress, rather than letting it gather dust in a closet. That Friday, Maria and her photographer, Louis Pagakis, traveled to the Ouareau River in Rawdon, about 75 kilometers northeast of Montreal. The location was scenic and ideal for the photo shoot, with the plan to take playful shots of Maria in her wedding dress by the water. She told her friends, "I want to have fun with my wedding dress and create great pictures and memories." As they reached the river, everything seemed perfect. The water was calm, and the setting was peaceful. Maria excitedly put on her wedding dress and stepped into the shallow part of the river. Louis began snapping pictures as Maria splashed around, fully enjoying the experience. However, things took a tragic turn when Maria moved into deeper water. Her wedding dress began to absorb water, becoming extremely heavy. Still wanting to continue, Maria asked Louis to capture photos of her floating in the water. As she waded further, the dress absorbed more water, dragging her down. Realizing the danger, Louis immediately rushed to help. He yelled for help and tried to pull Maria back to the shallow water, but her waterlogged dress acted like an anchor, making it impossible for him to lift her. Maria panicked and held on to Louis, unintentionally pulling him under as well. Despite his best efforts, the weight of the dress was too much. Her final words were heartbreaking. "I can't anymore, it's too heavy." At around 2 p.m., Maria slipped under the water. Louis frantically dove multiple times to try to find her, but her dress's current and weight made it impossible to reach her. Not long after, 2 police officers arrived and joined the search. A scuba diver who had heard about the situation also volunteered to help. After several hours of searching, Maria's body was found by the scuba diver at approximately 4:30 p.m. The tragic accident left everyone in shock. Maria's death devastated her workplace and community. Her colleagues at Via Capitale were heartbroken. Johanna Grenier, a fellow real estate agent, described Maria as well-liked by everyone. "For us, today is a really sad day," she said. Maria was remembered as a strong, kind-hearted person full of life and energy. Her family was left in deep grief. Maria's parents and brother were overwhelmed by the sudden loss. On behalf of the family, Lisa Pousoulidis expressed their gratitude for the efforts of the Sûreté du Québec and first responders. The family also called for stronger safety measures around rivers to prevent such accidents from happening again. The photographer, Louis, was too distressed to speak to the media immediately after the incident. His wife, Anouk Benzakar, shared how Maria had moved from shallow to deeper water, where her dress became too heavy, making it impossible for Louis to rescue her. In response to this tragic event, other photographers warned brides about the risks of trash-the-dress photo shoots, especially those involving water. Photographer Mario Michaud recalled a similar experience at Darwin Falls, where a near accident occurred during a water photo shoot. Fortunately, his situation ended differently, but it served as a reminder of the dangers. Maria Pantazopoulos' story is a heartbreaking example of how quickly a joyful moment can turn tragic. What was meant to be a fun and unique photo shoot ended in an unforeseen and devastating accident, leaving her family and friends mourning the loss of a vibrant, loving woman. It was a calm Sunday morning in 2009 in Alicante, Spain. In the streets of Avenida Alcoy, a family of 4 lived a seemingly quiet life. The parents, aged 49 and 50, were of Moroccan origin. They had 2 daughters, an 18-year-old and a 12-year-old. The family earned their living by collecting and selling second-hand clothes, often sending the surplus to Morocco and Algeria. Their apartment was small, measuring less than 60 square meters, and over time the parents developed a compulsive hoarding disorder known as Diogenes syndrome. This condition led them to gather large amounts of clothing, filling their home with boxes and garments. Despite the cramped living conditions, life went on as usual. The older daughter enjoyed spending time on the internet, often staying up late into the night. She was asleep in a neighboring room that morning, unaware of the looming disaster. Sometime between 8 and 9 a.m., a catastrophic event took place. The floor of the first-floor apartment gave way under the immense weight of the hoarded clothes. Without warning, a section of the apartment collapsed, sending hundreds of kilos of clothes crashing down onto the sleeping parents and their younger daughter. The collapse was severe, and they were buried under the weight of the clothes. The 18-year-old daughter slept through the collapse and heard nothing unusual. The neighbors also reported hearing no strange noises. It wasn't until around 1 p.m. that the older daughter woke up and sensed something was wrong. The flat was strangely quiet. When she walked into her parents' room, she saw that the floor had caved in. With clothes and boxes scattered everywhere, she couldn't see her family members. Panicked, the daughter began frantically digging through the pile of clothes, hoping to find her parents and sister. As she dug through the mess, she discovered her younger sister's arm sticking out from the pile. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly called the police. Emergency services arrived and faced a difficult task. The large amount of clothing made the rescue effort slow and complicated. The police and firefighters worked tirelessly to remove the debris. Sadly, despite their efforts, the 12-year-old daughter was found first, but could not be saved. The firefighters continued working through the pile and eventually located the parents' bodies as well. Authorities launched an investigation into how the tragic collapse occurred. Initial reports suggested that the victims may have been crushed or suffocated by the weight of the clothes. An autopsy was ordered to determine the exact cause of death, with suffocation believed to be the most likely reason. The scale of the hoarding shocked both investigators and neighbors. The balcony at the back of the apartment was filled with boxes and clothes, showing how much had been gathered over the years. The apartment was so overloaded with items that it contributed to the structural failure. The loss devastated the surviving daughter. She not only had to cope with the trauma of losing her entire family, but also had to face the harsh reality of the conditions that led to their deaths. This incident shed light on the dangers of hoarding, especially in small, overcrowded spaces, and raised awareness about Diogenes syndrome, a disorder often overlooked but capable of causing serious harm. This heartbreaking event remains a sad example of how unchecked behaviors like hoarding can lead to tragedy and the importance of seeking help before things spiral out of control. In 2012, on the Lower East Side of Manhattan, Carlisle Brigham, a 29-year-old woman from a well-to-do family, was found in a stairwell, bleeding from her neck. The tenant who discovered her was shocked and tried to help, but it was too late. Carlisle's life ended mysteriously and tragically, left everyone questioning how it happened. Carlisle Brigham was the daughter of James R. Brigham, Jr., a former New York City budget director. She grew up in a privileged environment with the best education and opportunities. Carlisle graduated from the University of Mary Washington in Fredericksburg, Virginia, and worked at the American Museum of Natural History as an exhibit installation specialist from 2007 to April of the same year she died. In August 2011, she married Anthony Champalimaud, a hotel executive. Their wedding was a grand affair held in Newport, Rhode Island. However, their marriage faced difficulties and the couple separated just a year after their wedding. The separation took a toll on Carlisle, and she started struggling with alcohol. Her father, deeply concerned about her well-being, planned to take her to a rehab facility. On the night of August 26, 2012, Carlisle attended a wedding in Washington, D.C., and returned to New York City with friends. They continued drinking heavily at the 6th Ward bar near the apartment where she was staying. According to her friends, Carlisle was so intoxicated that she had to be carried at times. Carlisle was staying with a platonic friend at 191 Orchard Street because she had lost the keys to her apartment. On the morning of August 27th, her friend left for work while she continued drinking. At around 11 a.m., Mizanur Rahman, a 19-year-old neighbor, found her lying in the stairwell between the first and second floors. She was face down, her body surrounded by blood. Mizanur tried to perform CPR, but it was clear that Carlisle was severely injured. Her neck had a massive wound, and her chin was shattered. Beside her lay a wallet and a large handbag with clothes. Emergency responders arrived quickly and transported her to Beth Israel Medical Center, where she was pronounced dead. The initial investigation suggested that Carlisle's injuries were so severe that it looked like she had been attacked. The police considered the possibility of murder or suicide, but they soon focused on the likelihood of an accidental fall. Carlisle had been wearing high heels and all-white clothing, which might have contributed to her fall down the marble stairs. Her father, James Brigham, had flown in from St. Louis to take his daughter to rehab. He was heartbroken when he learned about her death. Former Mayor Ed Koch, who had worked with James Brigham, expressed his sorrow, recalling how Carlisle's father had sobbed when he called to inform him about the tragic accident. The New York City medical examiner ruled Carlisle's death a tragic accident caused by blunt trauma to her head and neck. The autopsy revealed that she did not bleed to death, but her injuries were consistent with a heavy blow to her head and neck from the fall. There were also compound fractures to her arms, likely from trying to break her fall. Carlisle's death left her family and friends devastated. She was described as beautiful and kind-hearted, enchanting everyone she met. Her estranged husband, Anthony Champalimaud, was in London on business when she died. He and Carlisle had hoped to reconcile, but their plans were cut short. Lives can change in mere seconds in the most unexpected ways. It is a truth that the town of Lyshevo, nestled near the Volga River in Russia's Tatarstan Republic, came to understand on a fateful day in 2013. It began with a simple household task that spiraled into a catastrophic loss, leaving a young girl as the sole survivor of her family. It all started when Mikhail Chilishev, a 42-year-old law professor at Kazan Federal University, descended into the family cellar. It was supposed to be a simple, routine task. But unbeknownst to Mikhail, the potatoes stored in the cellar had rotted, releasing what was a foul odor, and even more importantly, a deadly gas. Glycoalkaloids, naturally occurring toxic compounds in potatoes, had accumulated to lethal levels, creating a virtually undetectable trap in the small room. Soon after Mikhail entered the cellar, the noxious fumes completely overwhelmed Mikhail, and he collapsed, never to rise again. A short while later, when Mikhail failed to return, his wife Anastasia became worried. The woman, who was 38 years old, decided to follow him into the cellar, concerned for his safety. Sadly, this decision sealed her fate. She entered the cellar and was overcome by the toxic gas almost immediately. She collapsed to the floor, joining her husband in his untimely end. Their son, Georgy Chelyshev, was alarmed by his parents' prolonged absence. After all, they were supposed to go into the cellar and get right back, something they'd done so many times before. Concerned, Georgy, who was only 18 years old, entered the cellar next, only to succumb to the same deadly fate. Meanwhile, Anastasia's mother, 68-year-old Iraida, became increasingly anxious. She couldn't help but feel that something was incredibly wrong with her family. She decided she needed assistance, so she called a neighbor for help. But Iraida did not wait for help to come. The older woman took the matter into her own hands and decided to act herself. Tragically, Iraida also descended into the cellar before help could arrive, sealing her fate alongside her loved ones. In a twist of fate that resembles something out of a fairy tale, the family's daughter, 8-year-old Maria Chelyshev, was the only one of her family to survive. When she reached the cellar, she saw that the door was open, which allowed the lethal gases to dissipate enough to spare the little girl. But the sight she encountered would forever haunt her. Her entire family, her father, her mother, her brother, and her grandmother, lay lifeless on the floor. It was too late. The aftermath of this tragedy left Maria orphaned and inconsolable. Maria Chelyshev was taken in by relatives, but nothing could bring her family back. Her dad, Professor Mikhail Chelyshev, was honored by Kazan Federal University in a moving ceremony held in its marble hall. The devastating incident highlighted the hidden dangers of everyday foods. Potatoes, a dietary staple, can produce toxic glycoalkaloids such as solanine and sheikonine, especially when stored improperly or allowed to rot. These compounds disrupt cell membranes and affect the nervous system, causing symptoms like weakness, confusion, and in severe cases, death. Exposure to light, age, and physical damage significantly increase glycoalkaloid levels, concentrating the toxins just beneath the skin. While rare, poisoning from potatoes can have fatal consequences, as this tragedy so painfully demonstrated. It is an ordinary Sunday in a quiet village near Heidenheim in Germany. Ludwig A., a 79-year-old man, and his wife, 80-year-old Inge, spent the first part of their day going to church. And then, it was time for their traditional Sunday roast. But the couple decided to forego this culinary tradition for a hearty vegetable stew. By the end of the day, it was clear that this seemingly innocent event would lead to an unimaginable tragedy. The couple had received zucchini from Ludwig's sister-in-law's garden, something that had become a yearly tradition by then. Alongside potatoes, onions, and turnips, the zucchini became the centerpiece of their lunch. As they ate, though, they noticed something was unusual about their stew. The dish was uncharacteristically bitter. They were accustomed to bitter taste since they grew and enjoyed radishes from their garden. But this was different. Inge chose not to finish her meal. Ludwig, however, ate his portion despite the bitterness. 2 hours later, they came to regret their decision. Both fell violently ill. Nausea and relentless vomiting gripped them, accompanied by diarrhea. Out of the two of them, though, Ludwig was faring worse. His condition rapidly worsened. His strength dwindled. And then, his face turned yellow. Alarmed, they decided it was time to seek medical help. Their family doctor promptly referred them to the hospital, where doctors diagnosed severe poisoning. The culprit, cucurbitacin, a toxic compound sometimes found in plants of the Cucurbitaceae family, including zucchini. The toxic compound is rare in cultivated vegetables, but can occasionally reappear due to cross-pollination with wild plants. Its bitter taste serves as a warning, but Ludwig and Inge had been unaware of its danger. The toxin attacked their organs with devastating effects. In Ludwig's case, his lungs became inflamed, and according to Inge, the toxin shredded his intestines. Inge, who had eaten less and vomited more frequently, began to recover. Ludwig's condition, however, spiraled downward. Inge made a full recovery and was discharged from the hospital, but Ludwig wasn't as fortunate. 3 days later, Ludwig A. passed away. Inge later reflected that her survival might have been due to her swift and severe reaction to the toxin, which expelled much of it from her system before it could do irreparable harm. His tragic death prompted investigations by health authorities and the Ellwangen Public Prosecutor's Office. The Chemical and Veterinary Investigation Office, also known as CVUA, issued an urgent warning. Vegetables such as zucchini, pumpkins, and cucumbers that taste bitter should not be consumed, as this could indicate the presence of cucurbitaceae. Maria Roth, the CVUA's director, confirmed that Ludwig's death was the first recorded fatality from this toxin in zucchini. Some deaths are so strange they seem almost impossible. From bizarre accidents to odd, inexplicable events, these are the most mind-blowing stories of how people met their end. These unsettling and peculiar deaths challenge everything we think we know about fate, chance, and the human experience. Get ready for a deep dive into the weirdest and most shocking cases. Brace yourself for 1 hour of most bizarre deaths of all time.
It was November 23, 2018, in Polk County, Florida, when 76-year-old Loretta Pickard experienced an agonizing death. Loretta, who lived alone in a remote log cabin and relied on a walker, was trapped inside her home when a fire broke out. She called 911 immediately, and the tragic events that followed revealed both her physical suffering and the emotional distress she endured as help failed to arrive. Loretta's 911 call began calmly as she told the dispatcher her house was on fire. The dispatcher asked questions and gathered information, but as the minutes passed, it became clear that Loretta was trapped. The walker severely limited her mobility, and the fire was quickly spreading. Despite reassurances that help was on the way, Loretta remained on the line for 20 minutes as flames consumed her home. At first, Loretta's voice was steady, but as time went on, it became clear she was struggling. She asked if her door was unlocked, but soon her tone shifted to desperation. "They know I'm in here, right?" she asked, hoping that someone would come for her. She could no longer see the flames, but the smoke was suffocating. With each breath, her lungs filled with toxic fumes, and the pain from the smoke was overwhelming. Outside, the firefighters were struggling to contain the fire, but the cabin was far from a water source, and they had limited resources. They couldn't enter the home because the fire was too intense, and they were waiting for more water. The dispatcher heard Loretta's labored breathing as the minutes ticked by, and she continued to assure Loretta that help was coming, even though nothing was happening. By 7:06 p.m., the dispatcher confirmed Loretta was trapped, but it wasn't until 7:10 p.m. that the firefighters were made aware of her difficulty breathing. Yet, no one entered the home. For nearly 20 minutes, Loretta remained alone, the heat and smoke overwhelming her. At 7:26 p.m., she could see the flames closing in on her. In a state of panic, she screamed for help, but by then, it was too late. Her body had likely been burned by the fire, and her lungs were filled with smoke. The dispatcher continued to speak to her, saying, "I'm still here with you," but Loretta was no longer responding. At 7:28 p.m., Loretta's voice went silent. Her body succumbed to the smoke and heat. The fire continued to rage outside, but by 10:26 p.m., the fire was finally under control, and Loretta's body was found charred beyond recognition. The pain Loretta suffered during those final moments is unimaginable. Trapped in her home with no way to escape, she was aware that rescuers were nearby, but never entered to save her. Every breath she took must have been excruciating, filled with smoke and the heat of the fire. Her body was likely burned by the flames, and the terror of knowing she was dying with no help in sight added to her suffering. The aftermath was even more painful for Loretta's family. They learned that firefighters were on the scene for over 14 minutes before Loretta died, but did not attempt to rescue her. Worse still, the lead firefighter, Captain James Williams, was found to have posted a picture of the fire on Snapchat while Loretta was still inside. This careless behavior caused the family even more grief. Williams was later suspended, but the damage had been done. An investigation into the fire revealed several failures. Communication between the dispatcher and firefighters was poor, and the fire department struggled due to the remote location of Loretta's cabin. There was also a lack of manpower and experience. The failure to act quickly led to Loretta's death. Loretta's family filed a lawsuit claiming that the 911 operator did not give proper instructions and that the fire department's response was inadequate. They sought compensation for the loss of their loved one, hoping to prevent similar tragedies in the future. Loretta Pickard's death wasn't just a tragedy, it was a failure in communication, leadership, and compassion. Her story is a painful lesson on the importance of quick, decisive action in emergencies. It was April 12, 2011, just weeks before graduation at Yale University. Michelle Dufault, a 22-year-old student majoring in astronomy and physics, was working late in the Stirling Chemistry Laboratory machine shop. Known for her brilliance and dedication, Michelle often pushed herself hard in her studies, earning admiration from friends and family. She was also active in sports and played the saxophone in Yale's precision marching band. But on this night, an accident would tragically end her life. Michelle was using a lathe, a powerful machine that shapes materials by rotating them against cutting tools. Lathe work is inherently risky, and Yale's chemistry department had strict policies to ensure safety. Only those who had completed a safety course were allowed to use the equipment, and Michelle had taken the necessary training. Despite this, a single mistake would prove fatal. It is believed that Michelle's long brown hair, which fell well below her shoulders, got caught in the lathe's spinning mechanism. The force of the machine pulled her head toward it, dragging her into the rotating parts. Michelle couldn't break free, and the lathe twisted her hair tightly, causing her death by asphyxiation due to neck compression. By the time emergency responders arrived around 2:33 a.m., she had already passed away. Michelle's body was discovered by fellow students, and the scene was heartbreaking. Those who found her could do nothing but watch as the weight of the situation settled in. The tragedy shook the Yale community, with students and faculty struggling to comprehend how such an accident could happen in a lab known for its strict safety measures. Yale President Richard Levin expressed his sorrow, calling the incident a true tragedy. He promised an immediate investigation into the lab's safety protocols. Michelle's family was devastated. Her grandfather, Robert Dufault, described her as a living saint, while her uncle Frederick called her a wonderful kid with so much potential. Her death was not only a loss to her family, but to the world of science, as Michelle was on the brink of an exciting career. Michelle's high school teachers also remembered her as a brilliant student. Robert Henderson Jr., her former head of school, recalled her as one of the most promising students he had ever encountered. Despite her academic success, Michelle was humble and never sought attention for her abilities. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or OSHA, launched an investigation into whether the lab had followed safety standards. Experts pointed out that long hair and loose clothing can pose serious risks when operating equipment like a lathe. OSHA regulations require hair to be tied back to prevent accidents. The investigation sought to determine if more safety measures could have prevented the tragedy, such as additional safeguards or better supervision. In response to the accident, Yale took immediate action. The lab was closed, classes were cancelled, and a comprehensive review of safety practices began. President Levin assured the campus that student safety was a top priority and that steps would be taken to prevent similar incidents. A vigil was held in Michelle's honor, where friends, classmates, and faculty shared memories of her kindness, intelligence, and determination. The loss was felt deeply by everyone who knew her. Michelle's dreams of graduation and a promising career in oceanography were cut short, and her death left a void that could never be filled. In the moments before her passing, Michelle must have experienced a terrifying struggle. The lathe's powerful force likely left her with little chance to escape. The pressure on her neck caused immense pain and fear. While it's impossible to know exactly what she went through, the accident is a tragic reminder of the risks associated with powerful machinery. Michelle's family, friends, and the Yale community will always remember her. Her story highlights the dangers of working with machinery and the importance of strict safety protocols. Michelle Dufault's death was a loss that should never have happened, and we must learn from it to ensure it never happens again.
It was a sunny day in August 2012 in Rawdon, Quebec. Maria Pantazopoulos, a 30-year-old real estate agent, was excited to participate in a Trash the Dress photo shoot. This trend involved brides wearing their wedding dresses in unusual settings, often outdoors or near water, to create memorable and unique photos. Maria, who had married on June 9th, wanted to celebrate her wedding by taking these special photos. Maria had many reasons to be happy. She had recently bought a house in Laval, started her new job with Via Capitale, and returned from a dream honeymoon in the Caribbean. Her joyful personality was well known to those close to her. A family friend, Lisa Pausoulidis, commented, "She was happy." Maria saw the photo shoot as a fun way to capture lasting memories in her wedding dress, rather than letting it gather dust in a closet. That Friday, Maria and her photographer, Louis Pagakis, traveled to the Ouareau River in Rawdon, about 75 kilometers northeast of Montreal. The location was scenic and ideal for the photo shoot, with the plan to take playful shots of Maria in her wedding dress by the water. She told her friends, "I want to have fun with my wedding dress and create great pictures and memories." As they reached the river, everything seemed perfect. The water was calm, and the setting was peaceful. Maria excitedly put on her wedding dress and stepped into the shallow part of the river. Louis began snapping pictures as Maria splashed around, fully enjoying the experience. However, things took a tragic turn when Maria moved into deeper water. Her wedding dress began to absorb water, becoming extremely heavy. Still wanting to continue, Maria asked Louis to capture photos of her floating in the water. As she waded further, the dress absorbed more water, dragging her down. Realizing the danger, Louis immediately rushed to help. He yelled for help and tried to pull Maria back to the shallow water, but her waterlogged dress acted like an anchor, making it impossible for him to lift her. Maria panicked and held on to Louis, unintentionally pulling him under as well. Despite his best efforts, the weight of the dress was too much. Her final words were heartbreaking. "I can't anymore, it's too heavy." At around 2 p.m., Maria slipped under the water. Louis frantically dove multiple times to try to find her, but her dress's current and weight made it impossible to reach her. Not long after, 2 police officers arrived and joined the search. A scuba diver who had heard about the situation also volunteered to help. After several hours of searching, Maria's body was found by the scuba diver at approximately 4:30 p.m. The tragic accident left everyone in shock. Maria's death devastated her workplace and community. Her colleagues at Via Capitale were heartbroken. Johanna Grenier, a fellow real estate agent, described Maria as well-liked by everyone. "For us, today is a really sad day," she said. Maria was remembered as a strong, kind-hearted person full of life and energy. Her family was left in deep grief. Maria's parents and brother were overwhelmed by the sudden loss. On behalf of the family, Lisa Pousoulidis expressed their gratitude for the efforts of the Sûreté du Québec and first responders. The family also called for stronger safety measures around rivers to prevent such accidents from happening again. The photographer, Louis, was too distressed to speak to the media immediately after the incident. His wife, Anouk Benzakar, shared how Maria had moved from shallow to deeper water, where her dress became too heavy, making it impossible for Louis to rescue her. In response to this tragic event, other photographers warned brides about the risks of trash-the-dress photo shoots, especially those involving water. Photographer Mario Michaud recalled a similar experience at Darwin Falls, where a near accident occurred during a water photo shoot. Fortunately, his situation ended differently, but it served as a reminder of the dangers. Maria Pantazopoulos' story is a heartbreaking example of how quickly a joyful moment can turn tragic. What was meant to be a fun and unique photo shoot ended in an unforeseen and devastating accident, leaving her family and friends mourning the loss of a vibrant, loving woman. It was a calm Sunday morning in 2009 in Alicante, Spain. In the streets of Avenida Alcoy, a family of 4 lived a seemingly quiet life. The parents, aged 49 and 50, were of Moroccan origin. They had 2 daughters, an 18-year-old and a 12-year-old. The family earned their living by collecting and selling second-hand clothes, often sending the surplus to Morocco and Algeria. Their apartment was small, measuring less than 60 square meters, and over time the parents developed a compulsive hoarding disorder known as Diogenes syndrome. This condition led them to gather large amounts of clothing, filling their home with boxes and garments. Despite the cramped living conditions, life went on as usual. The older daughter enjoyed spending time on the internet, often staying up late into the night. She was asleep in a neighboring room that morning, unaware of the looming disaster. Sometime between 8 and 9 a.m., a catastrophic event took place. The floor of the first-floor apartment gave way under the immense weight of the hoarded clothes. Without warning, a section of the apartment collapsed, sending hundreds of kilos of clothes crashing down onto the sleeping parents and their younger daughter. The collapse was severe, and they were buried under the weight of the clothes. The 18-year-old daughter slept through the collapse and heard nothing unusual. The neighbors also reported hearing no strange noises. It wasn't until around 1 p.m. that the older daughter woke up and sensed something was wrong. The flat was strangely quiet. When she walked into her parents' room, she saw that the floor had caved in. With clothes and boxes scattered everywhere, she couldn't see her family members. Panicked, the daughter began frantically digging through the pile of clothes, hoping to find her parents and sister. As she dug through the mess, she discovered her younger sister's arm sticking out from the pile. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly called the police. Emergency services arrived and faced a difficult task. The large amount of clothing made the rescue effort slow and complicated. The police and firefighters worked tirelessly to remove the debris. Sadly, despite their efforts, the 12-year-old daughter was found first but could not be saved. The firefighters continued working through the pile and eventually located the parents' bodies as well. Authorities launched an investigation into how the tragic collapse occurred. Initial reports suggested that the victims may have been crushed or suffocated by the weight of the clothes. An autopsy was ordered to determine the exact cause of death, with suffocation believed to be the most likely reason. The scale of the hoarding shocked both investigators and neighbors. The balcony at the back of the apartment was filled with boxes and clothes, showing how much had been gathered over the years. The apartment was so overloaded with items that it contributed to the structural failure. The loss devastated the surviving daughter. She not only had to cope with the trauma of losing her entire family, but also had to face the harsh reality of the conditions that led to their deaths. This incident shed light on the dangers of hoarding, especially in small, overcrowded spaces, and raised awareness about Diogenes syndrome, a disorder often overlooked but capable of causing serious harm. This heartbreaking event remains a sad example of how unchecked behaviors like hoarding can lead to tragedy and the importance of seeking help before things spiral out of control. It was August 27, 2012, on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. Carlisle Brigham, a 29-year-old woman from a well-to-do family, was found in a stairwell, bleeding from her neck. The tenant who discovered her was shocked and tried to help, but it was too late. Carlisle's life ended mysteriously and tragically, left everyone questioning how it happened. Carlisle Brigham was the daughter of James R. Brigham, Jr., a former New York City budget director. She grew up in a privileged environment with the best education and opportunities. Carlisle graduated from the University of Mary Washington in Fredericksburg, Virginia, and worked at the American Museum of Natural History as an exhibit installation specialist from 2007 to April of the same year she died. In August 2011, she married Anthony Champalimaud, a hotel executive. Their wedding was a grand affair held in Newport, Rhode Island. However, their marriage faced difficulties and the couple separated just a year after their wedding. The separation took a toll on Carlisle, and she started struggling with alcohol. Her father, deeply concerned about her well-being, planned to take her to a rehab facility. On the night of August 26, 2012, Carlisle attended a wedding in Washington, D.C., and returned to New York City with friends. They continued drinking heavily at the 6th Ward bar near the apartment where she was staying. According to her friends, Carlisle was so intoxicated that she had to be carried at times. Carlisle was staying with a platonic friend at 191 Orchard Street because she had lost the keys to her apartment. On the morning of August 27th, her friend left for work while she continued drinking. At around 11 a.m., Mizanur Rahman, a 19-year-old neighbor, found her lying in the stairwell between the first and second floors. She was face down, her body surrounded by blood. Mizanur tried to perform CPR, but it was clear that Carlisle was severely injured. Her neck had a massive wound, and her chin was shattered. Beside her lay a wallet and a large handbag with clothes. Emergency responders arrived quickly and transported her to Beth Israel Medical Center, where she was pronounced dead. The initial investigation suggested that Carlisle's injuries were so severe that it looked like she had been attacked. The police considered the possibility of murder or suicide, but they soon focused on the likelihood of an accidental fall. Carlisle had been wearing high heels and all-white clothing, which might have contributed to her fall down the marble stairs. Her father, James Brigham, had flown in from St. Louis to take his daughter to rehab. He was heartbroken when he learned about her death. Former Mayor Ed Koch, who had worked with James Brigham, expressed his sorrow, recalling how Carlisle's father had sobbed when he called to inform him about the tragic accident. The New York City medical examiner ruled Carlisle's death a tragic accident caused by blunt trauma to her head and neck. The autopsy revealed that she did not bleed to death, but her injuries were consistent with a heavy blow to her head and neck from the fall. There were also compound fractures to her arms, likely from trying to break her fall. Carlisle's death left her family and friends devastated. She was described as beautiful and kind-hearted, enchanting everyone she met. Her estranged husband, Anthony Champalimaud, was in London on business when she died. He and Carlisle had hoped to reconcile, but their plans were cut short. It was July 30th, 2005 in Benidorm, Spain. Mildred Bowman, 62, and Alice Wardle, 68, were two sisters from Gateshead, England, who had just arrived for a long-awaited vacation at the Levante Club Apartments. This trip was a regular tradition for them. As widows and grandmothers, they often traveled to Spain for a relaxing getaway. The sisters planned to meet Alice's daughter, her husband, and their two children the next day. But when the family arrived at the meeting spot, Mildred and Alice didn't attend. Concern quickly grew because the sisters were known for being punctual and reliable. Over the next few days, their family searched around Benidorm, checking their favorite places and asking locals for information, but there was no sign of them. At the Levante Club Apartments, hotel staff noticed that the door to the sisters' room remained locked and untouched for several days. On August 4th, a maintenance worker entered the room to investigate. What he found would haunt him forever. Mildred and Alice were discovered lifeless under the heavy wooden frame of a fold-up bed. The bed, which was supposed to be secured to the wall, had detached and collapsed on top of them while they slept. They were trapped beneath its weight. Evidence revealed that they were likely stuck there for up to 4 days. Unable to free themselves, they endured a slow and painful passing, with injuries on their hands indicating desperate attempts to escape. An inquest by Gateshead coroner Terence Carney uncovered the tragic circumstances surrounding the incident. The screws securing the bed frame were found to be too small for the wall plugs, resulting in the bed detaching and falling. Coroner Carney deemed the deaths entirely preventable, emphasizing that proper installation would have avoided the fatal entrapment. The findings devastated the sisters' family, who had hoped for justice and accountability. However, a Spanish court had already cleared the resort's management of any responsibility months earlier. The court ruled that the resort was not directly at fault for the bed's improper installation, a decision that deepened the family's grief. Mildred's children, Paul, John, and Carol Gregory, were devastated and outraged. Despite their relentless efforts to hold the resort's management accountable, no action was taken. The family expressed their anguish, with Paul highlighting the injustice, noting that his mother and aunt had endured unimaginable suffering, yet no one had been held responsible for the preventable tragedy. The tragedy ignited broader discussions about hotel safety and tour operators' responsibilities. Mildred's daughter, Carol, underscored the importance of reform to prevent future incidents, stressing that such a devastating event should never be repeated and urging action to protect others from similar tragedies. The family faced a challenging legal battle with the tour operator, Thomas Cook. Although the company initially offered compensation, they retracted it, citing the elapsed time since the incident. This reversal left the family feeling abandoned and powerless in their fight for justice. A spokesperson for Thomas Cook expressed sympathy, stating that while their thoughts were with the family, efforts to resolve the matter had failed to result in an agreement. During the inquest in Gateshead, Coroner Carney reiterated that the tragedy resulted from the use of incorrect screws. He described the deaths as preventable, highlighting the importance of proper safety measures and accommodations. Despite their relentless efforts, the family faced numerous legal and bureaucratic obstacles. They called for stricter regulations in the tourism industry to protect travelers. Their advocacy tells us negligence can lead to devastating outcomes, even in seemingly safe environments. Years later, the family continues to honor Mildred and Alice's memory. Their story warns about the consequences of oversight and the need for accountability in ensuring guest safety. It also underscores the resilience of a family determined to seek justice, even in the face of immense loss. The deaths of Mildred Bowman and Alice Wardle are a heartbreaking reminder of how preventable errors can have tragic consequences. Their story raises questions. Could better safety measures have saved them? What more could be done to hold those responsible accountable? These questions drive the ongoing call for change, urging the industry to prioritize safety for all travelers. It was the night of October 16, 2021, at the Arcora Health Retreat in northern New South Wales, Australia. Jared Antonovich, a 46-year-old man from Lismore, attended a spiritual retreat meant for healing and self-discovery through ancient Amazonian practices. But what was supposed to be a transformative experience ended in tragedy. Jared had been exploring spiritual healing for years, partly due to brain injuries he suffered in his youth. Friends and family described him as gentle, compassionate, and deeply committed to finding peace and understanding. The Dreaming Arts Festival retreat was set in the rainforest and led by Solor Lor Solaris, known for facilitating spiritual ceremonies involving psychoactive substances. One of the key rituals was led by Cameron Kite and involved Kambo, a practice that uses frog toxins. On the morning of October 16th, Jared participated in this ritual, which involved small burns on the skin where toxins were applied. The process is believed to cleanse the body, but often causes intense reactions, including vomiting. Soon after, Jared's face and neck swelled, his eyes puffed up, and his breathing strained. Despite his worsening condition, no one sought medical help. That evening, Jared joined an ayahuasca ceremony which uses a powerful hallucinogenic brew. Participants often report vivid visions and purging, but the experience turned dangerous for Jared. As the night wore on, his condition deteriorated further. By midnight, he was visibly struggling, complaining of back pain and significant swelling around his neck. He eventually lay down near a tree in clear distress while the ceremony continued. At 12:40 a.m., paramedics were finally called. When they arrived, Jared was unresponsive and had already passed away. Shockingly, the ceremony continued nearby. Ambulance officer Brett Murray later testified that participants were evasive, initially suggesting that Jared had suffered an asthma attack. An inquest revealed the true cause of Jared's death, a tear in his esophagus, likely caused by severe vomiting from the Kambo and ayahuasca. It also became evident that his worsening symptoms throughout the day were ignored, and no one acted to get him help in time. Experts testified that timely medical intervention could have saved his life. The inquest in May 2023 uncovered disturbing details of a possible cover-up. Solaris and others reportedly told participants not to mention the use of Kambo and ayahuasca, substances illegal at the time. Witnesses testified that they were even instructed to lie to authorities. One participant, Laurel Alefounder, refused Solaris's request to tell Jared's flatmate to stay silent, exposing attempts to obscure the truth. Accounts from the retreat varied, but it was clear that Jared had been in visible distress for hours. Witnesses described his pale complexion, swollen neck, and the sounds of his suffering. Despite this, many believed his reaction was part of the expected process. For instance, participant Rafael Lima noted Jared's condition but did not think it was serious, while another attendee, Chelsea Hope, mentioned that such reactions could last for hours. Evidence presented during the inquest pointed to negligence. The coroner found sufficient grounds to suggest that a known individual may have been responsible for Jared's death due to inaction. As a result, the case was referred to the Director of Public Prosecutions and the inquest was paused. Jared's father, Glenn Antonovich, was present throughout the hearings, adamant that there had been a cover-up. He and other family members sought answers and accountability. The coroner acknowledged their perseverance and thanked them for cooperating during the challenging process. Jared's death raises serious concerns about the safety of using traditional medicines outside their indigenous cultural contexts. These practices, while respected in their native traditions, can be hazardous without proper knowledge or oversight.
It was a calm June day in 2016 when 23-year-old Colin Nathaniel Scott, a recent graduate from Pacific University, set out to explore Yellowstone National Park with his sister Sable. The siblings, excited to experience the park's famous geysers and hot springs, never expected what would happen next. Yellowstone is a beautiful place, but it hides serious dangers. The Norris Geyser Basin, where Colin and Sable went, is one of the park's most dangerous areas. The hot springs here can reach temperatures of up to 400 degrees Fahrenheit just below the surface. The ground around them is thin and fragile, making the area even more risky. Despite clear warning signs, the siblings ventured off the designated boardwalk. They were looking for a spot to hot pot, a dangerous activity where people soak in the hot springs. These springs are not only scalding but also filled with toxic chemicals, making them deadly if not treated with extreme caution. Colin and Sable did not realize how unsafe the ground was. While testing the temperature of a small spring, Colin lost his balance. He slipped and fell into the boiling acidic water. Sable, horrified, could only watch as her brother disappeared beneath the surface. She immediately called for help, but the situation was already critical. Yellowstone Rangers responded quickly, but recovering Colin's body was a huge challenge. The spring was not just hot but highly acidic as well. This combination made it almost impossible to survive such an accident or to safely recover a body. The recovery team did find some of Colin's personal items, including his wallet and flip-flops, near the spring's edge. However, A lightning storm forced them to pause their efforts. When they returned the next day, there was nothing left of Colin. His body had completely dissolved in the boiling acidic water. The pain Colin must have felt in those moments is unimaginable. The boiling water would have burned his skin instantly, causing severe, deep burns within seconds. His body would have been in shock, but the intense pain from the heat and acidity would have been excruciating. The high temperature of the water and its ability to dissolve organic material meant that Colin's body was quickly destroyed. Park officials confirmed that it was impossible to recover Colin's body due to the extreme conditions in the spring. His tragic death showed the dangers of Yellowstone's geothermal features. While the park's beauty is stunning, its hot springs are incredibly dangerous and should not be approached without caution. Colin's death is a painful reminder of the risks that exist in the park. Despite clear warnings, many visitors still ignore safety measures and venture too close to the dangerous hot springs. The thin crust around these features can collapse under a person's weight, and stepping off the boardwalk can have fatal consequences. Yellowstone Superintendent Dan Wenck emphasized the importance of following the park's rules to prevent such tragedies. He reminded the public that the thermal features are unpredictable, and venturing too close can lead to devastating results. In fact, since the park's establishment, there have been at least 22 recorded deaths from thermal features. Colin's death, however, remains one of the most painful and disturbing. Sadly, Colin's death was not an isolated incident. Rangers have dealt with many cases of tourists ignoring safety guidelines, whether to get closer to wildlife or explore off-limits areas. The fragile ground around hot springs is a hidden threat that can lead to disaster with a single wrong step. After the accident, the park decided not to release the footage taken by Sable at the scene out of respect for the family. What is known is that Colin was a bright, promising young man. He had recently graduated summa cum laude in psychology and was preparing to start a doctoral program in the fall. Colin had also worked at the Jackson Bottom Wetlands Preserve, where he was remembered fondly for his dedication to the environment. For Sable, the pain of witnessing her brother's tragic death will stay with her forever. Despite her desperate calls for help, nothing could be done to save Colin. The decision to halt recovery efforts only confirmed the harsh reality. There was nothing left of Colin to bring home to his family. Colin's story is a tragic lesson on how quickly adventure can turn to loss, especially when the dangers of nature are underestimated. It was December 1st, 2018, in Logan, Queensland, Australia. David Dowell, a 34-year-old father of 3, was celebrating Christmas with close friends and family. David, known for his sense of humor, was in high spirits that night. His partner of 15 years, Alira, and their 3 daughters, Alyssa, Claudia, and Sage, were also there, along with other families. David was always the life of the party, enjoying every moment and making everyone laugh. During the celebration, a friend dared him to eat a gecko, something David, known for accepting outrageous dares, might have done without a second thought. However, the events that followed would soon take a tragic turn. The details surrounding whether David actually ate the gecko were unclear. Some attendees claimed they saw him do it, while others weren't sure. Alira admitted she wasn't paying close attention amidst the chaos of the party. Still, the possibility remained that David had swallowed the reptile. The next day, December 2nd, David began to feel unwell. Initially thinking it was just a hangover, his condition worsened by December 3rd. He began vomiting and experiencing severe stomach pain. His symptoms grew more intense, and although his family thought it might be something simple, they called for an ambulance. Paramedics initially suspected gastroenteritis or a bad hangover. David was taken to the Mater Hospital in Brisbane, where the situation took a shocking turn. By December 4th, he was diagnosed with a salmonella infection. Doctors initially considered common causes like undercooked chicken, but as his condition worsened, Alira mentioned the gecko dare to the medical team. This led them to consider the possibility that the lizard might have been the source of the infection. David's health deteriorated rapidly. His stomach became severely bloated, and he was in what his family described as absolute agony. He vomited green fluid, passed dark urine, and developed fluid in his lungs. Despite the medical staff's efforts, his organs began to fail. His testicles swelled to an enormous size, leaking fluid, a symptom that added to his immense suffering. His family described it as if he were rotting from the inside out. Doctors tried to manage his pain, but it was so severe that he was placed in a medically induced coma. His sister Hannah recalled how heartbreaking it was to see him in such pain. The once lively David was now fighting for his life. On December 11th, just 10 days after the party, David underwent emergency surgery. His body, already overwhelmed, couldn't withstand the strain. Despite the medical team's efforts, David passed away during the procedure, leaving his family in shock and grief. David's death raised many questions. His family, especially Alira and their daughters, struggled to understand what had happened. Alira remembered David as a loving, fun father who adored spending time with their children. He was like a big kid, she said, remembering how much he enjoyed playing with them. Now, they were left without him, facing an unbearable loss. In the aftermath, medical experts and David's family tried to piece together the cause of his death. Could the gecko have been responsible? Experts, including Mark Turner from the University of Queensland, confirmed that reptiles like geckos can carry salmonella, and if David had eaten the gecko, the bacteria could have caused the infection. However, since no one could definitively confirm that David had consumed the reptile, the cause remained uncertain. David's family also questioned whether his medical care had been sufficient. Hannah expressed frustration, saying the family had to ask for pain relief for David and that his condition wasn't taken seriously until it was too late. The moment he got moved into the intensive care unit, that's when they got serious, she said. The Mater Hospital responded by expressing condolences and maintaining that they had provided appropriate care. The case was reviewed by the coroner, who agreed that the hospital had acted correctly. Still, David's family couldn't shake the feeling that something had gone wrong. On what would have been David's 35th birthday, his family gathered by the Logan River, a place he loved to fish, to hold a vigil in his honor. They released paper boats with messages for him, a quiet tribute to a man whose life had been cut tragically short. David's family may never have the full answers they were looking for. Whether the gecko was truly the cause of his illness or if something else played a role, the uncertainty only added to their pain. What remained was the memory of David, a loving father, partner, and friend whose life brought joy to all who knew him. It was a quiet evening in 2014 in Korla, Xinjiang, China. Wu Wenyuan, an 18-year-old student, had just wrapped up her day of studies. As she lay in bed, her iPhone 4S was charging beside her. Wu lived with her sister, who was out at work that night. The apartment was calm, with only the faint hum of electronics breaking the silence. Tragically, this seemingly ordinary evening would end in devastation. Wu was a hard-working teenager who had moved to Korla to pursue her education while staying connected with her family back in Urumqi. She often chatted with her loved ones, especially her sister and friends, through her phone. Life was normal, filled with the small joys and challenges of student life. When Wu's sister returned home from work, she was immediately alarmed by an acrid, burning smell. The sense of dread grew as she rushed to the bedroom, calling out to Wu but getting no reply. Upon entering, she was met with a horrifying scene. Wu lay motionless on the bed, her body severely burned. The sight was devastating, her skin blackened and charred with her shattered phone beside her. Overwhelmed by shock and grief, her sister called for help, but it was too late. Wu had passed away. Investigators arrived promptly, uncovering chilling details about what had happened. Wu's autopsy revealed burn marks on her neck, hands, and left foot, consistent with electrocution. The cause of death was identified as electrical leakage from her phone, which had been connected to a counterfeit charger. This faulty charger had failed catastrophically, sending a deadly current through WU's body. To grasp the severity of WU's experience, one must understand the effects of electrocution. When a high-voltage current enters the body, it disrupts critical functions of the heart, muscles, and nerves. The pain is overwhelming, with muscles contracting uncontrollably and skin burning internally and externally. It's a torturous process, and Wu likely endured immense suffering as the current coursed through her body. The counterfeit charger was the root cause of this tragedy. Unlike authentic chargers, counterfeit ones often lack essential safety features designed to prevent electrical surges or leaks. These flaws can result in dangerous accidents, as seen in WU's case, where the charger allowed a fatal current to pass directly into her body. The news of WU's death spread quickly, leaving her family and friends heartbroken. Her loved ones were left to grapple with the sudden loss of a young woman who had so much promise. Wu's story also served as a grim example of the hidden dangers posed by counterfeit electronics. Sadly, WU's case was not unique. In 2015, a similar tragedy occurred in Moscow, Russia. A 24-year-old woman named Evgenia Sviridenko lost her life when her plugged-in phone slipped into the bath she was using. Her phone, like Wu's, had been connected to a counterfeit charger. Evgenia's roommate found her lifeless body in the water, a victim of electrocution. The electrical current caused severe burns, muscle contractions, and likely instant cardiac arrest. Once again, a counterfeit charger was to blame. These heartbreaking incidents underscore the risks of using substandard electronics. Authentic chargers undergo rigorous safety testing, while counterfeit ones are often poorly made, lacking mechanisms to prevent electrical faults. This negligence can lead to fatal consequences. In Wu's case, her iPhone had reportedly been purchased from a shop in Urumqi. The store later contacted her family to discuss the matter, but no resolution could undo the immense loss. Wu's death tells us of how a seemingly simple act, like charging a phone, can have deadly consequences when counterfeit products are involved. This story highlights the critical importance of using certified, genuine chargers and being vigilant against counterfeit electronics. It is a sobering lesson about safety in our everyday choices, showing how such tragedies could be avoided with proper precautions.
It was New Year's Day in 2015 in St. Joseph, Michigan. Christina Bond, a 55-year-old woman, was at home. Christina was recently elected as a Republican precinct delegate for St. Joseph Charter Township Precinct 1. She was also a mother of 2 sons, Nicholas Kriest and Noah Bond. Christina was known for her strength and resilience. Her son Nicholas described her as God's most powerful soldier on earth. She was a former U.S. Navy officer, having served 2 years as a military police officer. She later became an administrator and worked at the Southwest Michigan Community Action Agency. Christina was adjusting a handgun she carried in her bra holster on this day. The holster was a relatively new invention designed to give women a discreet way to carry firearms. These holsters are attached to the front of the bra, with the gun concealed between the breasts via a strap that connects to the clamshell holster. Christina was having trouble getting her bra holster to fit correctly. She couldn't get it to sit the way she wanted it to. She was looking down, trying to adjust it, when the gun accidentally discharged. The bullet struck her in the eye. The St. Joseph Public Safety Department received an emergency call and officers were dispatched to 396 Upton Drive. When they arrived, they found Christina with a gunshot wound to her eye. She was rushed to Lakeland Hospital and then airlifted to Bronson Methodist Hospital in Kalamazoo. Despite the medical team's efforts, Christina died the following day. St. Joseph Public Safety Director Mark Clapp released the details surrounding the incident. He explained to the Kalamazoo Gazette that Christina was having trouble adjusting her bra holster and couldn't get it to fit the way she wanted it to. As she looked down to adjust it, the gun went off, tragically ending her life. Christina's death was a shock to her community. She had been an active member of her church, Road to Life Church, where she was an administrator for 15 years. She also ministered at the Berrien County Jail, providing support and guidance to inmates. Her dedication to her faith and community was evident in every aspect of her life. Carrie Lightfoot, owner of the Well-Armed Woman store, commented on the rising popularity of bra holsters, noting that more women are seeking practical ways to carry firearms. It's a natural choice, depending on the gun size and, of course, the individual, she said. She emphasized that women need versatile options for carrying firearms, as their clothing choices often change from day to day, requiring different solutions. Christina Bond's life was filled with accomplishments. After serving in the Navy, she became a bodybuilder and won the Miss Michigan Figure Overall Championship in 2013. Her dedication to fitness and health was just another example of her determination and strength. Her obituary, published in the Herald Palladium, highlighted her many roles and achievements. Christina was preceded in death by her 2 brothers and is survived by her 2 sons. In a heartfelt Facebook post, her son Nicholas expressed his grief and admiration for his mother. He wrote, "My mother was the strongest person I have ever known. It's in her that I've become who I am. She gives me strength to stand up for what I believe." The full autopsy report had not yet been completed, but the circumstances of Christina's death were clear. She had been adjusting her bra holster when the accident occurred. Experts believe that for the gun to discharge, she must have either dislodged it from the clamshell or inadvertently got her finger near the trigger while trying to make the holster fit better. This tragic incident raises important questions about the safety and practicality of certain firearm accessories. Bra holsters, while providing a discreet way to carry a gun, may pose significant risks if not used correctly. Christina's death is a warning for those who use such devices. It was a cold evening in 2015 in Stony Creek Township, Pennsylvania. James Schaffer, a 68-year-old blind man was alone in his home, as he had been for the past 25 years. Despite his disability, James was known in his community for his intelligence and independence. That night, he felt an ache in his leg and decided to warm a towel in the microwave to soothe the pain. This simple act, however, led to a tragic accident that would shock his entire community. James placed the dry towel in the microwave, unaware of the dangers. Within just 15 seconds, the towel caught fire. Blind and unable to see the flames, he pulled the burning towel from the microwave, inadvertently setting his flannel shirt on fire. The fire spread quickly, engulfing his clothing. Realizing the danger, James acted swiftly. He ran down the hall to the bathroom, the flames lightly burning the carpet as he moved. He managed to douse the fire using the shower head, but not before suffering severe burns over 80% of his body. Despite the immense pain, James remained calm. When the Oakland Fire Department arrived, they were met with a heartbreaking scene. James, covered in burns, was conscious and surprisingly composed. Deputy Chief David Ream recalled how James repeatedly apologized, saying, "He was very apologetic. He was telling us every couple of minutes that he was sorry. He should have known better. He was very, very calm for the situation we had at hand." James was rushed to a Pittsburgh hospital where he continued to communicate with the paramedics. His condition, however, was dire. The burns were extensive, and he had also inhaled hot air and fumes from the fire. Tragically, James passed away the following morning. The official cause of death was thermal inhalation. James Schaffer's death left a profound impact on his community. He had lived in Johnstown, Pennsylvania for over 50 years, and his neighbors knew him as one of the nicest and most intelligent men they had ever met. Despite his blindness, he never let his disability stop him from living an active and fulfilling life. His family checked on him daily and confirmed that he could live independently. The Oakland Fire Department was particularly affected by the incident. This was the first fire-related death in the township, and the firefighters struggled to come to terms with the tragedy. Deputy Chief Ream expressed their shock, noting how unusual it was to see someone so calm and collected in such a dire situation. The story of James Schaffer raises several what-if questions that linger in the minds of those who knew him, and even those who hear his story. What if James had known about the danger of microwaving a dry towel? What if there had been someone with him who could have helped sooner? What if better safety measures or devices were designed to assist blind people in their daily tasks? These questions, while unanswerable, show the importance of safety awareness and the need for innovations that can help prevent similar tragedies in the future. James Schaffer's death was a devastating loss, but it also serves as a crucial lesson about the need for caution in our everyday actions. In the end, James Schaffer's story is an example of the unpredictability of life and the importance of community support, especially for those with disabilities. It was March 5, 2019, on Interstate 10 near the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Margaret Maurer, known as Meg to her friends and family, was a 21-year-old senior at Tulane University. She studied ecology and evolutionary biology, participated in leadership programs, and worked as a teaching fellow. Originally from Forest Lake, Minnesota, Meg was passionate about plants, conservation, and learning, qualities everyone around her admired. On this day, Meg and 5 friends were on their way to a cabin in the Blue Ridge Mountains, North Carolina. They had recently enjoyed the Mardi Gras parades in New Orleans and were eager for a hiking trip. Traveling in 2 cars, they stopped at a rest area west of Pascagoula, Mississippi to take a break. As Meg stood near her car preparing to leave, an unimaginable event unfolded. An 18-wheeler traveling westbound on I-10 lost a pair of rear wheels. The wheels, weighing approximately 1,000 pounds, detached and rolled across the highway, traveling 850 feet before striking Meg. The impact was devastating, and the wheels rolled another 150 feet before stopping. The scene was chaotic and deeply distressing. Gautier Police Captain Casey Baxter described the incident as a tragic and unpredictable chain of events. Unaware of what had happened, the truck driver eventually returned to the rest stop after realizing something was wrong. Authorities later determined that the truck, owned by Dana Transport Inc., had been missing a small but critical part, a 3-inch metal locking washer. This inexpensive piece was essential for keeping the wheels securely in place, and its absence likely caused the accident. Meg's passing was a profound loss for her family, friends, and the Tulane community. Her mother, Tracy Maurer, reflected on Meg's deep impact on those around her, highlighting the joy she brought to everyone she knew and the immense heartbreak felt by all who loved her. Meg's professors described her as a brilliant, creative, and passionate student. Professor Dorothy Chariot from the Ecology and Evolutionary Biology Department noted Meg's excitement about her trip, particularly her enthusiasm for the cabin and hiking. Another professor, Donata Henry, highlighted Meg's love for learning, portraying her as a bright star with a profound passion for discovery. In addition to her academic accomplishments, Meg was a talented artist. She had been illustrating a book on tropical bugs and birds for Professor Tom Sherry, whose admiration for her work reflected the awe it inspired in others. Her detailed illustrations showcased her extraordinary skill, including butterfly wings rendered with stunning radiance. Just days before the accident, Meg submitted several completed pieces highlighting her remarkable talent. The Tulane community mourned Meg's loss, describing her as a student who left a lasting impression on everyone she met. A university statement highlighted the tragedy of losing 2 community members in a short time, referring to a separate incident where a law school alumnus had also lost their life. In Meg's memory, her family and friends launched a GoFundMe campaign to support causes she cared about, including conservation and education. Plans were also made to display her scientific illustrations, honoring her artistic and academic contributions. Meg had been working on a community garden project in New Orleans before her passing, reflecting her dedication to using her knowledge to benefit others. Her loved ones continue to hold dear the memories of her vibrant personality and remarkable accomplishments. Her younger brother, close in age, deeply felt the loss of his lifelong companion, as they had never experienced a world without one another. This tragic event exemplifies life's unpredictability and the importance of cherishing every moment. Meg's legacy lives on through her work, passions, and impact on the people around her. It was July 11, 2024, on Olango Island in the Philippines. Catherine Egan McEwen, a 43-year-old mother of 2 from Cagayan de Oro City, was enjoying a vacation with her husband Ken McEwen and their children. Ken, originally from Edinburgh, worked as a tech specialist in Singapore. Catherine, known for her adventurous nature, was excited to try the jumping balloon activity at Pinky's Floating Cottage Resort. The family was eager to enjoy the day's activities. The weather was perfect with clear skies and a calm breeze. Catherine decided to try the jumping balloon, an inflatable device where participants are launched into the air when someone else jumps onto it from a height. Ken and their children stood nearby, ready to capture the moment on their phones. Catherine lay on one end of the inflatable as a staff member climbed onto a platform to jump. When the staff member landed, Catherine was launched high into the air. What started as a thrilling experience quickly turned tragic. Instead of landing in the water, she hit the inflatable head first with a severe impact. Her neck was injured and she rolled into the sea, remaining motionless underwater. A resort worker, 21-year-old J. Paul Ontong, saw what happened and immediately dived into the water. He pulled Catherine back to shore, but she showed no movement. Onlookers watched anxiously as Jay and others worked to bring her to safety. Emergency services were called and Catherine was rushed to Vicente Soto Memorial Medical Center. At the hospital, doctors worked tirelessly to save her. Catherine was placed in a coma as her family stayed by her side, praying for her recovery. For 8 days, they waited and hoped, but on July 19th, she passed away from spinal injuries caused by the accident. Ken shared a heartfelt photo of Catherine with their children online, expressing his grief. The news spread quickly, raising questions about safety measures at Pinky's Floating Cottage Resort. Local authorities, including Lapu-Lapu City Mayor Junard Chan, took swift action. On July 21st, the mayor issued a cease and desist order, suspending all activities at the resort. He called for stricter safety measures to prevent future incidents and scheduled a meeting with resort operators to review their practices. The resort manager stated that all guests were provided safety instructions before participating in the jumping balloon activity. However, the accident raised questions about whether these guidelines were sufficient or effectively communicated. The resort owners pledged to cover Catherine's medical and burial expenses and promised to cooperate with the investigation. Authorities launched an inquiry, examining permits and safety protocols at the resort. Investigators aimed to determine if safety lapses contributed to the accident. Meanwhile, Catherine's death became an example of the risks associated with extreme activities. The tragedy left an impact on the local community and visitors alike. The once popular jumping balloon activity now symbolized the importance of proper safety measures. As the investigation continued, Ken and his children returned to Singapore, struggling to cope with their loss. Family and friends offered support, but Catherine's absence left an irreplaceable void. It was January 27, 2023, in central London. Kevin Holding, a 60-year-old contractor, performed routine maintenance on a pop-up urinal. This was a standard task for Holding, who worked for High-Tech Washroom Solutions Limited. He was at Cambridge Circus, a busy area where Shaftesbury Avenue meets Charing Cross Road, just outside the Palace Theatre, home to the play Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. Holding, a father of 3 from Beckenham in southeast London, was known for his dedication to work and family. Westminster City Council introduced pop-up urinals in London about 20 years ago to address public hygiene concerns. These devices stay underground during the day and rise hydraulically at night. On that day, Holding ensured one of these urinals was functioning properly. He began working between 10 o'clock and 10:30 a.m. and had been on the job for several hours without incident. At approximately 1 p.m., as Holding was finishing up, the urinal suddenly collapsed. This tragic accident was captured on CCTV. The heavy hydraulic mechanism trapped him underneath, resulting in severe injuries. Shocked passers-by in the bustling West End witnessed the horrific event. Emergency services were immediately called and the response was swift. Ambulance crews, 4 fire engines, 25 firefighters, and an air ambulance arrived within minutes, with the first responders on site by 1:05 p.m. Police arrived shortly after, cordoning the area to manage the growing crowd. Despite the quick arrival of personnel, there was a significant delay in accessing the equipment needed to lift the heavy structure. A specialized vehicle didn't arrive until after 3 p.m. For over 2 hours, emergency workers struggled to free Holding. Firefighters used a winch and other tools to lift the structure as bystanders anxiously watched the intense rescue effort. At 3:40 p.m., Holding was finally freed, but it was too late. He was pronounced dead at the scene. A post-mortem examination later confirmed the cause of death as compression asphyxia. Kevin Holding was identified using his Oyster card, a public transportation pass. His sudden passing left his family devastated. Holding's partner and 3 children were heartbroken by the loss of a man they described as the life and soul of the family. His daughter shared a touching photo of him with his granddaughter, writing, "She will know you as the best granddad in the whole world." An inquest into Holding's death took place at the Inner West London Coroner's Court. Coroner Professor Fiona Wilcox extended her condolences to the family and acknowledged the tragic circumstances. The inquest revealed a critical issue: the delay in getting the necessary vehicle to lift the urinal. This delay was noted as a significant problem in the emergency response. Westminster City Council later issued a statement expressing their deepest sympathies to Holding's loved ones. They assured the public that a full investigation was underway to understand the events leading to the incident. The Health and Safety Executive also launched an inquiry to examine safety protocols. Holding's family, especially his daughter Carly, voiced frustration over the authorities' handling of the aftermath. In an interview with the BBC, she described her father as the glue that held their family together and criticized officials' lack of support and clear communication. She emphasized that no family should endure the treatment they had experienced. This tragic event raises pressing questions about safety and emergency response. Could Kevin Holding's life have been saved if the equipment had arrived sooner? How can maintenance protocols and worker safety measures be improved to prevent similar accidents? What steps can be taken to ensure faster and more efficient emergency responses in the future? The loss of Kevin Holding shows the unexpected risks that can arise in everyday jobs. It underscores the importance of improving safety standards and emergency preparedness to protect workers. For his family, the pain of his passing is immeasurable, and their search for answers and justice continues. This tragedy is a call to action for better safety measures and compassionate handling of victims' families during such heartbreaking times.
Today, we are going to look at the most terrifying deaths on Mount Everest. From a woman who wanted to test her endurance on the mountain's death zone, to a filmmaker that chased dreams, but instead received her final breath. Let's dive straight in. It was April 25th, 2015. At 17,600 feet above sea level, Everest Base Camp buzzed with the familiar energy of spring climbing season. Hundreds of climbers from across the globe had spent weeks acclimatizing their bodies to the thin air, their colorful expedition tents creating a temporary city against the stark backdrop of the world's most famous mountain. The morning of April 25th dawned clear and calm, perfect conditions that gave no hint of the catastrophe brewing 50 miles away. Base Camp had become a melting pot of human ambition and international cooperation. Seasoned mountaineers shared stories with first-time Everest aspirants, while Sherpa guides prepared equipment and planned routes with the methodical precision that had made them legendary. The camp's medical tent stood ready for the usual altitude-related emergencies, and helicopter landing zones were marked for routine supply drops and evacuations. Among the climbers preparing for their summit attempts was Google executive Dan Fredenberg, a 33-year-old adventurer who had already conquered peaks across 6 continents. His Instagram posts from Base Camp showed the excitement and nervous energy that characterized every Everest expedition. Dan Fredenberg had captured the mountain's stunning display in his Instagram posts from Base Camp, sharing his excitement about Everest's breathtaking beauty with his followers just hours before disaster would strike. Australian climber Azim Afif was documenting his journey for sponsors back home, capturing the camaraderie and determination that define the international climbing community. Japanese mountaineers worked alongside American adventurers. Indian climbers shared meals with European alpinists, all united by their shared dream of standing atop the world's highest peak. The spring climbing season represented the culmination of years of preparation for most climbers. They had invested not just the $35,000 to $100,000 required for permits and expedition costs, but months of physical training, altitude preparation, and mental conditioning. What none of them knew was that 50 miles northwest of their temporary mountain home, tectonic forces that had been building pressure for centuries were about to release their fury in one of Nepal's most devastating earthquakes in over 80 years. The Himalayan region sits atop one of the world's most active seismic zones, where the Indian tectonic plate continues its relentless collision with the Eurasian plate. The same geological forces that created these towering peaks millions of years ago. This ongoing collision occurs at a rate of about 2 inches per year, creating immense pressure that periodically releases in catastrophic earthquakes. But how do you prepare for a disaster that no one sees coming? At 11:56 a.m. local time, as climbers went about their morning routines, some preparing gear, others resting in their tents, many simply enjoying the rare perfect weather, the earth beneath Nepal began to move with devastating force. The initial tremor felt like a truck passing by, nothing unusual for a region where minor earthquakes occur regularly. But within seconds, the gentle vibration transformed into violent shaking that sent climbers stumbling from their tents, confusion written across their faces as they struggled to maintain balance on the unstable ground. Survivor Azim Afif would later describe how the entire mountain seemed to come alive beneath them. What began as a gentle tremor, the kind they'd grown accustomed to in this seismically active region, quickly escalated into something far more sinister. The ground bucked and rolled with increasing violence, sending tents collapsing and climbers scrambling in panic. Then came the sound that would haunt survivors forever. A thunderous roar like a freight train bearing down on them at impossible speed. The 7.8 magnitude earthquake was so powerful, it moved Mount Everest itself 1.2 inches southwest and reduced the mountain's height by approximately 1 inch. But the climbers at Base Camp had no time to contemplate these geological measurements. They were about to face a more immediate and deadly consequence of the Earth's movement. The earthquake triggered a massive avalanche from Pumori, a 23,000-foot peak that loomed over Base Camp like a sleeping giant. The seismic waves had destabilized enormous sections of ice and snow that had clung to Pumori's steep faces for decades, creating a wall of destruction that would race toward the unsuspecting climbers at over 200 miles per hour. Afif's gaze turned upward to witness a sight that defied comprehension. A towering white wall of destruction, cascading down Pumori's slopes. The avalanche stood 20 feet high and moved with a speed that seemed to mock the laws of physics. In that moment of crystalline terror, he felt the cold certainty of death approaching, his mind accepting what his body refused to believe. The avalanche carried not just snow and ice, but massive boulders, equipment, and debris that had been scoured from Pumori's slopes during its devastating descent. The sound was deafening, a combination of thundering ice, grinding rock, and the screams of climbers who realized they had nowhere to run. Dan Fredenberg was filming the earthquake's effects when the avalanche struck. His teammate later posted on social media. Dan Fredenberg's teammate would later share the devastating news through social media, explaining how the Google executive had sustained fatal head injuries in the avalanche. Even in their grief, his team found solace in knowing he had died pursuing his passion, his spirit forever connected to the mountains he loved so deeply. The avalanche hit base camp with the force of a natural disaster movie, but this was horrifyingly real. Tents that had withstood Himalayan storms for weeks were flattened in seconds. The carefully organized expedition camps became chaotic debris fields where orange and blue tent fabric mixed with ice chunks the size of refrigerators. Climbers who had spent months preparing for the technical challenges of Everest's upper reaches found themselves buried under tons of snow and debris, fighting for their lives in what should have been the safest part of their expedition. Some were completely buried and had to be dug out by teammates. Others were thrown hundreds of feet by the avalanche's impact. The medical tent, the one facility that could have provided crucial emergency care, was among the first structures destroyed. Dr. Rachel Tullett, a British physician volunteering at base camp, found herself treating critically injured patients in the open air with whatever supplies she could salvage from the wreckage. Dr. Rachel Tullett found herself facing a medical nightmare that no amount of preparation could have anticipated. The British physician worked frantically to treat critically injured patients on the open glacier, dealing with head trauma, fractures, and internal bleeding using whatever supplies she could salvage from the wreckage. Helicopters that might have provided rapid evacuation were grounded initially due to continuing aftershocks and unstable weather conditions. The pilots who eventually braved the dangerous conditions to reach base camp described a scene of utter devastation. What had been an organized climbing community was now a disaster zone where survivors wandered in shock among the debris. The final toll was devastating. 22 people killed and 61 injured, making April the 25th, 2015, the deadliest single day in Mount Everest's climbing history. The victims included climbers from Nepal, India, Australia, Japan, and the United States. A tragic reminder that the mountains make no distinctions based on nationality, experience, or preparation. For the second consecutive year, the entire Everest climbing season was canceled. The 2014 season had already been called off due to an avalanche in the Khumbu icefall that killed 16 Sherpa guides. And now, 2015 would join that grim record. The economic impact on Nepal's climbing industry was catastrophic, with millions of dollars in lost revenue affecting not just expedition companies, but the entire network of guides, porters, and support staff who depend on climbing tourism. The earthquake's effects extended far beyond base camp. The disaster killed nearly 9,000 people across Nepal and triggered avalanches throughout the Himalayas. Ancient temples in Kathmandu crumbled. Villages were buried under landslides, and the entire nation struggled to cope with the scale of destruction. Families of the Everest victims faced the additional trauma of recovering bodies from one of the world's most remote locations. Some remains were never found, buried permanently under the avalanche debris that had transformed base camp into a frozen graveyard. But 19 years earlier, another tragedy had already established the template for Everest's most heartbreaking disasters. Through a single decision made by the world's most trusted Everest guide. It was May 10th, 1996, when 35-year-old Rob Hall made a decision that would end the career of the world's most successful Everest guide, choosing to stay with a struggling client in Everest's death zone rather than follow his own life-saving rules. A choice that would cost him everything but cement his place as mountaineering's most noble tragedy. Born in Christchurch, New Zealand in 1961, Rob Hall had risen from a passionate young climber to become the most trusted name in high-altitude guiding, holding a perfect safety record that seemed impossible in an environment where death lurked behind every decision. Standing at 5 feet 10 inches with the lean build of a lifelong mountaineer, Hall possessed the rare combination of technical expertise, leadership ability, and moral conviction that define the greatest high-altitude guides. Known throughout the international climbing community for his calm demeanor under pressure and his absolute adherence to safety protocols, his personality reflected the methodical approach that had kept 39 clients alive on the world's most dangerous peak. Hall's reputation was built on conservative decision-making, meticulous preparation, and absolute adherence to predetermined safety protocols that treated every decision as potentially fatal. Rob Hall's guiding achievements defied the statistical realities of Everest mountaineering and established new standards for commercial expedition safety. By 1996, he had successfully guided 39 clients to Mount Everest's summit without losing a single life, a record that represented not just exceptional skill, but an almost supernatural ability to make life or death decisions in the world's most unforgiving environment. His company, Adventure Consultants, charged $65,000 per client, a premium price that reflected Hall's uncompromising commitment to safety and his methodical approach to high-altitude guiding. To put this in perspective, most commercial operators charge $35,000 to $45,000 for Everest expeditions, but Hall's clients paid extra for something invaluable: the highest probability of both reaching the summit and returning home alive. This extraordinary success rate demonstrated not only his exceptional mountaineering skills, but also his profound understanding of high-altitude physiology, weather patterns, and human psychology under extreme stress. Hall had developed a systematic approach to Everest guiding that treated every weather window as temporary, and every client as someone's beloved family member who must return home safely. But why would a guide with such an impeccable safety record break his own life-saving rules for a single client? Mount Everest, known as Sagarmatha in Nepali and Chomolungma in Tibetan, had become Rob Hall's office by 1996. Standing at 29,032 feet above sea level, Everest represents the ultimate test of human endurance and judgment, with a death rate that had claimed approximately 150 lives by the mid-1990s. The mountain's extreme altitude, unpredictable weather, and technical climbing challenges create an environment where even minor mistakes cascade into fatal consequences. Hall knew every wind pattern, every weather system, and every technical challenge that characterized Everest's deadly personality throughout the climbing seasons. His intimate familiarity with the mountain's moods and dangers made him the most sought-after guide in the international mountaineering community. Expedition members paid premium rates not just for his technical skills, but for his judgment, the ability to make split-second decisions that meant the difference between triumph and tragedy. The death zone above 26,000 feet, where Hall would make his final stand, represents one of the most hostile environments on Earth. At this altitude, atmospheric pressure drops to approximately 33% of sea level, meaning each breath delivers only 1/3 the oxygen that the human body requires for normal function. The human body begins dying at the cellular level within hours of exposure to such extreme conditions. Hall had established one non-negotiable rule that had kept his clients alive for years. All climbers must begin their descent by 2 p.m., regardless of whether they had reached the summit. This turnaround time provided a crucial safety margin, ensuring that teams could descend safely before afternoon storms, and darkness made the mountain exponentially more dangerous. The rule was based on years of experience and statistical analysis of successful versus fatal summit attempts. May 10th, 1996 dawned clear and cold on Everest, with conditions that appeared perfect for summit attempts. The weather forecast indicated a narrow window of opportunity, with manageable winds and clear skies. But meteorologists warned of deteriorating conditions expected by afternoon. Hall was leading 8 clients up Everest as part of a crowded summit day that would see multiple commercial teams attempting the top simultaneously. Among his clients was Doug Hansen, a 46-year-old postal worker from Washington State who had attempted Everest with Hall the previous year, only to turn back just 300 feet from the summit due to deteriorating weather. Hansen had returned in 1996 with a determination that bordered on obsession. This would be his last chance at Everest, and he was willing to risk everything for those final steps to the top. Hansen represented the changing demographics of Everest climbing in the 1990s. Unlike the elite mountaineers who had dominated Everest attempts in previous decades, Hansen was an ordinary working-class American who had saved for years to afford the expedition costs. His dream of standing atop the world's highest peak represented something deeper than personal achievement. It was proof that extraordinary goals remained accessible to ordinary people willing to make extraordinary sacrifices. But the most significant factor influencing Hall's decisions that day was waiting 8,000 miles away in New Zealand. His wife, Jan, was 7 months pregnant with their first child, a daughter they had already decided to name Sarah. Hall carried a photo of Jan in his jacket pocket, and his radio calls to base camp often included messages for her, spoken with the tender affection of a man who had found something more precious than any summit. How does a man balance his responsibility to his clients against his responsibility to his unborn child? The ascent began at midnight on May 10th, with headlamps cutting through the pre-dawn darkness as Hall's team joined the procession of climbers making their way toward Everest's summit. The early hours proceeded according to plan, with the team maintaining good pace and staying on schedule for a safe summit and descent within Hall's strict timeline. The route from Camp 4 on the South Col to Everest's summit covers approximately 3,000 vertical feet of technical climbing through some of the most dangerous terrain on Earth. Climbers must navigate the exposed southeast ridge, where hurricane-force winds can knock them off the mountain, cross the treacherous Cornice Traverse, where a single misstep means a 10,000-foot fall, and overcome the Hillary Steps technical rock climbing at extreme altitude. But as the morning progressed, it became clear that Doug Hansen was struggling more than anticipated. The postal worker's determination was admirable, but his body was failing to cope with the extreme altitude and physical demands of summit day. Each step became a monumental effort, and his pace slowed dramatically as the team approached the Hillary Step. The physiological challenges Hansen faced were staggering. At 28,000 feet, his body was operating on less than 1/3 the oxygen available at sea level. His heart rate would have been elevated to dangerous levels, his cognitive function impaired by hypoxia, and his muscles starved of the oxygen necessary for sustained effort. Every step required tremendous willpower to overcome his body's desperate signals to stop and descend. By 1 p.m., with just 1 hour remaining before Hall's mandatory turnaround time, Hansen was still 300 feet below the summit, the same spot where he had been forced to turn back the previous year. The cruel irony was not lost on anyone. Hansen had returned to Everest specifically to overcome this exact failure, and now he faced the same heartbreaking decision. But this time, Rob Hall made a choice that went against every principle that had defined his guiding career. Instead of enforcing his 2 p.m. turnaround time, the rule that had saved countless lives over the years, he decided to wait for Hansen, allowing his struggling client to continue toward the summit despite the rapidly deteriorating conditions and the approaching afternoon storm system. Hall's radio transmission to base camp carried a dangerous determination his support team had never heard before. His unwavering resolve to see Doug Hansen reach the summit sent immediate ripples of concern through his experienced team, who recognized the deadly implications of abandoning their sacred turnaround time. The decision represented a fundamental shift in Hall's risk assessment. For the first time in his guiding career, he was allowing emotional factors to override his systematic safety protocols. His personal investment in Hansen's success, combined with the postal workers' desperate determination, created a perfect storm of poor judgment in the world's most unforgiving environment. At 4 p.m., 2 hours past the safe turnaround time, Hall and Hansen finally reached Everest's summit. For a brief moment, the postal worker's dream was realized as he stood atop the world's highest point, his tears freezing instantly in the brutal cold. Hall took photographs and radioed the success to base camp, but both men knew they were now in mortal danger. The summit of Mount Everest, at 29,032 feet, offers no sanctuary for celebration. The peak itself is roughly the size of a dining room table, with precipitous drops on all sides and winds that can exceed 100 miles per hour without warning. Most successful climbers spend less than 15 minutes on the summit due to the extreme danger of prolonged exposure to the death zone. The descent began immediately, but Hansen's exhaustion had reached critical levels. The effort required to reach the summit had depleted his remaining energy reserves, and he began to collapse repeatedly as they attempted to navigate back down the Hillary step. Each fall took longer to recover from, and Hall realized with growing horror that his client might not have the strength to continue. How do you carry a dying man down the world's most dangerous mountain? Near the Hillary step, at approximately 28,700 feet in Everest's death zone, Doug Hansen collapsed for the final time. His body, pushed beyond its limits by the extreme altitude and physical exertion, simply shut down. He could no longer walk, could barely remain conscious, and was rapidly succumbing to high-altitude cerebral edema, a condition where the brain swells due to lack of oxygen, causing confusion, loss of coordination, and eventually death. Any other guide might have made the brutal but necessary decision to leave Hansen and save himself. The death zone earned its name because the human body cannot survive extended exposure to such extreme altitude. Every minute spent above 26,000 feet brings climbers closer to their own death. Rescue at this altitude is virtually impossible, and attempting to carry an incapacitated climber down Everest's technical terrain would likely result in both deaths. But Rob Hall couldn't abandon his client. The same sense of responsibility that had made him the world's most trusted Everest guide now sealed his fate. He stayed with Hansen as the storm that had been building all afternoon finally unleashed its fury, trapping both men in a blizzard with winds exceeding 70 miles per hour and temperatures plummeting to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Hall's radio communications became increasingly desperate as hypothermia began to affect his judgment and speech. His support team at base camp could hear the deterioration in his voice as he reported Hansen's condition and their increasingly hopeless situation. The man who had guided 39 clients safely down from this exact location was now trapped in the very environment he had mastered. What do you say to your pregnant wife when you know you're going to die? The most heartbreaking moment came when Hall's team managed to patch a radio call through to his pregnant wife Jan in New Zealand. Knowing he was likely going to die, Hall wanted to say goodbye to the woman he loved and the daughter he would never meet. The radio connection, crackling with static across 8,000 miles, carried the final conversation between a dying hero and the family he was leaving behind. When the radio connection finally crackled to life across 8,000 miles, Hall's voice carried all the tenderness of a man saying goodbye to everything he held dear. Despite his desperate situation, his thoughts turned to Jan's comfort and safety back home in New Zealand. Her loving response couldn't hide the heartbreak of losing her husband, while Hall's final words carried a lifetime of devotion, compressed into an impossible goodbye. His voice growing weaker, but his love remaining strong until the very end. Doug Hansen died first, likely from cerebral edema and complete exhaustion. Hall survived through the night, but when rescue teams finally reached his location the next morning, they found him sitting upright, frozen in place, still watching over his client's body even in death. The guide who had brought 39 clients safely down from Everest's summit couldn't bring himself to abandon the 40th, even when that decision meant leaving behind a pregnant wife and an unborn daughter. 3 months after Hall's death, his daughter Sarah was born, a bittersweet reminder of the life he had given up to stay with his client. Jan Hall raised Sarah as a single mother, often sharing stories of her father's integrity and the principles that had both defined his career and ultimately cost him his life. The guide who had brought 39 clients safely down from Everest's summit couldn't bring himself to abandon the 40th, even when that decision meant leaving behind a pregnant wife and an unborn daughter. In the death zone, where survival depends on ruthless self-preservation, Rob Hall chose love and loyalty over life itself. It was May 23, 2017. In the death zone of Mount Everest, the world's highest peak, two brothers were about to make the most expensive mistake in family history, a decision that would expose the deadly intersection of overconfidence and high-altitude mountaineering forever. At 29,032 feet above sea level, Mount Everest carved its way through the Himalayas like a pyramid left by ancient gods. 28-year-old Cedric Smith and 25-year-old Tyler Smith were men who had built their identities around conquering challenges through sheer determination and brotherly support. Born into a middle-class family in Denver, Colorado, the Smith brothers had carved out their own adventure narrative through performances that captured the essence of sibling rivalry with raw ambition. Cedric worked in tech sales, a fast-paced environment where closing impossible deals had taught him that persistence could overcome any obstacle. Tyler was a personal trainer, his world built around pushing physical limits and believing that proper motivation could achieve anything. Together, they had climbed Mount Whitney and several Colorado 14ers, respectable achievements that had convinced them they were ready for the ultimate challenge. Their breakthrough moment had come during their Whitney ascent in 2016, where their summit video had garnered views. The experience had validated their belief that they were meant for greater adventures. But Everest doesn't care about your sales quotas or your personal training certifications. Their crowd-funded expedition represented their most ambitious undertaking yet. They had joined a commercial expedition that accepted climbers with limited high-altitude experience, provided they completed basic mountaineering courses. The expedition guides immediately noticed the brothers' dangerous overconfidence. During acclimatization rotations, Cedric and Tyler consistently pushed too fast, treating altitude gain like a fitness challenge rather than a gradual physiological adaptation process. The warnings began at Camp 2 and escalated with each rotation. Guides warned them about proper rest intervals and acclimatization protocols, but the brothers kept pushing beyond recommended schedules. Fellow climbers noted their dismissive attitude toward altitude sickness symptoms and their tendency to encourage each other to push through warning signs. Cedric's documented response to early altitude sickness symptoms revealed their dangerous mindset, dismissing the headaches as nothing worse than what they had experienced during marathon training. The death zone had never been predictable for inadequately acclimatized climbers. Unlike the controlled environments of Colorado peaks, altitudes above 8,000 meters belong to a rare and dangerous category known as physiological death zones, elevations where human bodies begin dying at the cellular level. When they reached 8,400 meters on May 23rd, both were already showing signs of severe exhaustion, but their mutual encouragement had become a dangerous feedback loop of poor decision-making. The temperature at that altitude was minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit with wind chill. At the balcony, Tyler began showing severe symptoms of high-altitude cerebral edema, confusion, loss of coordination, and the telltale ataxic gait that experienced climbers recognize as a medical emergency requiring immediate evacuation. His brain was literally swelling from the lack of oxygen, and every minute at altitude was causing potentially irreversible damage. Tyler had become one of the 1 to 2% of climbers above 8,000 meters who develop HACE, a condition that proves fatal within 24 to 48 hours without immediate descent. Instead of recognizing the life-threatening nature of Tyler's condition, Cedric interpreted his brother's deterioration as temporary weakness that could be overcome through encouragement and rest. Cedric had never encountered a problem that couldn't be solved through effort and determination. Cedric's decision to rest at the balcony rather than immediately descending created a cascade of poor decisions that accelerated Tyler's condition. The irony was devastating. Cedric's greatest strength as a brother, his unwillingness to abandon Tyler, had become their shared death sentence. In the corporate world, Cedric's persistence had closed million-dollar deals. Tyler's training philosophy centered on pushing through pain barriers. When Tyler finally collapsed and couldn't stand, Cedric made the decision that would kill them both. Instead of immediately calling for Sherpa assistance and beginning emergency descent procedures, he attempted to support Tyler's weight and help him walk down the technical terrain. The Sherpa who witnessed their final hour later described the heartbreaking scene, noting that Tyler's brain condition was severe and required immediate evacuation, but Cedric continued trying to walk his brother down, despite both moving too slowly in the deadly cold. Supporting Tyler's weight while navigating the technical descent from the balcony proved impossible in Cedric's exhausted state. Both brothers moved far too slowly, losing precious body heat in the death zone. The wind had picked up to 50 miles per hour, driving the wind chill down to minus 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Hypothermia set in rapidly as they fell behind other descending climbers. Tyler's condition deteriorated to unconsciousness, and Cedric, now severely hypothermic himself, lost the strength to continue supporting his brother's weight. Both brothers collapsed on the exposed ridge, where the combination of altitude, cold, and exhaustion proved fatal. The brothers' bodies were found the next morning by a Sherpa team, Cedric still holding Tyler's arm, where he had collapsed trying to support his brother. Both had died from the combined effects of cerebral edema and severe hypothermia. Cedric Smith died because he couldn't accept that love sometimes means letting go. But the mountain's hunger for tragedy was far from satisfied. Just 1 year later, in the digital age where every moment must be captured and shared, Everest would claim its next victim, a young woman who discovered that some shots are worth dying for. It was May 19th, 2018. The Hillary Step of Mount Everest becomes a deadly bottleneck where social media obsession meets the mountain's unforgiving reality. At 29,032 feet above sea level, Everest's Hillary Step carved its way through the death zone like a frozen gateway to the gods. The technical rock and ice section, requiring precise movement and complete focus, had witnessed decades of climbers pushing through the final challenge before the summit. When does documenting your adventure become more important than surviving it? 24-year-old Ashley Rodriguez was a digital entrepreneur who had built her identity around capturing authentic adventure content for her followers. Born into a family of social media early adopters in Miami, Ashley had carved out her own identity in the influencer world through content that captured the essence of adventure lifestyle with carefully curated authenticity. Her breakthrough moment had come during her challenge series, where her rock climbing and mountaineering content had garnered consistent engagement and lucrative brand partnerships. Unlike many influencers, Ashley had legitimate climbing experience, including successful ascents of Rainier, Denali, and several technical peaks in the Cascades. But Everest doesn't care about your follower count or your previous climbing resume. Her latest project, the Everest Challenge blog series, represented her most ambitious content undertaking yet. She had already secured 3 sponsorship deals, contingent on successful summit documentation. The expedition was a reputable commercial group, where Ashley's behavior created increasing concern among guides. Instead of using acclimatization days for proper rest and mental preparation, she spent excessive time photographing and filming, treating each camp like a content studio rather than a survival waypoint. The warnings began at base camp and escalated with altitude. Guides repeatedly advised her about conserving energy for summit day and maintaining focus during technical sections. Fellow climbers noted her dangerous habit of stopping in exposed locations to adjust camera settings, creating delays and safety hazards. Ashley's documented response to safety concerns revealed the depth of her content obsession, stating that her sponsors expected comprehensive documentation and that she couldn't deliver inadequate content when this represented her biggest career opportunity. The expedition leader had established clear protocols about photography above 8,000 meters, quick shots only, no stopping for extended periods, and absolute priority given to safety and team movement. Ashley agreed to these terms but continued carrying a single lightweight action camera and 1 backup battery. The Hillary Step had never been forgiving to distracted climbers. Unlike the straightforward terrain found at lower altitudes, this section belonged to a rare and dangerous category known as technical death zone climbing. The Hillary Step is a 40-foot vertical rock and ice wall at 28,839 feet, first climbed by Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay in 1953. Cognitive function decreases by 25 to 30% above 26,000 feet due to oxygen deprivation, making simple tasks that take seconds at sea level require minutes in the death zone. Ashley's content drive remained strong even in the death zone. When she reached the summit in reasonable time on May 19th, she had successfully captured extensive footage while maintaining a good climbing pace. She had spent 15 minutes on the summit, taking over 200 photos and several video clips. During her descent through the Hillary Step, Ashley made the decision that would cost her everything. She paused to adjust her camera settings, while other climbers were queued behind her on the fixed ropes. The narrow technical section, with its exposure to 1,000-foot drops, was no place for equipment adjustments, but Ashley was determined to capture the dramatic exposure of the descent. While fumbling with her camera controls and bulky gloves, Ashley's attention was split between the technical footwork required for the descent and the camera operation. The Hillary Step demanded precise crampon placement on mixed rock and ice, with no margin for error on the narrow route. Ashley's crampon caught on the fixed rope while she was looking at her camera display rather than her feet. The momentary imbalance, which an experienced climber would normally correct instantly, became fatal when her attention was divided between climbing and filming. The tragedy was that Ashley possessed all the skills necessary to navigate the Hillary Step safely. She had successfully climbed similar technical terrain on Denali and other challenging peaks. But in the death zone, her brain was simultaneously processing two complex tasks: operating camera equipment with numb fingers while executing precise footwork on technical terrain. The multitasking that had made her successful as a content creator became a deadly liability when applied to technical climbing at extreme altitude. The British climber who witnessed her fall later described the tragic scene, noting that she was a competent climber but was trying to operate her camera while navigating the technical section. Her crampon caught the rope, and she couldn't recover her balance quickly enough. Ashley fell approximately 200 feet down the steep face below the Hillary step, her climbing harness and safety systems unable to arrest the fall on the near vertical terrain. The fall was not immediately fatal, but her injuries and the remote location made rescue impossible in the death zone conditions. Ashley's body was recovered 3 days later by a Sherpa team during a brief weather window. Her camera equipment was damaged in the fall, but her earlier summit photos provided a complete record of her successful ascent, images that would be published posthumously as a tribute to her climbing achievement. Ashley Rodriguez died because she couldn't accept that some moments are too precious to photograph. But to Tommy Tank Williams, who had been conquering impossible challenges for 35 years, collecting adrenaline rushes like other people collect stamps, believed his extreme sports experience had prepared him for anything until the mountain gave him a final lesson in humility. It was May 28th, 2017. The south summit of Mount Everest becomes a deadly trap where extreme sports arrogance meets the mountain's savage weather systems. It was here that Tommy Tank Williams would discover that YouTube fame means nothing when the mountain decides to write the final chapter, a decision that would expose the fatal intersection of thrill-seeking addiction and high-altitude mountaineering forever. Everest's south summit carved its way through the death zone like a frozen amphitheater left by ancient gods. The exposed ridge, with its corniced edges and exposure to rapidly changing weather systems, had witnessed decades of climbers racing against time to reach safety before afternoon storms arrived. When does confidence become arrogance, and arrogance become a death sentence? 35-year-old Tommy Tank Williams was an adrenaline addict who had built his identity around conquering impossible challenges through raw courage and documentation. Born into a family of risk-takers in Austin, Texas, Tommy had carved out his own identity in the extreme sports world through stunts that captured the essence of human fearlessness with death-defying authenticity. Unlike many extreme sports athletes who attempt Everest, Tommy had legitimate mountaineering experience, including successful ascents of Denali, Aconcagua, and several technical peaks in Alaska. His climbing resume was respectable, but his approach to risk management was fundamentally different from traditional mountaineering. But Everest doesn't care about your skydiving experience or your YouTube subscriber count. His latest project, the Conquering Everest video series, represented his most ambitious content undertaking yet. Tommy was attempting his climb during the most dangerous period of the season. The south summit sits at 28,700 feet, just 300 feet below the true summit, where weather conditions can change from calm to life-threatening in under 30 minutes, with wind speeds reaching 200+ miles per hour during storm systems. The expedition was a legitimate commercial group where Tommy's behavior created increasing tension with guides and fellow climbers. He brought a single lightweight action camera and minimal filming equipment, but treated the climb like a content production, often prioritizing dramatic footage over efficient movement and energy conservation. The warnings began immediately and escalated throughout the expedition. Tommy had chosen to attempt the climb during late May when weather windows were becoming shorter and less predictable. Guides repeatedly advised him about the critical importance of early summit times and immediate descent when weather conditions began deteriorating. Tommy's documented response to safety concerns revealed the depth of his dangerous overconfidence, dismissing the guides as overly conservative and claiming he had handled worse conditions in wingsuit, flying, and base jumping. The South Summit had never been predictable during late-season weather windows. Unlike the controlled environments of skydiving or wingsuit flying, this ridge belonged to a rare and dangerous category known as extreme weather exposure terrain, locations where afternoon storms can arrive hours ahead of schedule and transform survival from possible to impossible in minutes. Tommy's confidence in his extreme sports background was absolute. When he reached the summit on May 28th, conditions were already showing signs of deterioration, but his content creation drive demanded that he capture extensive footage for his YouTube series. He spent 45 minutes on the summit, 3 times longer than recommended, Tommy had reached the summit but spent too long filming himself and the dramatic views, missing the safe descent window that experienced Everest climbers recognize as non-negotiable. The afternoon storm system that had been predicted for later in the day began developing 3 hours early, bringing with it rapidly increasing winds and deteriorating visibility. When his Sherpa guide urged immediate descent and offered to carry Tommy's camera equipment to increase their speed, Tommy refused, insisting that he needed to film his descent for the climactic sequence of his video series. Tommy's documented response to his Sherpa emphasized his need to capture what he called the money shot for his audience. Tommy's refusal to abandon his filming equipment and his insistence on capturing footage during the emergency created a cascade of poor decisions that accelerated with the deteriorating weather. His divided attention between filming and navigation became increasingly dangerous as visibility dropped. As visibility continued to deteriorate near the south summit, Tommy became disoriented in the whiteout conditions. His Sherpa guide, following safety protocols, had moved ahead to test the route and mark safe passage, calling back navigation instructions every few minutes. Whiteout conditions on Everest reduce visibility to less than 10 feet, and combined with identical-looking terrain features, climbers can become disoriented within 50 meters of established routes. The wind had increased to 80 miles per hour. The Sherpa who witnessed Tommy's final moments later described the tragic sequence, noting that the weather deteriorated very quickly, and that despite repeated instructions to drop his camera and follow voice commands, Tommy continued filming and stepped in the wrong direction. In the deteriorating visibility, Tommy stepped off the main descent route while adjusting his camera angle. The cornice edge that he stepped onto appeared solid, but was actually an overhanging shelf of wind-loaded snow that collapsed under his weight. The cornice failure was instantaneous. Tommy fell approximately 800 feet down the steep Kangshung face, his body coming to rest in terrain so remote and dangerous that recovery was impossible. Tommy's body was never recovered due to its location on the remote east face, an area so dangerous and inaccessible that even experienced rescue teams couldn't attempt retrieval. Tommy Williams died because he couldn't accept that some challenges demand humility rather than bravado. But love makes us do impossible things. For Jackson Hayes, love meant giving his son the adventure of a lifetime, but the mountain would teach them both that some gifts come with a price too terrible to pay. It was May 8th, 2018. The high camps of Mount Everest become a family nightmare where father-son dreams meet conditions that can turn bonding into tragedy. It was here that Jackson and Athena Hayes would discover that graduation gifts mean nothing when the mountain decides to teach its final lesson. At 29,032 feet above sea level, Everest's high camps create a vertical graveyard where inexperienced climbers can move with false confidence, but only when conditions remain stable. When weather systems move in faster than predicted, the camps transform from temporary shelter into death traps, where every decision counts and there's nowhere to hide. 52-year-old Jackson Hayes and 24-year-old Athena Hayes were ambitious climbers who had redefined what was possible in their relationship through shared adventures that captured the essence of family, bonding with raw determination. Both had emerged from Texas business culture to become recreational mountaineers. Their breakthrough moment had come during their successful ascent of Cho Oyu in 2023, where they had completed their first 8,000-meter peak together. The achievement had made them confident in their abilities, but Jackson and Athena had never been satisfied with conventional peaks. But Everest doesn't care about your family bonds or your previous achievements. Their latest project, an attempt at Everest as Athena's graduation gift, represented their most ambitious undertaking yet. The existing challenge had attracted them during perfect planning conditions, set during months of preparation by climbers who had spent years building experience. Jackson and Athena's approach was different. Compressed preparation, maximum ambition, and aggressive timeline management that pushed the boundaries of what was considered safe for their experience level. The weather forecast for their high camp stay showed marginal conditions, but sudden storms were predicted to move in earlier than usual. The expedition doctor had noted signs of poor acclimatization in both climbers, recommending additional rest days. But Jackson and Athena had already committed to their timeline, telling family back home that they would summit Everest together. The emotional commitment had transformed their climbing goal into a family legacy that couldn't be postponed. The high camps had never been predictable in changing weather conditions. Unlike the protected base camps found on other peaks, the high camps belong to a rare and dangerous category known as exposed family climbing terrain, locations where rapid weather changes can trap inexperienced climbers in impossible situations. But Jackson and Athena's weather window was marginal from the start. When they established Camp 3 at 21,300 feet, conditions were acceptable, but deteriorating faster than predicted. Jackson and Athena made acceptable progress through the lower camps, reaching Camp 3 in what would have been reasonable time for their experience level. But the weather was deteriorating rapidly, with increasing winds and dropping visibility. At 21,300 feet, the afternoon storm that had been predicted for later in the day arrived 4 hours early, bringing with it 60-mile-per-hour winds and near-zero visibility. The climbers were caught in their tent, with no shelter and no possibility of safe descent. Jackson attempted to lead a descent during the whiteout conditions, his inexperience and determination carrying them beyond the safe route into terrain that was invisible in the storm. Athena, connected to Jackson by their climbing rope, immediately followed his father's lead in what would cost them both their lives. What Jackson attempted was not just a descent, but a desperate battle against time and weather that lasted through the night. The Sherpa who found them the next morning described finding Jackson still holding Athena, having spent hours trying to keep his daughter warm. The rescue attempt was heroic, but futile. Jackson Hayes, the father who had brought family ambition to high-altitude mountaineering, died of exposure while trying to save his son, his body still found protecting Athena from the storm. Their inexperience had killed them both, but in the end, Everest saved its cruelest lesson for last, for a man who believed that speed was the ultimate expression of human potential, until the mountain would show him that some races have only one finish line. It was May 22, 2018. The speed climbing routes of Mount Everest become a place where records and reality collide in the thin air above 26,000 feet. It was here that Alexander Perth would discover that the most dangerous competitor on the world's deadliest peak isn't other climbers or weather. It's the weight of ambition and the pressure of a perfect time. At 29,032 feet above sea level, Everest's speed routes create conditions where every thought must be focused on efficiency, where a moment's hesitation can mean the difference between records and death. The death zone demands complete physical commitment, leaving no room for ambitious gestures or competitive calculations. When does chasing immortality through records become a race toward your own grave? 31-year-old Alexander Perth was a man who had built his life around breaking barriers and perfect execution. Born into a family of athletes in Bulgaria, Alexander had carved out his own identity in the speed climbing world through projects that captured the essence of human limits with methodical attention to detail. His climbing resume was impressive: a speed record on Cho Oyu and a near-record attempt on Manaslu, each ascent planned with the same meticulous attention to efficiency that had made him successful in competitive climbing. His regional sponsors had supported both expeditions, understanding that speed climbing was Alexander's way of testing himself against impossible challenges. But Everest doesn't care about your training regimen or your competitive goals. Alexander Anders' plan for the Everest expedition was elaborate and ambitious. Break the 24-hour barrier from base camp to summit, return safely to establish a new standard, and coordinate with timing systems that would include official verification. He had spent months planning every detail, from the lightweight gear that would minimize his load to the satellite communication setup. The record attempt at base camp was worthy of professional athletics: precise timing equipment, multiple tracking systems, and custom lightweight gear that had been designed specifically for the occasion. Alexander had even arranged for real-time monitoring to be transmitted to his sponsors, but the elaborate planning had created a dangerous obsession. Throughout the expedition, Alexander's mental energy was divided between the technical challenges of climbing Everest and the competitive pressure of executing the perfect speed ascent. The expedition leader noted Alexander's fixation during safety briefings, his tendency to drift off into timing calculations when he should have been focused on survival skills and emergency procedures. The speed routes of Everest had never been forgiving to obsessed climbers. Unlike the straightforward routes found on other peaks, the speed approach belonged to a rare and dangerous category known as technical efficiency terrain. Climbing that demands absolute focus and leaves no room for competitive wandering. But Alexander's mind was split between the mountain and his record plans. The late season attempt, chosen to avoid crowds and create more optimal record conditions, meant deteriorating weather conditions and increased objective dangers. Alexander reached 24,600 feet in record time, maintaining pace that would have shattered the existing barrier. The climb had been successful, and he was already calculating the final push that would establish his place in speed climbing history. At 24,600 feet during his record attempt, Alexander made the decision that would cost him everything. He attempted a direct route variation to save time and improve his record margin. The navigation was poor in the extreme altitude, leading him into unstable terrain as he tried to maintain his competitive pace. Each route-finding error meant more time in dangerous terrain, more exposure to objective hazards, and more risk from unstable conditions. But Alexander was so focused on his record attempt that he kept pushing the route, ignoring the signals from his body to slow down and navigate carefully. What Alexander was experiencing was not just poor navigation, but the deadly combination of extreme altitude, competitive pressure, and extended exposure that would destroy his ability to continue the ascent safely. The Bulgarian climber's GPS tracker showed his final moments, revealing Alexander's determination about maintaining his pace, repeatedly pushing dangerous terrain while ignoring clear signals to retreat from the unstable conditions. The extended time in the dangerous terrain without proper route finding caused Alexander to enter an unstable ice wall. When he finally attempted to retreat, he couldn't navigate the technical terrain properly. On a section that he should have avoided entirely, Alexander triggered an ice collapse and fell 2,600 feet down the steep face. The fall was not immediately fatal, but in his weakened condition and with severe trauma, Alexander couldn't survive alone on the mountain. He died in the darkness, still carrying the timing device that was meant to record his achievement. The speed routes claimed another victim to divided attention and misplaced priorities. Alexander's body was never recovered, the elaborate record attempt remaining incomplete as a memorial to ambition that had become a tragedy. It was May 18, 2016, at 27,500 feet on Mount Everest's South Col route. The balcony, a small ledge that serves as the final rest point before the summit push, was experiencing typical death zone conditions. Temperatures of minus 25 degrees Fahrenheit, winds gusting to 40 miles per hour, and oxygen levels at 33% of sea level. 25-year-old David Liu was a tech reviewer from San Jose. His channel focused on subjecting consumer electronics to conditions most reviewers avoided, dropping phones from heights, freezing laptops overnight, and testing waterproof ratings in actual storms. The Everest expedition was sponsored by 3 tech companies who wanted footage of their products performing at extreme altitude. The contracts were worth $45,000 total, significant money for David. But the expectations were equally high. The companies wanted comprehensive testing footage, performance data, and real-time social media updates throughout the climb. But was $45,000 worth risking his life for content that might never be seen? David had brought more electronics than any climber his expedition leader had seen in 15 years of guiding Everest expeditions. The gear list included 2 action cameras, a smartphone in a heated case, 3 GPS devices, backup battery packs, and charging cables. The total weight was 4.2 pounds, significant in the death zone where every ounce matters. The expedition leader had warned repeatedly that device management above 26,000 feet was prohibited during technical sections. The policy existed because previous climbers had died while distracted by non-essential equipment in conditions that demanded complete focus on survival. The death zone earned its name because the human body begins dying immediately upon entry. At altitudes above 26,000 feet, cells break down faster than they can repair themselves. Cognitive function deteriorates rapidly, making complex tasks like equipment management increasingly dangerous. David's ascent through the lower death zone had been successful, reaching the balcony on schedule with his equipment functioning adequately. The cold was affecting battery life, reducing capacity by approximately 30%, but his heated cases were maintaining operational temperatures. At the balcony, while other climbers prepared for the final summit push by checking oxygen systems and adjusting insulation layers, David began filming a device comparison video. The temperature was causing his smartphone screen to respond slowly. Condensation was forming inside his camera housing, creating fog that obscured the lens. Instead of addressing these issues quickly and continuing with the climb, David spent 8 minutes troubleshooting the problems while his climbing partner waited. The delay was significant because weather conditions in the death zone can deteriorate rapidly, and climbing teams operate on strict schedules to minimize exposure time. The delay put them behind schedule as weather conditions began deteriorating. Wind speeds increased to 50 miles per hour, creating dangerous wind chill temperatures below -50 degrees Fahrenheit. Visibility dropped as snow began falling. David's expedition leader radioed that they needed to move immediately or turn back. David continued filming, trying to capture footage of his devices failing in the extreme conditions for his sponsored content. The irony was that his dedication to documenting equipment failure was creating the conditions for his own failure to survive. The summit ridge of Everest above the balcony contains some of the most technical and dangerous terrain on the mountain. The route follows a narrow ridge with massive exposure on both sides. The southwest face drops 8,000 feet to the western CWM, while the Kangshung face plunges 12,000 feet to the Kangshung Glacier. Fixed ropes provide the only safety margin. During the descent from the balcony, as conditions continued to worsen, David made his fatal mistake. While operating his camera with thick mountaineering gloves in deteriorating visibility, he stepped off the fixed rope to get a better angle for filming. The area contained a snow bridge over a crevasse, a thin layer of windblown snow covering a gap in the glacier ice. Snow bridges are common features on Everest's glaciated terrain, formed when wind deposits snow across crevasses. They can appear solid, but are often only inches thick, supported by minimal structural integrity. Afternoon warming weakens these bridges significantly. The bridge David stepped onto had been weakened by several hours of afternoon sun exposure and vibrations from other climbing teams. It collapsed under his weight immediately, giving him no opportunity for self-arrest or recovery. David fell approximately 40 feet into the crevasse. The crevasse walls were blue ice, polished smooth by years of melt and refreeze cycles. The walls sloped inward, creating an inverted funnel shape that made self-rescue impossible. There were no handholds or features that would allow a fallen climber to ascend without external assistance. David's climbing partner immediately called for help using their emergency radio, but the deteriorating weather made rescue operations extremely dangerous. The wind was now gusting to 60 miles per hour, creating whiteout conditions. Helicopter operations were impossible due to the altitude and weather. A rescue team reached the crevasse 4 hours later, fighting through the storm conditions. They established anchors and lowered a rescuer on fixed lines into the crevasse. The rescuer found that David had not survived the fall. The impact trauma from the 40-foot fall onto ice and debris had caused fatal injuries, compounded by subsequent exposure to sub-zero temperatures. David's camera was still recording when they found him, having captured his final moments and the fall itself. Recovery took 6 hours due to the technical nature of the crevasse rescue and continued bad weather. The operation required specialized equipment and techniques, with multiple team members working in shifts to extract David's body safely. David's death led to stricter guidelines about electronic device use in the death zone, with most expedition companies now prohibiting non-essential electronics above 26,000 feet. His sponsor companies implemented new safety protocols for extreme condition testing. A year later, just 2 days from David's death anniversary, in the age where performance optimization meets altitude sickness, Everest would claim its next victim, a biohacker who discovered that some experiments are worth dying for. It was May 20th, 2017, at 27,200 feet on Everest's summit ridge. Ryan Torres, a 28-year-old fitness influencer from Austin, was experiencing the early stages of high-altitude pulmonary edema, SHAPE, a potentially fatal condition where fluid accumulates in the lungs due to extreme altitude exposure. Ryan's social media presence focused on biohacking, supplement optimization, and pushing human performance boundaries through chemistry. He documented every aspect of his fitness routine for his followers, including an extensive supplement regimen that included caffeine pills, pre-workout stimulants, nootropics, and experimental compounds. For the Everest expedition, Ryan had brought a custom supplement stack designed to combat altitude effects and enhance performance. The regimen included high-dose caffeine, modafinil for alertness, rhodiola rosea for stress adaptation, and several experimental compounds that claimed to improve oxygen utilization. The total weight of his supplement kit was 2.1 pounds. The expedition doctor had warned against unregulated supplements at extreme altitude. He explained that reduced oxygen availability changes how the body processes drugs, potentially turning safe doses into toxic ones. Stimulants that are harmless at sea level can cause dangerous heart rhythm problems above 26,000 feet. Ryan dismissed these concerns, believing his research was superior to conventional medical advice. He had spent months researching altitude physiology and supplement interactions, convinced that his protocol would give him a significant advantage. High-altitude pulmonary edema affects approximately 15% of climbers above 26,000 feet on Everest. The condition occurs when increased pressure in lung blood vessels causes fluid to leak into the air sacs, making breathing progressively more difficult. Early symptoms include fatigue, shortness of breath during exertion, and a dry cough. At 27,200 feet, Ryan began showing classic HAPE symptoms during what should have been a routine rest stop. He was experiencing difficulty breathing that was disproportionate to his exertion level, persistent fatigue despite adequate rest, and a dry cough that was becoming more frequent. His oxygen saturation was 65%, dangerously low even for extreme altitude. The expedition doctor immediately recognized the symptoms and recommended immediate descent, the only effective treatment for HAPE. Descent to lower altitude reduces the pressure gradient that causes fluid accumulation, allowing the lungs to clear. Instead of following medical advice, Ryan took additional stimulants from his supplement kit, believing they would improve his cardiovascular performance and help him push through the symptoms. He consumed 400 milligrams of caffeine and 200 milligrams of modafinil, doses that were potentially dangerous at extreme altitude. The stimulants increased his heart rate from 110 to 140 beats per minute and elevated his blood pressure significantly. Combined with the fluid building in his lungs from HAPE, this created a dangerous situation where his heart was working harder while his lungs were becoming less efficient. Ryan's breathing became more labored over the next hour, but he refused to descend, insisting his supplements would help him adapt to the altitude. He was convinced that his body just needed time to respond to the chemical optimization. The progression of HAPE combined with stimulant-induced cardiovascular stress created a cascade of physiological failures. Ryan's heart rate became irregular as the stimulants interacted with the stress hormones his body was producing. His blood pressure spiked to dangerous levels while his oxygen saturation continued to drop. Over the next 3 hours, Ryan's condition deteriorated rapidly despite his continued belief that his supplement protocol would save him. The combination of untreated HAPE and stimulant-induced cardiovascular stress overwhelmed his system. He developed an irregular heartbeat and became confused. Signs of severe altitude illness, complicated by dangerous drug interactions. Ryan's speech became slurred, and he began making irrational decisions, including taking additional supplements despite his obvious distress. The stimulants had created a feedback loop, where he felt compelled to take more drugs to address symptoms that were actually being worsened by the drugs themselves. When Ryan finally collapsed at 27,100 feet during an attempted descent, the expedition doctor immediately began emergency treatment. However, the damage was too severe for field treatment. The combination of untreated HAPE and stimulant overdose had caused his cardiovascular system to fail. Despite aggressive treatment, including supplemental oxygen, medications to stabilize his heart rhythm, and rapid descent procedures, Ryan's condition was irreversible. He died at 26,800 feet during the evacuation attempt, approximately 6 hours after the first symptoms of HAP had appeared. The autopsy later revealed dangerous levels of multiple stimulants in his system. The recovery operation required a helicopter evacuation to a lower altitude where the body could be safely retrieved. The incident prompted discussions about supplement use at extreme altitude and led to new warnings about combining stimulants with high-altitude climbing. Optimization makes us believe we can engineer perfection. It makes us test limits, push boundaries, and risk everything for the perfect chemical formula. For Sofia Martinez, optimization meant capturing the perfect moment, but the mountain would teach her that some shots are worth dying for. On May 19, 2015, at 28,700 feet near Everest's summit, Sofia Martinez made a decision that would cost her life. The 24-year-old adventure photographer from Denver had followers who followed her extreme photography projects. Sophia's photography career had been built on her willingness to go where others wouldn't for the perfect shot. Her portfolio included images taken during lightning storms, from precarious cliff edges, and in extreme weather conditions that sent other photographers seeking shelter. Sophia's plan for Everest was ambitious: document her entire climb through time-lapse photography, creating the first complete visual narrative of the summit route from a climber's perspective. She carried 2 cameras, extra batteries, memory cards, and a lightweight carbon fiber tripod. The total additional weight was 3.1 pounds. Her goal was to capture the first complete time-lapse sequence from Everest summit, content she believed would establish her photography career and attract major outdoor industry sponsors. But just how far would she go for the perfect shot, or would she even live to see that? The summit ridge of Everest is one of the most dangerous sections of the entire climb. The ridge is a knife edge of snow and ice, typically only 3 to 4 feet wide, with massive exposure on both sides. Cornices, overhanging snow formations created by wind deposition, extend beyond the actual ridge, creating invisible death traps that can collapse without warning. These cornices are particularly dangerous because they appear solid but are supported only by wind-packed snow with minimal structural integrity. They can extend 10 to 20 feet beyond solid ground. The established route stays well back from the edge, following fixed ropes anchored to solid ground. Weather conditions on the summit ridge are extreme and unpredictable. Wind speeds regularly exceed 60 miles per hour, creating wind chill temperatures below -40 degrees Fahrenheit. The jet stream can produce sudden weather changes that trap climbers in life-threatening conditions. At 28,700 feet, Sophia was making good progress toward the summit with weather conditions that were marginal but acceptable. The wind was steady at 25 miles per hour, with gusts to 35 miles per hour. Challenging but manageable for the final summit push. Visibility was good, with clear views of the surrounding peaks. Sophia left the fixed rope to position her camera for a time-lapse shot of the summit approach. She wanted to capture climbers moving along the ridge with the dramatic drop of the Kangshung face in the background. The composition required her to move onto a section of ridge where the snow was visibly different in texture and color. The area Sophia chose was a cornice formation that extended approximately 15 feet beyond solid ground. The snow appeared solid from above, but it was actually a wind-deposited formation with minimal structural support. The cornice had been weakened by several days of warm weather that had caused repeated freeze-thaw cycles. Sophia spent 4 minutes setting up her camera, adjusting the angle to capture the perfect composition and checking the time-lapse settings. During this time, she was standing on snow that was supported only by wind compaction. The cornice was showing subtle signs of instability, small cracks and settling. The weight of Sophia and her equipment, combined with the vibrations from her movement while adjusting the camera, gradually weakened the cornice structure. As Sophia attempted to return to the fixed rope, the entire section of overhanging snow broke away in a catastrophic collapse. The collapse was sudden and complete. There was no warning crack or gradual failure that might have allowed Sophia to escape. The entire cornice section, approximately 20 feet long and 15 feet wide, broke away from the ridge. Sophia fell with the collapsing snow, dropping 3,000 feet down, one of the steepest faces on Everest. Other climbers on the route witnessed the collapse but could not assist due to the technical difficult and extreme danger of the terrain. The Kangshung face is a nearly vertical wall of ice and rock that drops 12,000 feet to the Kangshung Glacier. The face is too steep and dangerous for rescue operations. The collapse created a debris field of snow and ice that continued down the face for several hundred feet. The violence of the collapse and the distance of the fall made survival impossible. Sophia's body was never recovered due to the technical difficulty and extreme danger of accessing the location. Her camera, found near the collapse site by the next climbing team, contained footage of her final moments setting up the time-lapse sequence. The footage showed her careful attention to composition and camera settings, unaware of the danger. The final frames captured the beginning of the cornice collapse. The incident led to stricter enforcement of route discipline near the summit, with its expedition leaders now emphasizing the absolute prohibition against leaving fixed ropes for any reason. Photography guidelines were updated to emphasize the dangers of leaving established routes for better camera angles. Creativity makes us reach for impossible beauty. It makes us see angles others miss, capture moments others fear, and risk everything for the perfect frame. For Alex Thompson, creativity meant satisfying impossible expectations, but the mountain would teach him that some pressures are worth dying under. On May 22, 2018, at 26,800 feet in Everest's death zone, Alex Thompson was facing a medical emergency that required immediate descent to save his life. The 26-year-old outdoor gear reviewer from Portland and was climbing Everest to test equipment for his primary sponsor. Alex's channel focused on honest reviews of outdoor equipment, testing gear in real-world conditions. His approach had earned him credibility with outdoor enthusiasts and attracted sponsorship from several gear companies. Alex's sponsorship contract included performance bonuses for reaching specific milestones during the climb. The base sponsorship covered his expedition costs, but reaching the summit would trigger a $15,000 bonus, significant money that would cover his climbing expenses for the next 2 years. The sponsor company was using Alex's climb as a major marketing campaign, featuring his progress on their website and social media channels. They had invested heavily in the expedition, providing custom gear and expecting comprehensive documentation. At 26,800 feet, Alex began showing symptoms of high-altitude cerebral edema, SHACE, a life-threatening condition where the brain swells due to extreme altitude exposure. HACE affects approximately 1 to 2% of climbers above 26,000 feet and can progress rapidly from mild symptoms to coma and death within hours. Early symptoms of HACE include headache, nausea, confusion, and loss of coordination. As the condition progresses, climbers experience severe disorientation, impaired judgment, and eventually loss of consciousness. The only effective treatment is immediate descent to lower altitude. The expedition doctor immediately recognized the symptoms and ordered him to descend immediately. Alex was showing classic signs: severe headache that wasn't responding to pain medication, confusion about basic tasks, and loss of coordination that made him stumble while walking. However, Alex was only 1,200 feet from the summit and believed he could push through the symptoms to complete his sponsored climb. He was concerned about disappointing his sponsor and losing the summit bonus. The financial pressure was significant. Alex had invested his savings in the expedition. Alex's judgment was already impaired by the HACE, making him unable to properly assess the severity of his condition. This is a characteristic feature of HACE. The brain swelling also impairs the decision-making ability needed to recognize the danger. He refused to descend, insisting he felt fine despite obvious signs of neurological impairment. His speech was slurred, he was having difficulty with basic tasks like clipping into anchors, and he was showing signs of ataxia, loss of coordination that made his movements unsteady. The expedition doctor explained that HACE was potentially fatal and that continuing to climb would likely result in death, but Alex's impaired judgment made him unable to process this information rationally. He was fixated on reaching the summit and completing his sponsorship obligations. Over the next 2 hours, Alex's condition deteriorated rapidly as he continued climbing instead of descending. HACE progressed to the point where he was experiencing severe disorientation, unable to recognize familiar team members or remember basic safety procedures. The progression of HACE at extreme altitude can be rapid and irreversible. As brain swelling increases, it compresses vital structures that control consciousness and basic life functions. Alex began experiencing periods of confusion where he didn't recognize where he was, alternating with moments of clarity where he insisted on continuing to climb. Alex lost consciousness while still trying to climb higher, collapsing on a narrow section of ridge where his climbing partner had to immediately anchor him to prevent a fall. His climbing partner began emergency descent procedures, but Alex was unconscious and too heavy to carry effectively at that altitude. A rescue team reached them at 26,400 feet within 2 hours, but Alex had already suffered irreversible brain damage from the prolonged exposure to extreme altitude while experiencing HACE. The brain swelling had progressed beyond the point where descent could reverse the damage. Despite aggressive treatment including supplemental oxygen, medications to reduce brain swelling, and rapid descent to lower altitude, Alex's condition was irreversible. He died during the rescue attempt at 25,800 feet, approximately 4 hours after the first symptoms of HACE had been recognized. The incident highlighted the dangers of performance pressure in extreme environments, where financial incentives can override survival instincts. Alex's sponsor faced criticism for creating financial incentives that encouraged dangerous decision-making, and several companies revised their sponsorship policies to prioritize safety over performance metrics. Their financial desperation had killed him, but in the end, Everest saved its cruelest lesson for last. For a woman who believed that connection was the ultimate expression of human potential, until the mountain would show her that some signals have only one destination. On May 17, 2016, at 28,500 feet on Everest's summit ridge, Maya Chen left the safety of the fixed rope to find cell phone signal for a social media post. The 27-year-old travel blogger from Seattle had followers who expected regular updates from her adventures. Maya's travel blog documented her adventures in remote locations with a focus on authentic experiences and real-time sharing with her audience. Her followers appreciated her honest approach to travel challenges. The Everest expedition represented the ultimate travel challenge and content opportunity. Maya had been posting daily updates throughout her Everest expedition, sharing photos and videos of her progress with followers. Her posts from base camp and the lower camps had generated significant engagement, with thousands of comments and shares. She carried a satellite communicator for emergencies and a smartphone in an insulated case. Her goal was to post from Everest's summit, a first for her social media platform, and content that would establish her as a serious adventure blogger. The summit post had been planned for months. In the death zone, was staying connected worth risking everything? The summit ridge of Everest experiences some of the most extreme weather conditions on Earth. Wind speeds regularly exceed 60 miles per hour, driven by the jet stream that flows directly over the summit. These winds create dangerous wind chill temperatures that can drop below -60 degrees Fahrenheit, causing frostbite within minutes and hypothermia within an hour. The established route follows fixed ropes anchored to solid ground, providing the only safe passage through this dangerous terrain. Leaving the fixed ropes exposes climbers to the full force of the wind and eliminates the safety margin that prevents falls. At 28,500 feet, Maya's satellite communicator was showing weak signal strength due to the extreme weather conditions. The device required clear line of sight to satellites, which was being blocked by blowing snow and the mountain's topography. Instead of waiting for better conditions, she decided to find a better signal. Maya moved 50 feet from the established route onto exposed terrain, where her device showed stronger signal strength. The area she chose was a wind-scoured ridge with no protection from the elements, a location that experienced the full force of the jet stream winds. She spent 3 minutes trying to establish a connection and compose her summit post, while exposed to full wind and cold. During this time, wind speeds were gusting to 70 miles per hour, creating wind chill temperatures around -65 degrees Fahrenheit. The extreme conditions made fine motor control nearly impossible, requiring her to remove her outer gloves. The extreme wind chill caused rapid heat loss from her exposed face and hands. The fine motor control required to operate her device caused her to remove her gloves briefly, leading to immediate frostbite on her fingertips. More critically, the wind chill was dropping her core body temperature rapidly. Maya began showing signs of hypothermia within minutes of exposure, confusion, loss of coordination, and impaired judgment that made simple tasks increasingly difficult. Hypothermia progresses rapidly at extreme altitude, where the body's ability to generate heat is already compromised. When she tried to return to the fixed rope, Maya couldn't navigate properly due to the hypothermia affecting her cognitive function and the whiteout conditions created by blowing snow. The combination of impaired judgment and reduced visibility made it impossible for her to locate the fixed ropes that were only 50 feet away. Her climbing partner, who had remained on the established route, realized Maya was in trouble when she failed to return after 5 minutes. He began searching for her, but was limited by the dangerous conditions and the need to remain anchored to the fixed ropes. The blowing snow had reduced visibility to less than 10 feet. Maya's climbing partner found her collapsed 20 feet from the fixed rope, unconscious from severe hypothermia. Her core body temperature had dropped to dangerous levels, and she was showing signs of severe cold injury, including frostbite on her hands and face. Emergency descent procedures were initiated immediately, with the climbing partner calling for rescue assistance while beginning to move Maya to lower altitude. However, the damage from severe hypothermia was already irreversible, and Maya's vital signs were deteriorating rapidly. Maya died at 28,200 feet during the rescue attempt, approximately 30 minutes after being found unconscious. The cause of death was severe hypothermia complicated by the extreme altitude. Her smartphone was found still clutched in her hand, with an unsent Instagram post that would never reach her followers. The incident led to discussions about social media pressure on climbers and the dangers of leaving established routes for any reason in the death zone. Maya's death highlighted how the desire to share experiences in real time can override basic survival instincts in extreme environments. It was May 15, 2013, between Camps 2 and 3 on Mount Everest. The slope above Camp 2 narrowed as it rose toward the Lhotse face. At over 20,000 feet, the air was thin, the wind sharp, and visibility could vanish without warning. Every movement required focus and control. David Kang, 55, was a civil engineer from South Korea climbing with a personal mission: to carry his late daughter's silver charm to the summit. She had been 18 when she died, fascinated by mountains and climbing. For Kang, this ascent was his way of finding meaning after her loss. He had been climbing for years, but Everest was different. Friends described him as calm and methodical, the kind of man who double-checked ropes and studied maps long after others went to sleep. When he spoke about the expedition, he said it was his way of finishing what his daughter once dreamed of doing, standing on a peak that touched the clouds. He joined a mixed international expedition that spring. The team planned to make their summit push in late May, once the weather window opened, but Kang often preferred to move alone during shorter acclimatization climbs. He said it helped him think and it kept him focused. That morning, winds were mild and visibility was fair when Kang left Camp 2. He was climbing toward Camp 3, following fixed lines across a long stretch of ice. Several other climbers saw him that morning, steady and deliberate, moving slower than usual, but without signs of distress. Around midday, the forecast shifted. A fast-moving front began to build over the Lhotse face. Small gusts of snow swept down the slope, and the horizon blurred into gray. At 1:47 p.m., Kang made a brief radio call through the Camp 2 relay, his last known communication. He said visibility was dropping, and he would continue carefully. The transmission was faint, but clear. After that, radio contact ended. Kang's GPS unit recorded several pings that afternoon, drifting slightly off course with each one. His last signal placed him roughly 300 feet east of the main route near the Geneva Spur, an area filled with crevasses and unstable ice shelves. Then the signal stopped completely. By evening, the weather had closed in. The upper slope was swallowed by whiteout, and no one could move safely until the following day. Search efforts began as soon as the storm lifted. Teams from Camp 3 swept the route, following rope lines and visual markers, probing likely crevasse openings. A torn blue jacket panel was found a week later, half buried in packed snow, about 700 feet below his last recorded position. The fabric matched Kang's outer shell, but no other gear was located. There were no footprints, no dropped equipment, and no sign of a fall line. Conditions at that elevation make recovery nearly impossible. The Lhotse face constantly shifts under temperature changes, creating new cracks and closing old ones. Snow bridges that look firm can collapse without warning, and strong winds erase evidence overnight. Climbers who go missing there are often never found. The mountain simply reclaims them. Forensic reconstruction by the team suggested a likely scenario. Kang lost orientation in the whiteout, stepped off the packed route, and crossed onto a thin snow bridge covering a crevasse. The bridge likely gave way, and the body, with all its gear, dropped into a deep void before being sealed by snowdrift. There was no indication of recklessness or deliberate risk. His oxygen use and pack weight were consistent with standard practice. But at that altitude, where oxygen levels are about 1/3 of sea level, the human brain works slower, judgment narrows, and reaction time fades. Disorientation in a whiteout can feel like moving through fog. Shadows and slopes blur until it's impossible to tell up from down. Many experienced climbers have made the same small misstep that changes everything. When the rest of the team reached Camp 3 2 days later, they found Kang's tent at Camp 2 untouched. Inside were his logbook, spare gloves, and the small silver charm he intended to carry to the summit. It was shaped like a snowflake and kept in a clear plastic pouch with a short handwritten note. He hadn't yet taken it on the climb, planning to bring it up during the final summit push. The charm was later returned to his wife, along with his remaining belongings. Search efforts ended in June after new crevasses made the area unsafe. The report listed David Kang as missing, presumed dead. His name joined countless others lost on Everest. Years later, his family held a quiet memorial in Seoul, using his daughter's charm as a symbol of closure for a climb that ended in silence. The mountain kept its silence after Kang's disappearance, Months later, fresh snow sealed the upper slopes as if he had never walked there at all. It was a quiet reminder that on Everest, absence is common. Sometimes the only trace of a life is the record of a name and a date. Each season begins with new hopes and ends with the same truth. The mountain gives nothing back. And years before Kang's climb, long before GPS trackers and radio relays became routine, another story unfolded on the opposite face of Everest, one that began with a promise and ended with nothing left but wind. It was May 15th, 1997, near Camp 4 on Everest's South Col, about 26,000 feet up. The flat, wind-scoured ridge held a few frost-covered tents. Each gust rattled the fabric like paper, and the air was so thin that even simple movements took effort in the freezing, unclaimed height of the mountain. Mark and Elaine Turner had reached this point after 6 weeks on the mountain. The couple, both teachers from Colorado, had joined an international expedition hoping to fulfill a family promise. The plan was simple: reach the summit and scatter the ashes of Elaine's father, Robert Hale, a lifelong climber who had spent much of his life chasing mountains. Hale had climbed Everest twice but never reached the top. Before he died, he asked that his ashes be taken there someday. The Turners had made it their goal to see that through. Elaine came from a family of mountaineers. Her father, mother, and 2 older brothers had all spent their lives scaling peaks. She was the only one who hadn't. Growing up, she avoided climbs, admitting that even a steep hiking trail made her uneasy. But after her father's death, she changed her mind. It wasn't love for climbing that pushed her here. It was loyalty. For her, Everest was her father's mountain. Mark, her husband, agreed to join her, even though it would be his first major expedition as well. Both trained for nearly 2 years, building endurance in the Rockies and joining guided climbs across North America before traveling to Nepal in early April. Their progress up Everest was steady but cautious. By the time they reached Camp 3, both were moving slower than their guides preferred. Elaine developed mild frostbite on her fingers, but insisted she could continue. The small metal urn containing her father's ashes stayed in Mark's pack, wrapped in cloth to protect it from the cold. Their goal was to scatter the ashes on summit day, then descend immediately to minimize exposure. By mid-May, the weather had shifted into its brief window of calm. Several teams reached the summit that week, and the Turners planned their final push for May 16th. On the afternoon of May 15th, they climbed the last section of fixed ropes up the Lhotse face and reached Camp 4. The air pressure there was roughly 1/3 of sea level, and oxygen saturation fell quickly without supplemental supply. Both were tired but in stable condition. They set up their small orange tent alongside 5 others near the ridge. As evening came, the temperature dropped sharply. The sun vanished behind a curtain of thin clouds, and the first signs of an approaching jet stream front rolled over the ridge. Wind speeds began rising from 40 to 80 miles per hour within hours. Teams below at Camp 3 radioed warnings, urging everyone at the South Col to reinforce their anchors. Some climbers descended immediately. The Turners stayed, deciding to wait for the storm to pass before continuing. At 9 p.m., wind readings at Camp 4 exceeded 100 miles per hour. Visibility dropped to near zero as snow blasted horizontally across the slope. Climbers later reported seeing the Turners' tent still standing, its outline faint behind sheets of blowing ice. It was the last confirmed sighting. The storm lasted through the night. At those wind speeds, exposed tents can fail in seconds if a single anchor loosens. Ropes can snap, metal stakes can tear free. The ridge at the South Col offers little shelter, and once a tent lifts, it's often carried downslope without control. The following morning, when the wind finally eased, the camp was unrecognizable. Several tents had collapsed. 3 were missing entirely. The Turners' tent was one of them. Later, searches found one of the missing tents half buried about 400 feet downslope, its frame broken and empty. The other 2, including the Turners, were never found. Rescue teams from Camp 3 reached the ridge later that day. They followed drag marks and scattered equipment, but found no sign of the missing tents. The terrain beyond the ridge drops nearly 7,000 feet toward Tibet, steep, fractured, and full of ice ledges. A fall in that direction would leave no chance for survival or recovery. After hours of searching, the effort was called off. Over the next week, weather patterns shifted again. Fresh snow covered any trace of the incident. Spotters using telescopes from lower camps found no gear, no bright fabric, and no movement along the Kangshung face. Satellite photos later showed smooth snow layers across the area, with no visible debris. The Turners' disappearance was recorded as a probable wind event leading to loss from the ridge. When the season ended, the report confirmed what was already certain. No remains were found. The urn of Robert Hale's ashes vanished with them. Months later, a small plaque bearing the names Robert, Mark, and Elaine Turner was placed near base camp, a quiet reminder of how easily the mountain keeps what it takes. For the Turners, Everest was meant to be a gesture of closure, a way to finish what her father had started. Instead, the mountain kept all three. The ashes they carried to fulfill his wish vanished with them, leaving only silence over the ridge where their camp once stood. And like so many before them, they became part of the landscape itself. Another reminder that on Everest, even promises can disappear into the wind. But if the mountain can claim those chasing closure, what happens when it turns on someone chasing understanding instead? When the goal isn't a summit or a promise kept, but a piece of data, a sample of ice, or an answer hidden beneath the surface. It was May 6th, 2011, between Camps the 1 and the 2 on Mount Everest. The Khumbu Glacier groaned under the mountain's weight, its ridges split by deep blue cracks. Sunlight flashed on the ice as wind carried the sound of crampons across the valley. At 19,000 feet, every step demanded caution. Nikhil Mehra, 26, wasn't a mountaineer. He was a geology student from Delhi University, working on a graduate thesis that he hoped would finally prove his worth. He wasn't the top of his class, never had been. His professors described him as quiet, behind on deadlines, and often distracted by part-time work that helped cover tuition. He had no family to rely on, no safety net waiting if things went wrong. What he did have was an idea: to measure trace minerals trapped in the glacier's upper ice layers to show signs of accelerated melting. It was risky and ambitious, but if he could finish it, it might secure his degree and maybe a chance at a scholarship abroad. The project was supported by a small university research team collecting environmental data on the mountain. They weren't climbers by trade, but scientists working with hired guides and local Sherpas. The team's section of study lay between Camp Wa and Camp 2, an area known for constant motion, crevasses opening and closing as the glacier shifted a few feet each day. It was the kind of terrain that required patience and discipline, not speed. Nikhil had joined the group in April, helping set up instruments that recorded temperature and ice density. He kept to himself, usually working longer hours than the others, taking careful notes on each reading. Witnesses later said he looked tired, but determined. The climb had been expensive for him. Most of his savings went into travel and gear, but he rarely talked about it. To the others, he was just a student trying hard to make his research count. That morning, the team started before sunrise to take advantage of the colder, firmer snowpack. They moved in single file, roped together as they crossed narrow bridges formed by compacted snow. Around 10 a.m., they reached their sampling point, a flat stretch near the start of a crevasse cluster. The temperature hovered around 10 degrees Fahrenheit, calm and clear. While the others drilled shallow cores, Nikhil focused on one of his sensors positioned closer to a visible crack in the ice. The device had fallen sideways overnight. It was just a few feet from the edge, within sight, but beyond the rope line. The team leader advised leaving it, noting that the area was unstable. Nikhil hesitated. The sensor wasn't cheap, and losing it meant a hole in his data. He unclipped briefly, testing the snow with his axe, then took a step forward. From where the others stood, he seemed cautious, leaning on his pole as he reached for the device. Then the snow gave way. Witnesses recalled a muffled crack, followed by a hollow echo that rolled through the valley. There was a short yell, then silence. The snow bridge beneath him had collapsed completely, opening into a vertical crevasse more than 100 feet deep. The rope team rushed forward, stopping several feet from the break. When they peered over the edge, all they saw was darkness. The opening was narrow, the ice walls smooth and pale blue. They called his name, but heard nothing back. Rescue protocols were followed immediately. Ropes were secured, and the team attempted to lower a light, but the beam disappeared after about 40 feet. The air inside the crevasse was still, and every vibration made the edges crumble. Guides advised against descending. Even small movements risk widening the fracture and taking another climber with it. They marked the site and contacted base camp for assistance. By afternoon, conditions worsened. The sun hit the glacier, softening the snow and causing small collapses along the rim. The following morning, when a second team arrived with additional available equipment, the gap had already narrowed by several inches. Ice movement in the Khumbu Icefall is constant. Cracks can close within days under pressure from above. By the third day, the crevasse had sealed almost completely. What remained was a faint depression in the surface and a scattering of flags marking the site. The team recovered Nikhil's backpack and notebook, which had fallen near the rim. Inside were coordinates, temperature logs, and fragments of rock samples wrapped in foil. His field notes stopped mid-sentence. His ice axe was found several feet away, clipped to a carabiner, still attached to the safety line he had unclipped moments earlier. At the university, his thesis file remained on the department server, partially written, data incomplete. The final update showed an edit made 2 days before the accident. Professors reviewing his work later concluded that his early readings matched larger studies showing the glacier's retreat. His research had potential, even unfinished. The official expedition report classified the incident as crevasse entrapment, bridge failure. There was no mention of negligence. The area had been flagged, but the collapse was unpredictable. In statements given later, the team leader said it was a single, unlucky step. That phrase became the summary line in the archives. Within a week, new climbers passed the same route, their ropes placed a few yards away. The flags marking Nikhil's site disappeared under snow, and by the next month, there was no sign anything had happened. The glacier closed over, moving as it always had. Only his instrument pack was recovered and sent back to the university. His incomplete thesis was later archived, his data quietly added to future reports. Today the spot is unmarked, just another stretch of shifting ice. Few who cross it know that beneath their feet rests a student who came to study the mountain and never left. Even where the ground seems solid, danger can take new forms. Beneath the surface, the ice moves in silence, but higher on Everest, the threats are open and merciless. Wind, cold, and exhaustion test every decision, stripping even the most experienced climbers down to instinct. On the north face, even veterans who have conquered the world's highest peaks can find that one final climb becomes the one that never ends. It was May 22nd, 2003, high on Everest's north face. The air was thin, the wind sharp, and the temperature far below zero. Fine snow blew off the ridge and vanished into the drop toward Tibet. The slope ahead was steep and exposed, marked by ropes frozen into ice. Above 28,000 feet, every step was slow, deliberate, and costly, each movement echoing against a silence broken only by the hiss of oxygen and the scrape of metal on ice. Henrik Olsen had passed through terrain like this many times before, though never here. He was 54, a Norwegian alpinist with decades of experience and 3 successful 26,000-foot summits already behind him. A father of 3, he had spent recent years climbing more often, calling it his way of filling the quiet after his sons built families of their own. He'd been separated from his wife for years, and the mountains had become what he called his passion and his peace. This season, Everest was meant to be the last, the final climb in his 4 summits goal before retiring. His preparation was careful, his record steady, and his approach cautious. But even experience has limits where the air itself works against survival. The team began its final ascent from the North Col camp before dawn, oxygen systems checked, pace set low to conserve energy. At that hour, the slope above them was a wall of gray and blue, the snow packed hard from the night freeze. Henrik moved slower than the rest, stopping often to adjust his pack or check his gauges. His teammates later said he was steady, but noticeably behind. By mid-morning, the others were several hundred feet ahead, small dots against the ridge, while Henrik continued upward at his own rhythm. At approximately 28,200 feet, he was seen for the last time. Another climber, descending from higher up, passed him on the route. Henrik was standing near a small ledge, leaning against his axe, his oxygen mask in place. He waved briefly and pointed upward. Nothing about the exchange seemed unusual. He was moving carefully, not in distress, but alone. By late afternoon, clouds began forming over the summit ridge, the kind that roll in fast and cut visibility within minutes. The temperature dropped below -20 degrees Fahrenheit, and wind speed increased. Most of Henrik's team had already reached the summit and begun their descent toward the high camp. When they returned that evening, his tent was still empty. Radio calls through the night brought no answer. Search efforts began at first light. 2 climbers traced the upper route, following rope anchors and oxygen canisters left by Henrik earlier. At about 27,200 feet, they found one of his tanks lying on the slope, valve open, ice crusted around the mouth. It was engraved with his initials, H.O., and marked as part of his set. Beyond that point, the snow was clean, swept by wind, with no tracks leading down or across. The terrain below that section leads toward the Norton Couloir, a steep gully that drops more than 1,000 feet into fractured ice. It's an area known for hidden ledges and vertical falls. The slope angle there averages 50 degrees, too steep for searchers to safely descend without fixed lines. Conditions that day, high winds and unstable snow, made any attempt impossible. After several hours of scanning, they marked the area with colored flags and turned back. Over the following days, additional searches from both the North Col and the High Camp yielded nothing. No additional oxygen bottles, no gloves, no traces of equipment. Satellite images later taken by another expedition showed minor snow deposition in the couloir, but no distinguishable shapes or shadows. The mountain had already buried its evidence. Back at base camp, Henrik's climbing log was examined. His final entry, written in neat block letters, stated that the weather was holding and he planned one more push. It was dated the night before his final climb. The rest of his notes listed altitude readings, oxygen consumption rates, and short reminders about route sections. Details typical of an experienced climber. 2 seasons later, another expedition ascending the same route discovered a single oxygen tank partially exposed in the snow at 27,200 feet. The serial number matched Henrik's equipment. The valve was still open, suggesting it had emptied completely before being dropped or torn loose. No other items were found in the vicinity. Experts reviewing the report later suggested that he may have veered slightly off the fixed line during whiteout conditions, following what appeared to be a gradual slope that led instead toward the Norton Couloir. At that altitude, where exhaustion slows reaction time and visibility can vanish within seconds, even a few misplaced steps can be fatal. Once inside the gully, recovery would have been impossible. The depth, combined with constant snow movement and slope angle, would have carried his remains deep into the ice over time. Henrik Olsen was officially listed as missing, presumed dead, near the upper north face of Everest. His disappearance was one of 3 that season along the same route, all attributed to weather and disorientation at extreme altitude. No rescue was launched beyond the initial searches. Conditions made it too dangerous to risk additional lives. Today, the section of the north face where he disappeared looks like any other. Wind-carved, empty, and cold. Each year, climbers pass close to where he was last seen, unaware of what lies beneath. His name now rests on a memorial in Kathmandu, a reminder that even veterans are not spared. Somewhere above 27,000 feet, his engraved oxygen cylinder remains buried in the ice. Experience, however deep, offers no guarantee against the mountain's silence. It claims the bold and the careful alike, sometimes in seconds, sometimes without a trace. And if those with decades of climbing behind them can vanish without warning, what chance does someone have whose purpose on Everest isn't conquest, but observation? It was May 26, 2019, near Balcony Camp, on Everest's upper southeast ridge, about 27,500 feet high. The sky was pale before sunrise, and the wind had gone still. Below, the South Col and Lhotse glowed faintly in the dawn light as climbers moved slowly through the quiet, frozen slope. Clara Jensen, 29, stood among them, not as a climber chasing a summit, but as a filmmaker chasing meaning. She was new to the documentary world, hoping to make her way into an industry that valued courage as much as creativity. Her dream was simple: to show people how beautiful and fragile the world could be. A free spirit and nature lover, she had spent years filming forests and coastlines, capturing life in motion, waves, birds, sunlight through trees. Everest was her first mountain project, a chance to see a world few ever reach. She wasn't there to conquer it, but to understand it, and to share what it looked like from the edge of the sky. Clara joined a small guided expedition, hiring 2 Sherpas to help with gear and logistics. She wasn't aiming for the summit, only to film the upper route and capture climbers preparing for their final push. Careful and methodical, she set tripods, recorded the wind and footsteps, and filmed dawn light near Balcony Camp as temperatures dropped to minus 25 degrees Fahrenheit. At 4:30 a.m., Clara left her tent to set up a time-lapse sequence of the sunrise. The sky above the south summit glowed faintly orange, and the wind was still manageable. Her Sherpas, busy checking oxygen bottles and lines, saw her position her tripod about 150 feet from camp. She wore a bright blue down suit, easy to spot against the white slope. Around 5 a.m., one of the Sherpas glanced toward her position. She was still there, adjusting her camera. It was the last confirmed sighting. Within the hour, clouds began rising from the lower slopes, drifting up faster than forecasted. The temperature dropped, and wind speeds increased sharply. Visibility fell from several hundred feet to almost nothing. The Sherpas called out for Clara, but their voices disappeared into the wind. When they reached the area where she had been filming, her tripod was gone. A search began immediately, though it was nearly impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. The slope below Balcony Camp angles downward toward the Kangshung face, steep, fractured terrain filled with crevasses and narrow ledges. By mid-morning, the searchers located her tripod and camera bag about 300 feet downslope, half buried in packed snow. The tripod was intact, but the camera's memory cards were missing from the slot. Whether they had fallen out or been removed earlier couldn't be determined. There was no sign of Clara, no footprints beyond the initial drag marks. High winds erased most surface traces within an hour. The search continued for 2 days, limited by weather and avalanche risk. Rescue protocols allowed only short intervals outside the safety line. The slope had begun cracking under tension from fresh snow, and the wind reached 60 miles per hour. On the second evening, the expedition leader called off the search. Conditions were too dangerous to continue. Clara was officially listed as missing on May 28, 2019. Over the next few weeks, other teams passing the same route were briefed to report any findings. None were made. As the season closed, the ice shifted again, covering most of the slope where she had last been seen. The mountain, as it often does, absorbed what was left. A year later, during the 2020 climbing season, a Sherpa guide reported spotting a section of bright blue fabric deep inside an ice hollow about 400 feet below the main ridge. It matched the color of Clara's down suit, but the location made it unreachable. The hollow was narrow, unstable, and likely closed by the following week's snowfall. No further verification was possible. Her equipment was returned to her family in Copenhagen later that year. The recovered footage contained partial sequences of climbers moving in the early dawn light, the distant hum of wind, and several minutes of silent shots aimed at the horizon. The last timestamp ended just before sunrise on May 26th. None of the missing memory cards were ever found. In the months after, her colleagues organized and released the fragments she'd filmed, brief flashes of light, muffled wind, and voices fading in the thin air. It became a quiet tribute to her work. On Everest, her name joined the list of those never found. The ridge remains unchanged, hiding a camera, a blue suit, and the unfinished story of a filmmaker who came to capture the mountain's silence and became part of it. Thanks for watching. Want to watch more? Click on your screen now.